Good morning and welcome to our final day of Blaster Bounty presented by Polymarket here in Malta. Our grand final is on the horizon. Two teams left, MOUZ and Spirit. One of them getting to lift the trophy in just a couple of hours. Who knows what our best of five has in store for us, but leading into it, I know for a fact it's going to be a lot of fun on this desk. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and standing next to me is Vu and Maui Snake. Maui, how are you feeling for our final day after 2 weeks?
It's actually been great. It's awesome that we're finishing this one in Malta because if people don't know, some of the Odyssey was actually filmed in Malta.
Wait, was it actually?
Yeah. Some of the clips that they actually filmed on were around Malta, and it has been a journey for some of the favorites to make it here to the grand finals.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one. I think we've got two teams that we expected in the grand final, but we didn't expect them to get here the way they did. So we're seeing two teams that are a bit shaky. It'll be a very close game.
Whilst I've loved the journey that the two teams have taken to get to the final, I've just loved everything that we've gotten to experience with the Blast Bounty format. The fact that you're having these high seeds up against lower seeds being pushed to their limits, having a lot of tests kind of put in front of them, that's what has made Blast Bounty such a different start and a unique start to the season here.
Yeah, we didn't see too many surprising picks. I wish we had seen the pick of Spirit from Astralis. Would have been interesting to see how that one went down, but we do see in the middle of the pack a lot of interesting veto choices. Unfortunately, going into the final, there's no pick to be made here. It's just going to be MOUZ against Spirit.
Map picks, but we'll get there, of course. Early stages, I would say that there were a couple curveball picks. I think teams that are picking based off of just matchups that they wanted, ones that they thought the vetoes would be a little bit more favorable on, and it panned out for some of those teams.
We could stand here and we could talk about all of the matchups that have happened over the last 2 weeks in case you didn't get to see them all, but instead we've wrapped it up nicely for you guys to get all of the key moments of our Blast Bounty.
Season 2 of 2026. Can you believe that one?
Right after the major, lots of changes. And I'm excited for this one, James.
Heart pounding, ops wide, get away! This is a perfect place for Spooky and Cadian. Assuming Dong doesn't do that. Oh!
See ya.
Liquid starts to activate. 3 players in from Squeaky. It's another double, killing everybody on the scenes. The first 2-0 versus Vitality in quite some time. Koala late arrival, and it all falls on K Serrano's answer, but there he is. Dendele, eliminate Furia. CTR slides right through, caught out by Torji, and so still winnable for MOUZ.
Oh, he hit that.
16 seconds, and it's Safe of the AWP again. 3 kills, make it 4. The ace at the end there for Safe, a fantastic way to answer the questions.
Doesn't like the look of that one. He's just gonna have to be out there. Whoa, okay, 2 quick headshots with the FAMAS. Over delivery. Oh, that's just ridiculous.
Plays in the open ground, and the flashbang from Tanir helps out perfectly. No way. Shiro on the scene, Donk delivers.
Does give him an edge here on the positioning. Jorko. They're ready to party here. Donk in position around the side with the dualies.
Turns from the duel. Oh,
You're joking.
Oh, no way.
The must win. Round Natu delivers for FaZe. Not a single round dropped.
Outside, brother.
This is crazy.
Zontex and Shiro remain. Natu finally dealt with.
Spirit avoid the upset.
And Fuzi slides immediately into it, Spinks with one for the road. We will get what we expected. Spirit versus MOUZ.
Spirit versus MOUZ is where we end up here for the grand finals, but of course that journey has been just so monstrous. The way that we've been able to whittle down 32 teams down to 2, and then I put in even more bigger tasks towards my analysts here. I want to know your top 3 most memorable teams that did not make it to a semi-final. So I'm allowing those quarterfinal teams in the conversation, but semi-finals is my cutoff.
This is a really tough one because all of the favorites made it. We discussed this at the beginning. The top 8 teams all made it to the land final now.
So not quite, not quite, Vu.
So number 1, Vitality. You gotta have Vitality in there. Okay. I remember a Dendele game.
Okay.
I remember a Dendele game.
Okay.
And I remember 100 Thieves gives me overperformance. Okay, I remember these 3 teams. They're maybe not the top 3 teams that missed it, but they're memorable. They're all memorable.
I did say memorable. They didn't have to be the top 3 teams. They're just the most memorable.
They are memorable.
Okay, I'm gonna take. You took some good ones there. I was gonna use Dendele for sure. They surprised me a lot. Have to go with Liquid then, of course.
Yep.
Unfortunate that they had to meet up with Spirit in the quarterfinals. I'm definitely looking forward to the rest of their season. I'm also gonna go with Focus. Actually, I thought that. I didn't know what to expect when they lost Jorko, but they actually were able to win that first game versus Aurora, which was kind of a slept-on upset from the first round there. And for the final one, probably 3D Max. I didn't think that the French friendship was going to actually propel them to get some nice wins in the, I guess, in the online portion of this one. But now I have to pay attention to them again, and I didn't think I was going to have to when the season started.
I'm going to be honest, every single game 3D Max played, I was ready for them to lose.
Yes, exactly. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. I was thinking it was going to happen, but they upended some expectations there.
Well, there was one team that you guys mentioned that we would have to look back on. Of course, 100 Thieves being the main culprit there, because they set in motion what ended up being some of the biggest upsets that we had in round one of a Blast Bounty. It started off with them being able to get the win up against Falcons, right? Falcons didn't even make it through round one, coming out of that player break off of the back of winning the major for themselves too.
And not only that, but the games were pretty one-sided when they managed to pick them up despite an initial domination on 100 Thieves map pick. This was Gizmy calling a fantastic game. This was Falcons not showing up maybe to the level that you're expecting. This wasn't as big of an upset as Vitality losing, I don't think, especially because Falcons came off the major win. Sometimes you come in a little slow to the next season, but certainly a surprise regardless.
The biggest surprise for me is that Rain played so well in this single BO3, but then all of the other online games he's been playing, he's been bad. So he just showed up for this single series and said, job done.
He had a revenge arc. He knew the people on the other side of the server there, and he said, nah, I got to show these guys what's up still.
Rain doesn't get out of bed for a standard online
for a nuclear Tigers BO3 to qualify for anything else.
Yeah, he only gets out of bed for majors and major champions.
I feel like that's two good lists, two good reasons to be able to get out of bed, but you did mention as well you thought the Vitality upset was a bigger one, Vu. Why exactly though? I mean, Falcons were the major champions.
Well, you're expecting coming off of a defeat in the major that maybe Vitality is going to be practicing a little earlier on. They had some time off, maybe a couple days extra over Falcons. They have the hunger. You expect them to have the hunger, that beast inside them, to beat a Liquid that had just made some big changes. I mean, changing the IGL, that's a massive difference in the way you're going to play the game, and they still couldn't beat Liquid even in one map.
I don't think they ate breakfast together. That's my takeaway from that one. I'm more impressed, though, by how Liquid was able to pull that off with Jorko playing extremely well, with the fact that Elige just looks like he is totally back now that he's in tandem with JT, and the fact that JT also is already revamping the map pool for a Liquid team that I would say last season, no home map. I don't even think they had a secondary home map. There was really no map pool. It was a puddle, in fact.
Another memorable team or notable team being eliminated that we've talked about there, the Dendele Furia matchup as well in round one. It's just insane to think how many of those top teams ended up having big upsets towards them not being able to show up. And this was a Furia, Maui, that had talked about training or like practicing a little extra longer than every other team in that top.
I think nearly 2 weeks for them. That's super concerning. I love that Yekindar has been watching this event and tweeting about how much he misses playing on LAN. I kind of thought to myself, oh yeah, did Furia take off the first match or something? Did they decide to skip it? No, you had a chance. You could have been here, Yekindar. You could have played yourself to this tournament. One thing though that I have to say I love about Dendele, Max Core was not on my radar. I did not, like, there was Koala on this team, Ardienzao, some other names I'd heard kind of whirring about in the sort of Brazilian space. Max Core stole the show for me in this one. The opping prowess he had, how aggressive he was against Furia, he made Furia like totally uncomfortable the entire game, so super impressive.
The problem is he wasn't on my radar before that game, and he fell off my radar immediately following that game.
Yeah,
they had one more game immediately after. He didn't perform nearly the same way he did against Furia, and it was, what, 10 hours later? The drop-off in 10 hours was
okay, no, that's not fair.
That's
have you ever played a game for, let's say, 3 hours or whatever, it was a pretty intensive series for themselves, and then had a turnaround time of less than 10 hours and been performing at that level again? They did it to themselves, but I'm just defending them.
I've done you one better. I've played a Premier game and then slept for 4 hours, and then played another Premier game. And I think that is about the same as playing an important game.
I think we've all
in a
rage
tournament.
queued after that one loss. So in many ways, I've been in those shoes, actually.
Sure. Well, either way, unfortunately, we didn't get to see their trajectory continue for themselves. As amazing as a round 1 performance was, the only teams really having phenomenal performances for themselves here at Blast Bounty, presented by Polymarket, is Spirit and MOUZ. Now, again, they've taken 2 very different paths here to the grand final. Our games will be starting very soon, but we got to head to a break first. When we come back to it, we'll break it all down and hype you guys up for what is our grand final.
You have a few Maltese words on flashcards. If you give it your best shot, go through these one by one and try and guess how it's pronounced. Have a little guess as to what you think it might mean.
Birkirkara. Birkirkara. I have no clue. Maybe it's something related to weather, maybe?
It's a place, one of the largest places here in Malta.
Ah, no chance.
Okay, then the next word is...
Next one is this.
Zurich. Zurich.
Zurich? Zurich?
Zurich. No?
Zurich.
Zurich.
Zurich, okay. It might be a place as well.
It's a city near the sea.
Next word.
Well, it's getting tough.
Algiotta.
It will be like Aliotta.
Algiotta.
I think like it's probably like some city or like
Meaning?
It's a fish soup.
It's a fish soup. No.
fish soup.
Imkaret. Imkaret.
Imkaret.
Imaret.
Imaret. The Q is not...
It's a
Oh, yeah.
For me, seems like it's some like dish.
It's like it's a pastry. It's a sweet pastry with
Pastry. Gigi Poku. Gigi?
Gigi Foku or
Chivchivoku.
Chivchivoku?
Chivchivoku? Wow.
I have no chance.
It's fireworks which are put on the streets.
Ah.
Firebox. Chivchivoku.
Chichipoku.
Okay. The last one.
So... Kicha. Is it right? No.
Will be like Kuchia.
Ochia.
Uchia. Ah. J is not...
C with the dot is a che.
Che.
I think it's some dish, sort of dish.
That's when a baby has his first birthday. He's got a few things like a ruler, pencil.
It's like a tradition.
It's like a tradition.
Okay.
Whatever he grabs is what he'll become in the future.
Computer mouse
Yeah.
or computer.
Do you think this might be an easier game than what you faced up against FaZe? Do you feel like MOUZ is a team that's very suited to the playstyle of Spirit?
Yes and yes, but as I always say, you can lose to anyone. It just depends on you. If you come inside the game and just start playing like we did against FaZe, we can lose. We can lose to anyone, and MOUZ is certainly the team that we can lose to. Really? So it can happen.
But you haven't lost to them all year. Does that not maybe put you in a different mindset, or put the team in a different mindset, maybe not you specifically?
I think it puts them in a different mindset, and that's beneficial to us.
Well, of course, that they have dismantled us many times. I think the last 3 or 4 times they won 2-0 with convincing no double-digit maps, so they definitely have our number. They have multiple of our numbers even. We switched numbers and they still have it. Yeah, it's how it is. They have a good understanding of how we play. Today we will try our best to change that they feel different. But only time will tell if that will actually happen. Today we're going into it trying to play our best, take maps from them, take rounds from them, round at a time, see what we can do, and yeah, I mean, just keep improving. For us, if we're playing grand final, of course, there's the pressure of the grand final. I would be lying to you if there wouldn't be, but at the same time, I think that we are pretty happy with where we are at the tournament at the moment, finishing top 2 in our first tournament together, and we will take this game definitely as an experience.
Zoshin giving me a little bit of a whiplash there because it felt like he was more than aware of the stats about Spirit against them, how it feels like this isn't really a fair matchup if you looked at that history. But then again, bringing us back to reality, this is the first event for this 5-man lineup, and worst case, they get second place. That's pretty good, Vu.
Yeah, I think you can't complain, especially with the shakiness that they showed online, with the fact they're changing positions. They talked about Spinks and Torji having a tough time coming into this event. So coming second, even if they don't top Spirit, if they can pick up a map, they make it close, I think they'll be content, if not happy, about the losing in the final.
After the first round 1 of matchups, when Furia fell, Vitality, Falcons, all of them fell, this immediately became Spirit's tournament to lose. For MOUZ, on the other hand, they probably looked at a lot of those big names and said, ooh, when are we going to have to fight one of them? Well, thankfully, it's actually in the grand finals when they finally face an elite team. So in terms of just results and position, this already went about as well as you could have expected.
It does feel like they're on 2 sort of different trajectories, though, because when I look back to that round number 1, and we started seeing teams, like we keep saying Falcons, Vitality, Furia, fall for themselves, Aurora as well. Spirit could have been one of those teams. Remember, they went to overtime up against OG, a map 3 as well. Like, there were all these things that were falling into place where we weren't even sure what sort of form Spirit was on. Then they sort of level up a little bit more, and then they have the performance they did yesterday. I'm wondering if MOUZ can put aside the fact that they've lost 7 series in a row to Spirit, that they're 15-2 against them in maps as well, then I feel like we're on a good starting point, right, Vu?
I think the only series that Spirit got out of comfortably was Liquid. Every other series they've played at this event, they could potentially have lost. I mean, they looked impressive in some of their map 3s especially, but against FaZe, 10-5 down, that could have been a 13-5 if things had gone a slightly different way. This is a Spirit team. We can talk about trajectory, but at this event, they have looked shaky. They've changed some roles coming into the season. Certainly, this is a MOUZ that could make a big difference in the way that they're viewed in this matchup.
For Spirit in this one, the reason I feel like it's a little bit closer than the name value and the record show is just because of that. Because Spirit has been very rocky coming into it. We've seen what it looks like when they power up versus Liquid, which is the team that I feel like they took the most seriously, that they had the most prep time to actually game plan for. But I was kind of surprised that they didn't just keep running with it at LAN, because that FaZe game was also extremely rocky. The fact you're 10-5 down, the fact that you're facing elimination there, that is not what I expected from Spirit. And so I have to believe that MOUZ, they've got revenge on their mind here. They've seen a vulnerable Spirit, and I kind of hope for MOUZ's sake they pull it off, because we're 1 day removed from the 1-year anniversary where Cologne was spoiled by Spirit, where MOUZ, they beat Vitality in the semifinals. It felt like they achieved what nobody else could, and then they fell to this exact team.
That's hard then to sort of go over that hurdle, to be able to mentally push that aside as well, but it's going to feel even more gratifying if that does happen. However, both teams looking at their star players who have shown up for Blast Bounty, Torzi, Donk, where are you guys sitting? Who do you think that would be your personal MVPs, not necessarily the event MVP?
I still think it's possible that Donk could break the event MVP statistical record. It's theoretically, technically, physically possible.
By the fact that if you took, what, 5 of his best maps ever and strung them all together, yes. But that would mean Spirit would have to lose a couple maps.
Well, one of his best maps ever was at this event. You could have it happen again. This could have, it's unlikely. I actually think Torji has looked really incredible coming into this grand final. The problem I have for Torji, if we're talking MVP, is his history against Spirit. We talk about the matchup, we talk Spirit's beating MOUZ very consistently. This is one of Torji's worst teams statistically to play against. He's got a .83 over the last 12 months against this team. It's going to be very hard for him to maintain the stats he's already found.
Well, I'll raise you the fact that Torzi's last MVP was in Malta. It was 3 years ago, but it was on this island that he was able to pull it off. Also, caveat, it was in CSGO. So it's been an awful long time since we've seen him reach these heights, but I really think that Torzi, for whatever reason, after the player break, he went from being sort of this fit into the system cog of MOUZ, and now he's really been the driving force in their matches.
I don't know. I'm starting to enjoy the narrative of maybe the Malta magic there. Who cares how long ago it was? Maybe it was in a different version of Counter-Strike. At the end of the day, it could still be lingering for him. But with the best of 5, the biggest question is, what maps are we going to see? Or more importantly, what are we not going to see? Alvido here coming out, and more often than not in a best of 5, we do wonder what is going to be the starting map. Who's going to be able to get that advantage for themselves and hopefully a secured first map. It's not going to be on Inferno or Anubis here. Pretty typical for the bans here. For Spirit, their tried and tested bread and butter map has been Dust 2. I'd be shocked if it goes anywhere other than that. Now, for me, Vu, I think MOUZ have a bit of an option here. I think Mirage is where Spirit have looked the most vulnerable, but Nuke could also be a pick.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about picking it MOUZ's strengths, you're picking a Nuke. If you're picking into Spirit's weaknesses, I think you're picking a Mirage. Okay, they go for the Mirage. I'm not against that pick.
Yeah, I feel like that is just recognizing when you've seen Spirit play that their T sides can really take a long time to get going. I don't always think that the CT side defense, especially towards the side away from Donk, is always the strongest.
And this is an Ancient pick coming out of Spirit. I think that one makes sense. You would have probably predicted MOUZ would ban that if this was a best of 3. And then MOUZ have to go Nuke. I mean, unless they're really shaky, they have to go for Nuke now.
Okay, yeah. So unfortunately for the fans, the only way we're going to get cash is if it goes the full distance here. I mean, obviously, I hope it happens. I want to see all the Counter-Strike possible today. I've got nothing better to do.
I would love to see a cash. Unfortunately, I don't think we're getting there. When Spirit 3-0 and Donk breaks his MVP record, his statistical record.
Jeez.
Look, you're still riding that high, Vu. I'm going to sit in the other camp, and I'm hoping you guys can give some more of the MOUZ fans out there a little bit of support for that one too, because right now, MOUZ are coming in as the underdog, but I do think that there is a lot in the tank for them, right? We've been seeing them warm up for themselves too, getting a little bit more comfortable, but to begin on Dust 2, is this a little bit of we're just hoping they push through and the mentality isn't too broken?
Especially after last night's Dust 2, where we saw it's 2 times now in a row. They just can't hold the B bomb site. You have to figure out a way to hold the B bomb site, and I don't think they've had enough time off to actually remedy that situation.
No, I definitely don't. I feel like that's just been the biggest talking point is the Spinx PR relationship, how it's been untenable almost, the way that they can't really seem to find a harmony in terms of how often can Spinx go away from the site so we can try to find some picks towards middle or towards underpass at tunnels, or does he have to actually sit on the bomb site with them? I mean, there was even a moment yesterday when they were holding triple B with Torzi deciding he needed to help as well, and they still lost it. So it just simply hasn't been pretty, and so Spirit obviously identified that as a weak point.
Even coming down to how they ended up winning that map, it was because Astralis figured they had to go away from B eventually. We have to do something.
Yeah, they just overthought it.
Yeah,
it's like it keeps working. It can't keep working, and that's sometimes the hardest task with an IGL, with realizing like, no, maybe we can just keep going.
The problem is it would have kept working.
Yeah, I think it would have. I think it would have.
Well, then there's been a little bit of time, maybe not enough time that you guys are saying this. Would you need to have more emphasis on Spinx doing something to be able to remedy the B side more, or are you hoping a little bit more comes out of PR? Because his online was great, and right now his LAN has been lackluster. Not bad, just lackluster.
There's definitely a heavy weight put on Spinx, but PR does have to be better. He's talked about being uncomfortable in some positions. If you look at him across maps, the maps where he's an anchor, Dust 2, you've got him on B, Mirage, you have him as an anchor, you have him on Ancient as an anchor. These are all maps he underperforms on heavily, and not all of these include Spinx as the rotator.
It's true. I would like to see Spinx be able to just sometimes lock it down. It's very weird because Spinx can be such a skilled player when he's catching people in transition. He has a great mindset for timings on when he can push. And I feel like sometimes he's either helping too much with mid or not enough towards the bomb site. But I don't actually see a lot of tunnels aggression. But that's actually something that a couple teams have used against Spirit, where they are just testing Zontix towards B tunnels a little bit more. And I'd say, why not? You know, Zontix has been kind of meddling, usually at the bottom of the scoreboard for Spirit, and if he's going to be the one lurker over there to try to hold that side of it, I don't see a reason why Spinx and PR don't think they can take the fight to him sometimes.
I mean, I do know that PR talked to James Banks a little bit before this and gave us some more insight on how he's feeling about Dust 2.
Very likely we will see some Dust 2 played today. I know you were maybe not so happy with it in terms of new role, getting used to everything, but would you say that you made some improvements in yesterday's game compared to the one against 3D Max?
I did, yeah.
Yeah? That's it?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
You put a lot of focus onto your Dust 2?
A lot of focus, yes.
A lot of focus on your Dust 2. And then tell me this then, how is your mentality coming into this series when you're facing a much stronger competition than anyone else you faced so far in this tournament, and how ready you could be for that? Because we know they also love Dust 2.
They also love Dust 2, it's true. I mean, I think it's a little bit easier for me because it's the first game we are underdogs, you know, and I'm used to this, being an underdog. So maybe I have even less pressure now on my shoulders, and maybe I might be more like relaxed. I might take maybe more risks. So I actually feel pretty good. Maybe I would say even better than yesterday against Rise.
Okay, so you're in a better place, ready for this, but also are you ready for potentially playing 5 maps? Because obviously we spoke about position changes. I don't know how much time you guys have had to be really comfortable in that, so how do you see it?
Yeah, I've been on the team for like 2 weeks, maybe 20 days. If it's gonna be 5 maps, it's gonna be interesting. But I feel like with the time we had, we were working really hard and we did everything we could, I would say. So yeah, as I said, no pressure, and we play what we learn, what we were playing for the last 20 days.
And also lastly, how nice is it for you to have someone like Zelix by the side of you? Because he seems to be full of energy and very positive in all moments of the game.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good guy. He's funny. Young energy. I like it.
PR there, yeah, definitely, I wouldn't say being confident, but being honest there that he is focusing up on Dust 2. I don't know if it instills me with confidence, especially when we look towards Spirit, who have been so strong for themselves in Dust 2. We don't need to ask them those questions. Have you been focusing up on it or changing your game plan at all?
Yeah, I think this is a Spirit team. Their Dust 2 is really scary, especially since they had that time with Sotfik. Their utility's gotten better. They're setting up Donk more for his picks, for his entries. I think this is a really scary Dust 2 team. You could argue they're the best in the world at this map, and they're really powering up into this one with some of the role changes, putting players in better positions for their style of gameplay to actually perform at the highest level.
So much of Spirit in other maps is, can Donk hard carry them? Can Shiro clean things up? But for me, Spirit, this Dust 2 is clearly their home map because they are actually a well-oiled machine. We have a round to look at for just how great their T-side can actually look, where it's not just the one-man show, that they do use pieces of misdirection, that they actually are on top of the meta and what teams are trying to do nowadays. Because in this round versus FaZe yesterday, opening gun round, corridor smokes, Magix is able to sneak out middle. He's able to work his way into CT spawn, getting the pick onto Twist, who doesn't know which direction to look, and that just flusters the defense immensely from FaZe, who don't know which way to look. J-Bowen's trying to cover that CT angle, and that's when Shiro finds the perfect time to strike. And so they are so crafty, and they are actually, look at how they're playing off of each other too on elbow. It's not just one guy running out by himself. All of this works in tandem to be one of the strongest execs you'll ever see from Spirit, map agnostic. So this is just such a tough task for a MOUZ team that has already been struggling so much on their defensive half.
I'm happy to see you bring up a FaZe round in this one, because FaZe do the same thing that MOUZ do. They leave their B-site player quite alone so that they can fight in mid. And that's the type of setup from Spirit, type of exec that can really punish teams that want to be having a player close in CT. They want to have the B player or their second B player off of B, fighting towards mid. They did a fantastic job of dealing with that when they were fighting against FaZe, and MOUZ play a very similar style from a macro perspective.
Knowing how good Dust 2 is for Spirit, seeing so many instances of rounds like that, this wasn't a standalone. It wasn't like this was just the one good round. More and more are like this. It brings back the question, Maui, that we're seeing a second coach being fit into the system here for Spirit. And it was briefly mentioned by Vu there, but Sotfik, what's he bringing to the table? Because bigger words like micro and macro are being used, but what does that actually entail for them?
What you end up seeing is that when Sotfik first came in in the stead of Holly at IEM Rio and PGL Astana, their flash assists just went up tremendously. You're seeing so much more supportive utility that is aiding people like Donk. For Donk, it is just such a luxury to have easy fights. He doesn't really get that many of those. He so frequently is just going toe-to-toe with the best other entry fraggers in the world and has to just rely purely on his mechanics or hopes he maybe catches a timing. But now with Sotfik's input, the amount of kills he's getting while opponents are flash has just skyrocketed along with all of the rest of Spirit players. So they're so much more cognizant of how they can help out their fellow teammates with utility.
If you go back to the origins of Donk, he was doing exactly what you're saying, peeking out, beating players one-to-one, straight-up duels. Now he's got so much utility support, he's got so much help from his team. There's a reason at Astana, he was by far the player with the most kills on flashed opponents. That's the change that Sotfik brought into the roster.
Well, it feels like everything good comes in twos. Two coaches for Spirit, two great teams on stage, two great analysts standing beside me, but also two great casters, Scrawny and Launders.
So smooth.
Well, if that's the case, where's the second great host, Nat? Because you guys killed it in the pregame. Appreciate your thoughts. Well put coming into this one. Obviously, the head-to-head in the history of these two teams very much skewed Spirit. It starts on a difficult map for the side of MOUZ, and that is why our Polymarket prediction is skewed so far towards this Spirit victory today. But it's the season's first best of 5.
There's not much room to get creative in a best of 5 veto, but I'd say for Spirit, it's just perfect that they get Dust 2 first. Like if MOUZ are going to learn any lessons today, or the roughest map today is probably going to be their first one. Now it's time to hammer in Dust 2.
You want your whooping first,
You also get Spirit, who are a team that really ride on momentum, like mood and everything like that. If they play well on Dust 2, that could definitely set them up for a strong series to follow up with some recent results because, well, we have questions about their form at the moment. Interestingly enough, it's more about Donk's individual form. The upside's definitely Shiro and Tanir.
Well, Spirit know what they want, and that's the instant attack into the B site. PR and Spinks. This chemistry is something we've discussed throughout the week. Donk is alive, so don't think it's over just yet, but that flashbang, no way.
Yeah,
Xerxes comes through, doesn't get the kills. Now, Torji's got the answer back, but Donk is still here with his 58 health. And as that smoke on door will fade, what's he going to do about this?
This is actually a very, I want to say, dangerous situation for the CTs because there is the world where Donk leaves the site. There is the world where he peeks something. There's a world where he fake plants.
Like that. And they make their move. He's going to climb up, and nicely done. Zelex walks in. I like that. Close the ground in on him. But, I mean, is this indicative of what Spirit's game plan will be? Instantly testing that awkward, at times, B-bomb site.
Yes, but they always run the risk of it not working. So if, like in this situation, they don't get the win, they show their game plan right away, but they also do give Spinks and PR a kill apiece, which actually on average is better than any of their holds in the past. Then look at how they feel. They survived like what should be the biggest test of the entire series on this map in this site.
One pistol win, and we think MOUZ are off. I'm sure the stress of the thought of just getting just overwhelmed out of the gate, it's a real threat when you go up against Spirit. Now I'll say, just make sure you convert. All right.
Yeah, they didn't get that plant, so.
But Donk has a deagle. And crazy things happen.
Donk's just a regular, average, normal guy these days.
Is he?
So.
Just one of us now? Is he really? I thought maybe he was some kind of like cybernetically augmented solution to Zywoo, the Valve-made test tube baby. Sea Magics, and everybody thereafter. So, as you'd anticipate, no bomb plant, no buys, no tools for the job except for that Desert Eagle that now finds itself in Shiro's hands. And Torji knows, I probably shouldn't die here. He's got to smoke, the flash, the Kevlar that he'd all have to buy back, so let Shiro, in this next 25 seconds, squirm all he wants. Torji gets it in the end, and the 2-0 secured. Big question around Torji's stats, not just at this event, but in this head-to-head particularly. Vu made sure to note that up against Spirit as an opponent, his stats do drop off to a scary degree as well. So for somebody who has been a big part of your driving force of success this week, let's hope for Torji's sake that it's not in his head as he goes up against his makers. First gun round for Spirit, third round in. What's the move?
They do have to take that first round loss on the chin. Think about the rest of the map. Give a bit of credence now to MOUZ, who passed their first test.
That door position here from Donk.
Banks asked PR if he had improved after yesterday on Dust 2 on B site. He said, I did. It did feel like there is a little bit more there, but also mentioned hasn't been, obviously, barely played any amount of CS with this team so far.
Just hoping to do what they have been practicing for the 20 days they've been together. Is it enough to deal with Donk? Xerxin will win the duel, even with the FAMAS. And those flashes interrupt the extension, so Tanir's just stuck there on a plate. They get gobbled up on the attack into the A site. 5 versus 2, looking very comfortable from MOUZ. Smoke grenade to cut off the CT rotate, so it's just going to be this PR Spinks duo inside B, and PR dropped with nothing. Spinks trade quick, Zelex pushes smoke, all's good for MOUZ. 1 loss in this round. You absolutely take that versus the first gun test from Spirit.
I think this is what we were all sort of worried about seeing today. If Spirit end up playing like they did yesterday, not even the fact that MOUZ suddenly have odds. I mean, the thought that they could actually win this series is an exciting prospect, especially considering they've just picked up PR, but it would be a combination of them being able to take down Spirit, which is impressive, but them taking down a Spirit who are not in the same form as they were even just like a month ago. Like, clearly a lot more off.
4 times. Yesterday's semifinal was only the 4th time Spirit won a series with Donk posting a sub 1.0 rating.
Man.
Whoa.
It sounds crazy, but because it's Donk, 4 even sounds like a lot. Like, I'm surprised that ever happened before.
Yeah. Well, we've been waiting to see if Donk was going to have 2 human days back-to-back. A 1-3 start so far on Dust 2. But I can remember many games where I kind of highlight Donk's slow start and say, ooh, not his day, only by the end of that map for him to have numbers. So we'll still hold our breaths. Give him an extra chance coming into the next gun round and hope that maybe Spirit have something a little more inspirited. Again, kind of slow burn up that catwalk, awkward exchange of util on their behalf, right? Just like kind of Tanir sitting out in the open, blind. It just really stalled out, and in that stalling, Spirit have really not chipped away at the money here for MOUZ.
Yeah, it was a combination. The idea, I think, also makes sense and feeds into what we've seen so far. Spirit go for what is a fake exec out to mid B. It looks like they're setting up a mid B, getting pushed out of the doors. Magic's double flashes. Then they get up onto Cat and try to make it an A play. It's a bit of a fake because they know that MOUZ are likely to overreact towards B. But they already lost towards B in the pistol. And they also just kind of bungle this attack overall. It's really not that good looking. I think they even team flash themselves when they're coming up Cat. There's 2 players that come across that stand no chance of fighting. And so even if you have a good idea where the conditioning kind of adds up, you still have to execute properly, and they couldn't do that.
Well, this round, with an arsenal of weapons, they'll find easy long control. Nobody home as they just jump their way out. And even in Donk's absence yesterday, it was Shiro who has proven to be, again, when they need him, rock solid. He also starts this map quietly 0-4, but now has that op. Let's see if he can find a way to leave his mark on this one, while Tanir is very passively positioned outside of the tunnels. Doesn't feel like Spinks is ever going to head that direction, but it's now at a minute 15 that Tanir starts to get a little more active.
I love a late lower tunnels push. MOUZ have not done this, really. This is one of those other ways in which you can support PR without actually being in the site as well, so, you know, a bit of creativity to address that side of the map, but they pretty much know it's A. They just don't know about this lurker.
Another smoke to meet MOUZ's approach.
I probably weren't expecting that.
That's... Hero has got the headshot on Zelex.
That's a mistake. That's their own
but
smoke.
Here's the push. Spinks doesn't opt to stick around in the tunnels. PR can't afford to die here. He pumped up and he gets it. Make sure that Tanir can't get away with opening up the opposite side. Not that Bomb was ever going to have an easy way to get out of here. This is committed now, and Zontix is the first to die on the ramp. Donk gets that instant trade back, and with Bomb, he can cause a problem here for MOUZ. He at least puts himself in a position to do something wild, something Donk-like.
Shiro's in a very threatening spot. As long as they don't have a reason to turn around, he can just hold this. Let's see how Torzy waits.
Oof, Donk just lost half his health to a nade. That hurts. Is that a reason to turn back? Oh, Shiro missed shot.
Wow.
Almost given a chance at a second. Now Donk knows he's got to do it himself, but that almost kind of frees him off the leash. Doesn't need to play with a teammate. He can do it on his own. We know this. Donk, 3 kills in, Opper on the approach, and with that time already, he does it. No bad days back to back.
That's absolutely filthy out of Donk, man. After getting that nade damage, it had to be headshots, and it was. I think that's a better round than we saw from the entirety of Donk's play yesterday versus FaZe. It's just so inspiring, isn't it?
Fantastic way to get his game on. Fantastic way to, like you said, inspire the rest of the troops. Tanir and Shiro are looking at their scores now like, well, okay, can I do that? If given the right moment, we'll see what they can bring to the table.
Already loving this, new variations over on B.
Right, a little change up again. PR in behind cars. Alex is dead first, and Torji doesn't get that op trade back out in middle. Zontix trying to peel back now. Torji and PR have recovered what was the 4v5. Now man advantage MOUZ, and look at them go. Xerxin even considering? No, he'll let it go. Understandably.
They have numbers.
Scary to throw away that number. He sits in the smoke, decides to get back onto the long corner, and he's not going to find anybody in that direction. It is all up catwalk here for Spirit.
MOUZ looking to split the difference here. We're just watching them think about what Spirit might try to do. We want to be careful about these shoulder peaks.
Yep, that nade. Excellent. Shiro down to half HP. Oof, front runner almost dead. Awkward with the smoke grenade, but it's fine. He can still play around it. And he's also got Torji still to try and help him, but as Torji's concerned with Long for a moment, he could miss a timing. We get this player crawling into the site. Xerxin will deal with that one. Bomb to go down for the cat play, which maybe puts Shiro into a spot similar to Donk's last round. Tanir trying to get off of this bomb plant, looking to move forward. Knows there's a player ramp, but Torji's good with the trade. And so a 1v3 here for Shiro, hoping somebody oversteps from that spawn. And there's nobody attacking him from the flank. There's also no further utility after that fire lands in front of him. And it's not wide enough to stop him from going for the diffuser, but he misses. And Torzi's just here to do it all on his own if he has to. Trades out Xerxin, gets the last kill, and secures MOUZ a 5-1 lead.
He's got the 9-1 start. Torzi, super good out of him. These mid-round situations into the execs, again, you got some ideas that they're getting to the right place at the right time. When the exec comes through, it just does not look that interesting. I won't lie. They just are kind of meandering into angles, taking their individual duels, but they're not really safely securing a bomb plant with numbers. They're always losing a guy to get their space and not often getting the trade either. It took a big clutch for Spirit to get any of these rounds. Otherwise, it'd just be majority alive victories over and over again for MOUZ. There's two ways you can respond if someone keeps trying to target you in a certain way, like over on B, as we've seen already from the game plan with Spirit. One of those is lose confidence and not make any adaptations and just kind of, become embittered at your site mate and not really work together. Or, like we're seeing in this game, as Torzi gets tagged down mid, try some new stuff, We haven't seen Spinks and PR really playing off each other at this event. And now they're layered up. They've done some different pushes.
And with the little time that MOUZ have had, it's understandable that maybe there's that awkwardness out of the gate, and it's just nice to see that MOUZ can clearly address it day to day, try to change it up, and they will be hoping for their sake this new formula can stave off what's supposed to be Spirit, quote-unquote, best Dust 2 team in the world.
But MOUZ are very strong towards A. Zelix is also a super underrated presence. Had some of his best rounds at the event on Dust 2.
That early damage on Torji could make things awkward for this A defense. But then again, just land the shot. Nah. Goes for the nade. The timing off Tanir ends up being perfect. And we can see a quicker scramble from players into this A site instead. Magix gets traded. Zelix pressured from Tanir, who gets a second off of his play from long, swaps into that AWP with no hesitation. And Donk, planting bomb, now has vision over top into this CT spawn. I like that when Spirit decided to go off that Tanir timing, everybody seemed pretty ready to just pounce.
There was no reason to give Spinks a look at this, but now he actually has a chance.
Donk here to his left as Spinks is emerging. He's still considering Donk's last known position, but Donk will keep it fresh and get Spirit back to winning ways.
What's crazy about yesterday is that Spirit won. They really did do it without Donk. They did it because of the consistent output from Shiro and Tanir, who played incredibly well, but they also just as a team were moving a lot better. They were getting all their in-between timings. It was like, it wasn't a extremely fast-paced T side. I would say it was one step up from a passive T side. Like they were catching MOUZ. They're catching MOUZ with nades out here. They're doing the same thing versus FaZe yesterday. But it feels like when they fix one thing, another thing breaks. That's sort of what it's been for Spirit in the last few days.
I will call something, boys. Okay, I will call a team round. Listen. Yeah.
It's 4 rounds back and forth that chews through MOUZ's money. Still able to come through with the big reinvest. Tanir already out long, face to face with Zelix, who's ready for more. Oh, it's so clean. Triple kill out of Zelix as he presses into this push. And Xerxin had a clear idea coming off of that short tech pause that he wanted this idea to stick. Guns a-blazing towards long, and they catch that Tanir exit.
It's crazy how many times Zelix has made a play like that happen. He's so good. Even on a low ammo count with that A1S, picking up 3 kills in that spot. 2 would have probably even been enough with Spinks right there to finish off the last player, but now there is no chance. Oh, this is a different spot to play B from.
Yeah, right?
And PR is alone.
Kind of would have liked to see how that goes, but he saw the leg on the approach, and just a fresh angle for PR. Trying to dodge op shots as Shiro's whittled down, and so rock solid stuff from the young guns. PR was asked by Banks before this game, you know, what's it like playing right next to Zelix? And he said, I like it. It's young energy. 2 new
really
pieces
stunned him with that one.
Side by side, and you feel it. Zelix steps up to the plate. Great accuracy, and just great use of the blue box's cover. It's a tight angle that gives MOUZ a 6th round win. And it feels like we're getting all of MOUZ. You can look across the board and pinpoint their moments. Which does feel like it could be a winning formula, more so than hoping that Torji is going to keep up these astronomical stats.
He's already got more multi-kills than he did yesterday. Only 9 rounds deep.
I like this secondary op swap out. Let's see what he can do with the sniper. Versus pistols. Won't miss the first shot, and he's just hoping that they get drawn into Spinks playing from car. Nice second one as well for PR. Showing some depth, sure, versus just pistols, but not one whiff shot makes this round all the easier. And MOUZ remain on the ball, pushing Zelex out through long. They could just be sat back and waiting, but not wanting to give real estate over, feeling comfortable and confident. It's nice to see MOUZ as mobile as they've been, right? Spinks into the lower pushes. Zelex obviously made easy in this 5v2 to get aggressive, but you wanted multi-kills from PR. There's another one, albeit just the anti-eco.
Well, you know what they say, the mobile MOUZ gets the cheese.
Is that what they say? It's clean shots. And it feels like after what we've seen this week, any round that B site holds strong is a good round for MOUZ.
Looks like they really have put in a lot of work over here, man. We got PR opping, playing the barrels, a few different looks with the tunnel pushes that have all worked.
I mean, surely going into this series, they knew Dust 2 was going to get targeted.
Man, they got an op supporting an op here. This is wild.
Uh-oh. And T's already out the smoke. Yeah, not as comfortable as last round. Torsi's trade is swift, but then you get that Tanier walkout, so...
That's a crazy setup.
Yeah. Maybe cooking a little too much. And PR's the one that offered that smoke grenade for them to just get up close to. Felt like the first rendition of the double op setup's great, but then the follow-up, it's like...
Yeah, he smoked them out the tunnels.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's opping.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's only part-time.
It was never going to be perfect.
No, it wasn't going to be perfect. You just wonder what the magic number is to allow Spirit back into this game. That's all at this point. It's already been sort of a failure of a T side, I feel like. I guess if they get 5 rounds, we won't feel too bad about it. But the opportunities to let go, like the kind of CS they showed so far, it's not what they envisioned last night before they went to sleep, thinking how we know we're going to get Dust 2 first in the picks. We know what the weaknesses are. They couldn't exploit them right away. But that is a clear mistake out of MOUZ. A chance now for Spirit to get some dignity back.
At least MOUZ have evaded having to go back into pistols for the rest of this half. They've got this next gun round and ample money to buy in the last. But a round like that's going to put the B site back under question. And we will not see PR bring that second op back into the play. Early numbers towards tunnels here for Spirit. And it's going to be Shiro on the hunt, eats the flash, and looks to go right back at it, which is dangerous. Whoa, bullet whizzes by PR. He's going to start dropping nades. Spinks gets tagged slightly through the mid-smoke.
Oh, they're using the smoke that 3D Max used versus them. They'll fall back out after the smoke comes up, and now they're kind of in a scary spot.
And if that nade had actually gotten into the tunnels instead of just the Xbox, that could have been brutal. But Spirit have gotten past that point where if there's any threat up catwalk, they've convinced MOUZ to fall back into this 3A lane, which would set up the mid-split quite nicely.
I think at the end, like, Spirit just don't want to have to risk it on a cat exec. Their cat execs so far have just been so poor.
No, I think they'd much rather just hit this B site once again, and with the lack of a MOUZ member down in CT spawn.
I'm actually surprised MOUZ are not calling this out. Now, this will be the ultimate test here between these two. They're kind of on their own.
And if course, off the reload, they're gonna jump. Spinks turns back, they figured out the players still towards car. Spinks, though, at least gets the kill on Tenier. Donk will clear out the bomb site. And with that, Magic's having already walked out middle. Thank goodness for MOUZ, Torji trades. But I mean, there's no surprise Spinks empties that whole magazine, and on his reload, they use that chance to get into the B site with the lurk smoke that was already in position.
Yeah, MOUZ were deprived of information right there.
How about the retake? Donk eats the flash as he looks to extend into this tunnel duel. That's going to confirm the approach. We've got a battle between the Oppers, and Torsi just tiptoes into Shiro, who is now happy to grab the line towards Zelex, and sure enough, Spirit go back-to-back success stories inside the B site to try and make something of this T side.
So sure, Spirit have their flaws, but MOUZ are imperfect as well, and this is a spot where, again, I think they've been pretty sharp about really reading their opponents. That's something that MOUZ just have done very well, despite them figuring it out with this lineup. But I feel like in the back of their mind, they knew Spirit are going to take any opportunity they can to make this another B hit or mid-B split. But no lean from Xerxin early on, no vision on mid at all. And maybe if they had traded Magic's kill, they could have gone for a retake, but they didn't want to let it get to that in the first place. Spirit have really opened the door now. Everything they were looking for in the beginning of the game is starting to happen towards the end of the half.
And last round did feature that attempt up catwalk to try to snipe a player from tunnels. But MOUZ didn't get the 5v4 that they were hunting for. With success towards this B site stacking up as the half has gone on, we still don't get that lean. We still don't get the mid play. Torji remains passive on the cat approach, just in case Magic's oversteps. He's here to throw the nades. There's nobody watching it.
This walkout is kind of crazy. Like, PR's going to jump up in the window thinking, oh, they might start going for mid now.
Yep.
Donk's already at the doorway, man.
And
this
so
could be a free frag for him, right?
Yep.
Oh, well,
with
not
an
free,
adjustment like that, then the long activation gets caught as the patience pays off, and it's another one where, again, from our perspective, mid just remains a bit too light. And maybe that's an understatement.
They actually have to be worried here. Tenier's going to have them crawling up, and they are only at the tunnels. Oh, he gets the kill.
Yeah, Xerxin had a chance, now all on Torji. Freed up to go for the clutch. Ooh, nice 5-7 shot to start it, and the op shot for the tunnels kill. Now it's all about figuring out where Shiro's gotten off to. Door was smoked and the pistol in from window. No hesitation out of Shiro. Great rebuttal back by Spirit to secure 3 consecutive at the end of the half.
Right, the Blast Bounty with Team Spirit, with Donk, with Magix. In your opinion, how did last season go for you guys? To expectation, beneath expectation, or are you happy with it?
It was pretty expected that we, like the beginning will be shaky as fuck, but you know, at some point we just locked in and played much better. So it's like a strong 5 out of 10.
It seems like you put a lot of pressure on yourself to fix things, because before you just got to be, you know, you were at the beginning of Spirit, you were just a young player, you got to, you know, you always got to have Kevlar on the pistol rounds. Now you're the guy that's dropping guns and things like that. But so now it's just a changing of roles, obviously, and perspectives.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of a life cycle of Counter-Strike player. You begin with being a prospect, showing great stats, beating a lot of people. You know, at some point you are going more to the entry roles. The other day you're dropping your weapon. The next day you're throwing utility. The other day you're an IGL. If you're a bot, you die in a week. If you are not a bot, you're winning a couple of tournaments as IGL. And after this, you go coaching. And after this is the end.
Broadcast outlet. It's broadcasted. Yeah, that's the end. Okay, Donk, how do you feel about your individual performance throughout the years thus far?
Just average, I would say, because I had a good tournaments where we didn't show up as a team, but like individually I felt like I felt great. I can't say that I was consistent as I was last year, but still I think I'm still pretty solid.
You struggled against Falcons at the major. What is it that Falcons, they seem to perform well against you?
No, I just choked the match and that's it. I think it was too important for me to win this major. Like basically I won my second major and like I have like more, maybe like 10 years of career, and just one major is not enough.
If Spirit do anything other than win the trophy, is it just a failure of a tournament?
Everything is a failure unless you win. Yeah. Because have you been a pro player?
Not at this level, not at that.
But just imagine.
Yeah.
Imagine the feeling. You go to a tournament, you lose it at some group stage, playoff match, doesn't matter. Next days, you are heading to the airport in a shuttle, and you are full of regrets. It doesn't really always matter how you lost. Even if it was a 50-50, you had all opportunities, you are still full of regrets.
First place is a failure, says Magix in that content piece. And so, definitely fighting for this one and forced to fight versus what was a stable CT side to start. But MOUZ, as we expected, to have issues on Dust 2, allowed a few of those rounds to creep onto Spirit's board, and now Donk's tapping you out in the mid-fights. Aggressive to start another pistol. Spirit trying to take the duels to MOUZ.
I got him out of there.
And he's, gonna make sure that he just stays alive for the time being.
This does open up a bit of space towards mid while the CTs get readjusted. Man, this is a dangerous spot, actually, where Shiro is fully committed in the back of pit. After that mid play, I feel like this would be one of the less likely positions you'd find him, but he is starting to get a bit more active. MOUZ don't want to take it.
After such an aggressive start, it probably feels weird to have all this vacant space, but sure enough, Spirit just want their sights now. And a smoke for CT Cross means you've got 3 bodies coming Magix's way. Big commitment from this moment and a slow play out of Spinks from tunnels. Field duel with Zontix, pick that up, and neither of the B defenders are able to catch a kill, but they left a straggler. Torji stays out towards middle, which is just going to give Donk at least 1 kill before the retake's truly on.
Spinks is flanking. There's a timer on this.
Big redirection, but if they can push through the doorway before he arrives, that's massive. Doesn't look like that's the case. Spinks will remove Shiro from the equation. All on Donk now. 90 health would need the ace. And as he goes back towards the door, just really wants somebody to make a mistake. And they won't. They wait to trade out. MOUZ will win both pistols here in the opening map of our grand finals.
Comes down to any kind of B-hold, especially with how spread out they were. Once again, that aggressive attack only went 1 for 1. It was sort of fine for MOUZ to pick either site in this spot. It's 4v2. There's no middle of the map control left over for Spirit. And their anchors fall apart. Buy up in response here for Spirit.
Two SMGs down here. Oh, and Shiro gets away with it. Zelix doesn't clear. And that was Shiro after taking utility damage. Now they're worried that that smoke spam will continue on their fallback, so stranded down here in tunnels for the time being.
If Magic starts to push, this gets very scary for MOUZ.
But will he? Oh, Zershin at least gets the 1. They never knew about Donk, and so he will, inside that smoke, catch another frag. But as he gets his hands on the gun, Torji capitalizes on him sticking around for that extra second, and this is going to put Spirit's A setup in transition towards a vacant B bomb site.
Now here's where you'd like to see them sort of move as a flock. It's only 2 CTs coming into mid. There's a Galil to pick up, obviously, inside the door. They turn this into a push. MOUZ are moving at a very good speed right now.
Do they smoke the doors? No, not even. Okay, PR crosses before it goes, and look at that. A bomb site, free for the taking.
They don't have the best guns for this long-range duel, but PR's also only got a Galil. In fact, there's only 3 Galils.
Trade potential here for Magix, but he's the first to fall. PR gonna keep it clean. And that should secure majority alive. Tanir just sticking around in case he can punish.
Can we call that another multi-anchoring B?
Yeah, I think so.
He's been getting better from that spot for sure.
No, let's, he put in the practice clearly coming into this game, so yeah. We'll recognize the efforts from back plat. Tanir, oh, excuse me, PR finds his impact. Scary start, obviously, for MOUZ. But luckily for them, Donk decided he wanted that Galil. MP9 wasn't good enough and really didn't expect another player to be coming over that Xbox angle.
I really think that one came down to, it sort of just felt like they were, you know, both sides had their own ideas, but with the players in tunnels, if they had a cap push, they have so much pressure on mid. They could have been able to punish both Torzi and Zershin before either of them get a kill if Magix had made that push.
Not much to defend B with. P250 goes down first. It's pretty good util damage, but Zelex is the solution. Churns through the B defenders. They'll drop utility to make sure there's no window push.
That is something nice about this new MOUZ. It does feel like PR can take his turn going for entries. Zelex can get entries like that, and then Zershin also, but not just Zershin.
Magic's running for the hills, gets gunned down. There's a little bit of extra money made here for Torji. That'll fund his op addiction. Double digits for MOUZ as this T side remains clean.
They also do something weird where it feels like if PR has the long spawn, they entry with him out long, but towards B, it's like Bin Zelex.
Right.
He's not PR's not always out in front, but I'm not sure if that's just a matter of how the spawns have played out or if he just likes entering in that direction.
Spirit B split on the first timing, so we will take short instantly. I will do the smokes. You guys.
This is going to be PR's worst map of the pool. They've got great odds in this series.
Prime Torji. He is on pace for his highest rated LAN on MOUZ, excluding play-in stages. It was talk of the town as to whether he could keep it up versus an opponent that always seems to sit him on his ass. I think Vu said it averages like a 0.63 versus Spirit. I don't mean to misquote, but I feel like those were the numbers. Just shockingly poor in contrast to what he's been putting forward. Smoke meets the MAC-10. Zershin happy to test this. Yeah, Magic's got the advantage, and on top of that, the support. So not made comfortable for that one SMG to run forward. They're going to throw another volley of nades out and bring reinforcements through, but by the time they take this next peek, there's nobody home any longer. Spirit disassemble that cat play and just put a smoke in front of them instead. Magic sticking around as this is starting to look like a commitment. MOUZ are breaking through, and Donk dies first. Magic's trying to find impact here, and it just hits a brick wall. Bomb dropped in front of this. Op still remains smoked off. The utilities made this round uncomfortable, but what if Spirit step into these duels?
It's just the time. They have to make it an A play right now.
Yeah.
Can't get this bomb back.
They let it go. No bomb possession. MOUZ just kind of, much like Spirit's approach up that catwalk, kind of gets stuck turning their wheels in the mud.
Yeah, definitely. Good clean couple of kills for Magix. That'll be his 5th and 6th. Distinct lack of fragging over on Spirit right now, where that's not really an issue for MOUZ.
Opt for the mid hold. Can he? No. Nade covers. That's 2B defenders to slot in. Quick tempo though. Zelek's already down by mid doors. And we're not going to get a repeat of Spirit's forward cat play. Not with the timing MOUZ have. If they were quick about it, they could keep this one moving forward. And yeah, they're right on the brink. Magic's met by smoke, starts to peel back. And it will be another attempt for MOUZ to move up catwalk with numbers.
He's looking for a bit more of this, some of the nades from safety. Feels like so many rounds come down to just the straight up duels, but what happened to softening up your opponents before you fight them?
Similar scenes on this catwalk to the last round. Magix doesn't play around it this time. He's much more focused on mid. Good read by Magix. And as they walk out through it, there's the drop down from catwalk. Shiro trades that one back. Then it's Spinks and PR with frags, but a clean flank out of Tanir. Just taps with the Galil. The B site gets opened by the tunnels lurk, but there is just this bloodbath of MOUZ members in middle. There's still a world where Spinks could rob this back, but 20 seconds means the clock is really going to pressure him, and with only 8 HP left, it's desperate.
They'd have to mess this up. He's not getting this bomb back. 8 HP. $0 on Torzi. Very low money here for MOUZ. They'll hang on to this. Gotta say, it's like one small move out of Magix, but he just knew. Saw their setup smokes, wasn't the cat play this time. Whatever the tell was, he was locked in, dropped into CT spawn. Instantly got that first kill, even before Xerxin drops down into CT, and the whole point of that strat is to beat him there, so they can hold on to that control while they mid-B split.
Oh,
wow.
No way.
He did that off of Xerxin shooting.
No way.
And it wasn't even through the smoke. Nothing but audio there for Spirit, for Shiro.
That's nasty context when you think what Xerxin could have gotten away with if he was allowed to stay in CT spawn. Because they also got that B-site entry.
But Tanir was going to clip them all.
4-0 in series against MOUZ. He has never lost to MOUZ. Trying to keep that up. One rifle in the mix here from Spinks' save. Extra set of Kevlar in case Zelek somehow finds his hands on that gun. But they will move as 5. That smoke grenade gets passed back and Xerxin just steps into the death. Shiro happy to hang on because he had Zontix to work with, but with Zontix down, they're going to try to jump this. They know they've got some kind of an opening. Problem is, the support not too far off. Donk and Magix for cleanup duty make this a 2-round gap, 10-8.
Now the question becomes, can MOUZ actually bring this home or not? They're going to have right around 4K on everyone to invest. Zelex has only got 3,300. That means no op right now for MOUZ. That powers down towards you a little bit. It also means they're going to be spending all their money to get this buy-in. Equalizing opportunity here for Spirit.
Shiro hanging on, but not long enough. That forward cat play. It's been costly for MOUZ to approach catwalk.
They're like a touch low on utility, but they actually have a fair few smokes. So they can work this map a little bit.
But that's all they get out of Spirit is one smoke in front of the play. Nate follows suit, nobody home. Very clearly, heading into this mid-split once again, it's Donk to try to be the resistance. Nobody inside B site, and I see Spinks getting closer to that tunnel smoke. As now the CT smoke comes up, it's gonna be MOUZ to try to trade wide. Donk eats the flashbang, PR comes out on top with his, and now Zontix's position's been figured out. But he's still able to catch that bomb carrier. Zertian preoccupied with CT, tells Spinks to go grab bomb and do it fast, catching Magix on the approach. Tanir tries to go through the smoke spam to get a trade he can't see, but it's not the case. And now Zertian runs this back around through tunnels. Tanir instantly to close this distance on the bomb planter. He just wants the duel first on Spinks, but Spinks stands tall, finds impact as he walks through a vacant site, and with this triple kill goes up to 22 and 6.
Man, Donk thought he was onto something. Went for that really wide swing into mid, but ate a flash, and that's as they were fighting into CT spawn. So I don't know where this flash actually came from. Just want to hope that wasn't a flash from CT.
No, it's a Zertian flash assist.
Oh, okay. They make them pay, and that's 2 players pulled out of the site to fight a mid-B attack. With Magix in CT spawn, they were thinking about this hit coming in. The one thing they let go was tunnels control, and Spinks nearly got the frag before there was any more trades. It would have been even worse. And even though MOUZ's money was on the brink, it's even worse now for Spirit. MP7, MP9, 2 FAMASes, and an M4.
Let's go, guys. The money is not the best.
Yeah, Spinks is absolutely correct. Money's not the best. You just mentioned the limitations. And it's all Spirit can afford. Feels like a very easy round to win after this one if MOUZ can win here in round 20.
This game feels a little bit competitive. It won't after this round, depending on how it goes, but right now it's a low buy for Spirit. Not a single player with a positive KD. And this won't be the way they want to hold up against Long. If a Long hit comes in this way,
oh yeah,
they're not ready on Cat either. They're going to be dropping into CT, defending in the worst way possible towards the A site.
And all
it's
that
the perfect call here for MOUZ.
All that conditioning towards middle and the B bomb site. We have not seen action towards Long, and they will find it totally free. A smoke grenade in front of them is all that's going to slow it down, but they're already through it at the smoke's halfway point. Spinks, can he hang on as they inch closer to him? It's an instant kill on Tanir, and now already MOUZ are ready to take this site by storm. Magic's having to dive back down, but they do deal with the cat play at least. That's something to work with here for Spirit. But bomb is planted, which means the pressure of the retake is on. Nade comes up catwalk. We've got a duel queued towards Long. Zertian you'd think would have the edge. Torchy's allowed for them to get out. PR gives cover. Now 2 rifles trying to deal with that second cat play. Draws the long guy out, falls down into the 1v2. Oh! What? Jumping FAMAS headshot. Magix now, health advantage, deep over top of Zertian, does not have a kit. Oh! But that bomb's not planted for Zertian. He's got to close this distance. 10-second defuse halfway there, forces Magix off, but he doesn't have it. MOUZ will secure a 12th. And it is money in the dumps out of Spirit.
It was the only kit. Donk had it, and he was over there on Cat. They needed that. It was a heart-sinking moment there for Zershin, knowing that it's planted behind single and he was over at long. It took a crazy jumping Famas kill to even make this possible.
With 5 bullets left.
I think the problems start, though, when they try to approach Spinks on Cat, but they don't fully clear it. Then they send one guy out with an MP9. He gets a free frag. Spinks has no support right there.
Oof, and a 5v4 to boot. Your hero is down early. Donk, 14 and 16. Tanir tries to recover, extending alone off of the Cat play. He will get back at least the 4v4. But real limitations for everybody else other than Tanir's M4. Torzy will continue to put distance between him and Donk as the top-rated player at Bounty. And surprisingly, in a map that we thought Spirit would most certainly have the edge, MOUZ not only show improvements on that B site for the defense, trying to keep this clean though. Spinks just takes a bullet to the side of the head. Tanir, that one M4's found its value on the round. It's gonna queue up the pistols and MP9s to move over. Hanging on to long here by Tanir has really just freed up the pace of this one. As PR tries to extend into that duel, he taps away the edge of the smoke to reveal it, finds Magix instead, knows the next player's low, they've got this in the bag. MOUZ will not waste anybody's time. Closing out on Dust 2, and suddenly making this series interesting as MOUZ win their first map over Spirit in 2026. The last time Zershin led this squad up against these opponents, they never even got close to double digits.
That could very easily be the scariest test for them in this map pool. They had to wake up today knowing that Dust 2 was up front and Spirit were excited to play it. But they conquered the game plan. Their individuals look fantastic. And for Spirit, unfortunately, they look more like they did yesterday.
I've got a very happy Cyclone with me after an important Dust 2 victory. You guys have been struggling on this Dust 2 a little bit, especially on the CT side, right? B could have been a weakness, but it seemed like Spirit didn't hit it until more towards the end of it. What do you feel about just the team's performance, the way you battled back in this?
You're right. Dust 2, not always an easy map for us. We also have to play the world's best teams on the map. Falcon, Spirit, Vitality as well, right? So it also happens to be one of the maps we put the most work in. Okay. Because we play it so often, so I think also if you really dig into it, you understand that our philosophy on the map is at a quite high level. It's maybe more of a confidence issue. I think it was also on Dust 2 B side, and we're battling a little bit some demons there for sure, but we're working on it.
You're working on it and it paid off already. You just said about confidence issue as well. What's the confidence looking like? What were you hearing on the comms? It must be feeling pretty good right now for the starting map.
It was a good first map. I think it was fortunate that we had such a good, strong start on City side. They came back into it, and I think with a different start, maybe it's a different outcome. You could definitely feel that it got more hectic towards the...
Starts to get closer.
Yeah, it starts to get closer, but also when they fight back a bit, it's not an easy team to play against. But yeah, of course we're happy right now. It's next map. We gotta put focus on that. Gotta put focus on starting on the T side now.
Cyclone, thank you very much for your time. Go get back with your boys. We're gonna go to the desk.
Yeah, Cyclone may be sugarcoating it a little bit there, that they have some demons on their B side, but it was a lot better this time around. It was a MOUZ that we were not expecting to see on Dust 2 specifically. We know that they have it in them, but coming up against Spirit, getting a win on their map choice and a map that they've shown so many strong T-side rounds on as well, Vu. This is a massive confidence boost for MOUZ in a grand final.
I think Banks kind of got it with the question there. You know, Spirit didn't hit the B site until so late into the game. I think they were expecting more of an adjustment for MOUZ to put a lot more focus on the B side. MOUZ just played their game. Cyclone's saying it's maybe a confidence issue. Regardless, it was until 7-2 down that you actually saw Spirit hit the B site and find consistent success on that side of the map. You have to question how it would have gone if they did that a little earlier.
Without a doubt, I feel like this is a Spirit team that unfortunately did a little bit too much of the old cliche of playing their own game, because if they had just scouted MOUZ a bit more coming into it, that was all we really talked about in the pregame, that Spinks and PR had been a shaky duo. Obviously, by the end of it, their score lines look incredible. If they had Demons on B, those guys have just been angels for them in this game. I think that PR and Spinks, though, were fortunate that they weren't just purely tested in so many of those B defenses, as we've seen the entire tournament. Everybody is just hammering them.
I'd like to see the eco adjusted stats there. They had a couple, I think 2 or 3 ecos where Spirit went to B even when they were losing, but still a very impressive performance from Spinks, especially in the middle and on the second half. I think he was their most impressive player. On the CT side, Torji did his thing, but I think Spinks actually comes out of that one looking very good.
Well, we can't necessarily alter the stats, but I can ask Maui, did PR pass the eye test this time around? Because coming into this grand final, he was your big question mark, especially on this map as well. Yeah, he had been kind of just doing his job, but that was it. We weren't really seeing this PR from online, this PR that has potential, but in a grand final now, has he hit that, surpassed it, and you're actually really happy with what could happen for the next few maps?
I am extremely happy that he wasn't tested, as MOUZ alluded to, that it took until, what, round 10 or so when Spirit finally, on a gun round, decided to go at them. That's when he actually did, unfortunately, falter. It got a little bit messy between the two of them on those kinds of rounds, but for the most part, I mean, the T side was excellent from him. The way he closed out the game was great, and again, just you put him on a bomb site, especially in a post-plant situation, he knows where those oncoming CTs are retaking from. He's going to look extremely sharp. Also just did a little bit of secondary opping there, I think. So no, I think he had a lot of great moments here that definitely alleviated some of that B defense pressure.
I think the weakness for PR comes when he has to stay stable on a bomb site and just take smart decisions. When he's in an after plant, as you're saying, when he's in a rotation situation, he can dictate the engagements at his own pace. That's where he does really well.
So it wasn't until later where maybe we could have been seeing Spirit testing MOUZ a bit more in that first half there. But there was a round, Maui, round number 6. That was one of them where you're looking towards MOUZ and you're still actually pretty impressed with what they're able to do.
Yeah, MOUZ in this round, actually, they lost the opening pick, but they were able to push back. And before the game started, I also said I wanted PR to test Zontix. I wanted Spinks to sometimes get into his face, because they so often leave Zontix there by himself. But I also thought that the utility reaction from Exertion and the rest of the MOUZ crew was just phenomenal here. I mean, you have this perfect defensive smoke that buys all the time in the world. By the time the Spirit players are moving over towards the site, first of all, the numbers are getting whittled, but also Spinks is in for a quick rotation. There's so much pressure on Spirit at this point in a 2-on-4 to just try to make a play, try to swing off of the bomb site, but MOUZ were so aware of all the options that Spirit had, and they also had just such a great reaction there to get the return picks after they even lost the opener.
There's certainly a reason when we talk about MOUZ, we talk about the B site. It's because the A site is impregnable at times. You know, you've got Xertion there, often in the perfect position, and the coordination between him and Torji and Zelix on long as well is always top tier.
I mean, Torji himself has been outstanding. We've been so impressed with what he's been showing up in Blast Bounty. This conversation around, you know, if they win this, is he going to be MVP? Obviously, he's right now at the forefront of this race there, and I don't think it's slowing down with what he showed on Dust 2 either.
He was just great. The opping was just so sublime for Torzi in this one. I feel like he's just been extremely mobile. I'd say the one thing that I'm noticing about Torzi versus what I saw from him in previous seasons is that he was just more of a stable piece. You know, he's one of the foundational pillars of the team, but now he's emphasizing himself a bit more. He's puffing out his chest. He's taking fights to people, even on Spirit, who he's historically been awful against, but now he's just that extra little bit of flair that we're getting from Torzi, just taking a couple more duels per game. The repeaks, I feel like when he first joined MOUZ, repeaks got beaten out of him. They were cool in the beginning, but so many teams punished him, but now he just chooses his spots so well.
Looking back into last season, Dust 2 is a map where Torji would be more mobile than you would see from some other oppers, from Shiro especially, but it's a level up even from that, where he's moving around the map. You saw highlights from site on A, you saw highlights in mid, fighting B, fighting mid, fighting long. He's all over the map on Dust 2 to a degree that we wouldn't have seen in the past. I think his confidence in this one is only going to continue to go up.
Well, let's keep the praise going for all the MOUZ players, right? Because, again, you win Dust 2. Spirit's map pick is a map that's been so strong for them. Spinks was the other one. We touched on just how great he was looking before when we saw that scoreboard come up and how great his numbers are looking. But what more is there that Spinks is doing that other people might not be seeing if you're just looking at those base stats?
He's playing for the team, and he's being rewarded for it. That was definitely a problem for him at times when he was on MOUZ earlier, where he would sometimes get great stats, but it didn't always contribute to win conditions. But on this T side, I really think Spinks was phenomenal in the macro. He had so many easy fights for himself because he knew when to pressure tunnels when Zontix finally had to take care of mid. He was so good at coming up the catwalk. Even if he was going 1-for-1 on some of these, he was still exerting so much pressure and getting that first kill wherever his position was that it was just making the pincer attacks from MOUZ so effective.
That's what you really want to see from your lurk. Sometimes you see a player, they might lose a little faith in their team and they turn into more of a baity type player. They're waiting for the perfect duel so they can get a kill for themselves because, I mean, dying on the outskirts of the map isn't any better than staying alive. But when you see him with a little more confidence, with players around him, Torshi playing as he is, PR having a great game, then he feels enabled to go aggressive and actually exert pressure, and it makes the life for his team much easier as well.
Could you potentially see Spinks outdoing himself on Mirage, having a 1.91 rating there? Does it get better? Does it get higher than that, Vu?
He's not Donk. it's tough to outdo yourself if you're not Donk with a 1.91.
Well, you might put him on the lower side there, but if you guys love a good game of higher and lower, you can head on over to Blast TV because IC Market has a fun mini game over there where you are going to try and see if you know that the skin on the right is higher or lower than the market value of the skin on the left.
Give me higher. Give me higher.
Higher than 4.9.
Yes, give me higher.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, you just
give me higher.
What?
Glove case, give me higher.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I'll trust you.
Slate? I'm thinking higher.
Higher.
Wait. Oh, no, well-worn. Wait, it's well-worn. It's well-worn.
Lower.
I think lower, well-worn. Whoo! Okay.
We're so good at this.
Higher.
Spectrum, it's higher.
It's higher. Gotta be higher, Spectrum. Ooh, it's close though, right? Oh, no!
I said lower.
The gun.
I said lower.
You didn't.
I don't think you did.
You're gaslighting right now.
Like a hello.
Known gaslighter Vu here.
Anyway, what was your hot take again and your prediction?
Donk best.
I don't know about that.
Best grand final.
Think that one's gone. Think that one's all gone.
Look, a lot of fun with the higher and low. Do you guys want to go again very quickly?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
why not? Run it back. Okay, I'll let Vu take the reins this time.
You can start.
It looks pretty good, so it's higher. It's anime, isn't it? It looks higher.
It is?
No problem.
By a large margin.
Train souvenir boot, the lower.
This could be the easiest game of high lower.
Higher.
You didn't even see it before you
He pre-fired.
He literally pre-fired that angle and you lost somehow.
As we learned watching Donk today, sometimes pre-firing doesn't work out.
Doesn't always work out. Works for Torzi though. Works for Torzi. Works for Spinks.
Yeah, I was gonna say it works great for Torzi. I mean, MOUZ already one map up in this best of 5 grand final. We're gonna see how our second map of Mirage plays out after this break.
Zershin, in Astana, when you took over the IGL role, you told me you wanted to be a different style of IGL and be able to put up the numbers. Obviously, it has slowed down a little bit here. What do you put that down to?
Well, I'm not sure yet, to be honest. I think yesterday was the first game I kind of won as an IGL pure. I would call it like an old school type, where I'm very focused on leading and calling and kind of sacrificing many times also for the good of the team, and definitely it was needed for us because we were maybe a little bit hesitant yesterday, and I wanted to show the guys a way that we can play for each other. Yeah, I mean, overall I wouldn't put too much thought into it. I just maybe had 2 of not the best games, but still as an IGL I think I'm still putting a very high output level for my role, and yeah, I think today definitely we will need to see. I want to have a better version of myself for us to have a good chance against Spirit.
Very nice. And when you say you want to have a better version of yourself, there's one thing I noticed, I think it was after Ancient. Cyclone was talking to you for a long time while the rest of the team went off, and it continued into the corridor as well. What kind of conversations are you having at that point? Because I know obviously you're still going new for it, but maybe you guys are trying to adjust as much as possible.
Well, usually we talk between maps about like how to approach now the talk we will have before the game, before the new map, and I mean sometimes it's also of course individual things that he sees in me that maybe I'm a bit too stressed or that I'm not so relaxed, and maybe my calling is not great. But usually it's more about how we will approach the second map as a team. What should we talk about outside now, or the third map, for example? And yeah, I mean usually we just try to align before we go out and talk to the guys.
after a surprise Dust 2 win for MOUZ, that's Spirit's map pick, we look towards Mirage, and we're hoping for a stronger MOUZ, if that's even possible, to show up, to get that one already under the belt, and now you get to go into something that should be your bread and butter, something that you're way more comfortable in, and maybe doesn't really require as much thought or effort, and just kind of becomes second nature for them now, Maui.
MOUZ are just excellent at Mirage. Throughout this tournament, for any team that's actually played more than one series, they have the best trade percentage, and that's really no exception on Mirage too. Just look at how in this T-side round, every single kill is so set up, whether that's utility or people playing off of each other. The initial shot from PR obviously doesn't go the way of them, but they always trade. They always have such great spacing. Every time they're taking a fight, it's a double swing, whether that's a guy high-low. And I think that the thing with MOUZ, when they're breaking down these situations, is it's easy to get flustered in a lot of these moments, but even if, for example, Spinks doesn't get that kill, the other guy peeking from Get Right is going to get the kill. So yes, the first kill doesn't go their way, but they're able to still make it up. And that's something that Zontix and Magics are going to have to deal with. A team that is extremely just gelling on the bomb site, so comfortable playing around each other.
Looking at this round and looking at the way that MOUZ played against Astralis, I question how Spirit or how MOUZ are going to attack this one, because when you play against a Spirit team, you know Donk is going to be swinging out connector to clear under, you know Zontix is going to be swinging off of short to fight in mid, whereas what you saw from Astralis, they were overloading mid, and MOUZ could attack the extremities, usually one, maybe two players there, rarely completely set up for it, but you have a Spirit that plays a completely different style in the middle of the map. I'm wondering if Spirit is going to have to change up, or MOUZ rather, are going to have to change up their strategy and heading into a team where they know the mid play is very much different than we saw against Astralis.
Does that sort of squander any questions or concerns you have about what, Maui was just bringing up, that there are still two strong sites now on this map for MOUZ? Because it felt like Dust, we knew that there was a weakness that wasn't exploited by Spirit, and now there isn't as wide of an open door for Spirit to be able to put their foot through.
If I saw one open door against Astralis, it was their post plants on the T side, on the A site. It was the B site, we saw some great post plants, but we saw Astralis really retake A 2 or 3 times in the comeback that they mounted. It's not until the second half I think we're going to be seeing that, but this is still, actually it might be the first half, but this is still a question mark I do have. Their site hits are great, their macro's great. The question is the after plant on the A side they really struggled with.
That's definitely going to be a concern. I feel like the thing is that I don't know if Spirit are always going to find themselves in clean post plants. Tanir has gotten way more active on the A bomb site. When he started popping off at Rio, when he got to the grand finals, and at Astana, he really shot up in terms of his individual rating, and a lot of that was because he started challenging ramp, challenging Palace, playing on default or under balcony. So if they're able to just get that clean first kill, though, post plants will go a lot easier for MOUZ.
Feels like this could be a closer affair, that maybe we're going to get a little bit more in it than we did for Dust 2. Either way, Mirage is sure going to be a great way to continue our grand finals.
Greatness continued maybe for MOUZ if they can hang on to what is now their first map pick of this series. Not quite there yet, but our Polymarket prediction now has Spirit a little closer to MOUZ, Mo, and a first map, especially Dust 2.
Dust 2.
That'll change things in this best of 5 for sure.
That was an excellent test. I think MOUZ passed with flying colors. I mean, even on, if you just contextualized some of the rounds, the way they played them, like from how they introduced new setups to the fact that PR was getting all his multi-frags, like it was just an overall outstanding Dust 2. And I hate to take away from MOUZ, but this is just not the best Spirit that we've seen. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Everyone who's watched it can see. If you look back on the box scores, you see the donk numbers don't make any sense. It is definitely not Spirit in very good form. And we thought, okay, they played their online stage, they played a few games on LAN. At some point, you get warmed up. At some point, it all comes together. But worryingly for Spirit, it just really has not.
Shiro could have maybe saved them back versus FaZe yesterday, but we didn't get any kind of ridiculousness in this first map of Dust 2. We also didn't get a Spirit pistol victory. We also didn't get a Spirit force buy victory. So, MOUZ just kind of collecting all the best ingredients for an easy win.
Yeah, and I think by the end of that, again, no players on Spirit even had a positive KD. No one. I mean, when's the last time that happened?
Just now.
Yeah.
Yep, that's about it. Head scratcher of a Team Spirit. And MOUZ probably just feeling better and better as today goes on, because again, I felt like just winning that pistol round, the CT site holding off on the B-bomb site. You just saw a good amount of elation out of MOUZ to kick it off with that pistol. And they were able to hang on to that mentality and that excitement the entire map long. There's been no reason to truly over-criticize MOUZ. Sure, maybe that B site fell a couple of times when it wouldn't have wanted to, but you still only gave Spirit 5 rounds on the attack.
Yeah, they made a couple mistakes. Yeah. They're normal. They're human.
And they bounced back from them really nicely. So I think MOUZ right now feeling in a good place coming into their first map pick of the series. It's going to be the A side under question this time. Shiro's Berettas will only find the one. Quick trades in. Donk will clip Torzi, jumping over. Whoa. Bomb planter damn near killed, but Zelex hangs on with 35 HP, crossing over to the ticket booth, and that opens the door for Spinx's lurk to find its victim. Donk didn't anticipate it, but it will be Magic's to just instantly start pushing up into ticket and into the retake. Bomb's on the other side.
10 seconds, he's really going to stick that.
Damn, and then they put the smoke on him. PR trying to spam him out. Body blocking down to half a second.
No way he
Oh
got
my
it.
God,
10
5
seconds.
HP.
In public.
He gets 3 seconds into the defuse before they throw that smoke on him, and that's just enough.
They must have had the plan with no kits. They said, like, we have to go for this. It's also planted on the inside of triple. They just saw Spinx jump away over to jungle. They thought we just have to cover the last guy. I think that, you know, that kind of adds up, right? Like, in the one sense, there is only one other target. That's an immediate problem. Whoops.
God, I just gave that whole speech about MOUZ feeling good. A little awkward hiccup at the end of the pistol.
Maybe it was a weird move for Spinx. He chose to expand to jungle in that post plant.
But with as good of a position they had last round, they decide to come in, and Spinx's AK's already gotten 2. Fast move up through connector. All you've got to do now is deal with Tanir over towards ramp, and that could be Xerxion's job in a moment. He'll figure out the position, go back into the coverage, and let the guns deal with it.
My
now
goodness.
smoke spam out of Zontix off the mark.
Dude, Zontix literally let them all walk up connector to his one teammate with an MP9 in the site, let them scale on him.
And doesn't even save the M4. Okay, Spinx, a triple kill in the force buy. MOUZ may have not won all 3 pistols, but this force buy, that's gonna do the job.
A full commitment from the rifle just to get a pistol down while Spinx is in the back shooting with a better gun.
And they keep that incredibly clean with 4 players up. Torji gets an M4A4 off the bodies. Spirit will try to rebound with a force buy of their own, but theirs only features 1 scout and pistols. But it is an appropriately stacked site. And it's looking like MOUZ want nothing more than to just force their way into A. The execute burns Shiro back slightly. Jumping SMG move here from Xerxion. That's going to cost them 1. Spamming from down beneath. Tanir picks up the Desert Eagle headshot in the middle of all that, and now everybody else, barring the scout, has been cleared out. It's a dangerous game for MOUZ to play this round, but at least they're all on the same page, and they're all here as well. Okay, Zelex just cracks it open with the Glock to finish. It's still a majority alive situation out of MOUZ.
Yeah, very strong anti-eco. Good cleanup crew after they lost that first kill to Tanir. That's where things get sketchy, especially versus an A stack. Definitely a viable way to win on an eco. The wind very much out of their sails.
2 Deagle sprinkled in, that's it, that's all.
Very good sign for MOUZ. They're showing us their best CS on the Grand Final Sunday.
Just been evolving as this event has gone on. One of the rosters that starts the second half of 26 with a valid excuse if there was growing pains. finding form every step of the way. And on top of it, in this best of 5 thus far, I mean, Spinks with a phenomenal Dust 2, off to a great start here on Mirage again. And we've had this conversation about ever since Xerxin has taken over the reins of leadership, that originally it cost Torji, and originally it cost Spinks. And we are getting further and further from that point. And they are finding consistency if Spinks is going to level up for a best of 5 finals.
Yeah, maybe it's just healthier for game plans to not be totally centered around Xerxin, especially now with, like, talent that they, you know, they want to show him a nice time. Like, you got PR coming into this team.
Yeah.
You don't want to just throw him into all the bump spots and, like, not have him do much. He can actually deliver a ton. Zelix as well. Like, he's really done nothing but impress. I think he's made a few mistakes here and there. Sometimes he gives away an advantage, going for an extra kill when they have numbers, stuff like that. But his multi-kill potential is really high. Sort of feels like it's gone just from a small version of like Big Uzera for a couple of years there, where he was taking all the all the duels and really winning all of them and carrying. But you know, Big Uzera and Xerxin, weird time to say this, but they're not Donk. And so if you're going to center an entire game plan around a player like that and have them call as well, the big question is, will it last?
First blip. Spirit were 11 for 11 in converting pistol rounds at Bounty until this map.
Oh, wow.
Not
felt
one.
like everybody was failing those.
Yeah, not one of the teams to be a part of the problem until today. But it's a good opening move out of Spirit. Rifles in mid will not let Torji get out of here. Pallison ramp split coming out, but Tanir holds the correct side at the right time. And so it'll all fall on Spinks. This is Spirit just signing up with confidence to a mid-fight that most certainly comes their way. And MOUZ get blasted out of the round by Donk, Tanir, and Zontix.
I do sometimes miss the olden days, aka 2024, when Donk would run to the top mid boxes every round on CT side.
Like a little Tasmanian devil. But now they're using, you know, supportive utility, playing as a team. He's gonna get knifed. Oh, that was spooky, man.
That was a jump scare, my goodness. Did you have an op?
Surely not. No.
Okay. I can't think of a harder guy to try to flank with a knife than Spinks. Like, he's got the craziest clock.
That scared me because I glimpsed at the radar.
Yeah, I
can't imagine being Spinks in that situation. You know, usually every knife attempt we always see from the POV of the guy with the knife out. It's much more scary the other way around.
Very scary, yeah.
Jesus. Don't do that to me, Chev. So it's a slow burning candle, but this save does materialize for Spinks. He will remain 9-0.
Where did he come from? Where was he exactly?
I don't even know. I was flapping my gums, talking about Donk.
Look at Donk, just not stutter stepping.
Yeah. Flies to top middle.
That's so wild. that is so Spinks, honestly.
What a sixth sense, man.
Oh, good night,
sit
Dorsey.
Down. Oh, brother, you thought you had a chance?
He was already up there.
You want a little information, and instead, your neurons are splattered on the back of mid. What a shot at a Donk. Still going to walk forward with some of this mid play. CTs themselves smoke off the base of Connector. So this is going to cover Zelex's approach. Donk, though, instant with the headshot. Shiro was finding the spam through Connector. And so this one, again in middle, is a calamity for MOUZ. They don't find any footing in these last couple of rounds.
That's a bit more serious out of Spirit.
Yes, sir. You're getting Donk with early impact ever since he's had his hands on guns. And in a moment, we're going to get to watch that replay of Donk deleting Torji. Hot damn. And if mid isn't going to be a part of MOUZ's T side, if they continue to lose it up against the guns from Spirit, this map's not going to be easy. This save will keep MOUZ in a comfortable place. Still have 6.3 thousand, now 8,000 for Spinks as the clock expires. So more guns to come, but how do you solve a hot-handed Donk doing things like this? Oh, nice, just his POV too. Blop.
He didn't even make the jump properly up into the top first.
Blop.
Crazy reaction. Nothing you can do about that, and obviously that interrupts the whole game plan. You're off getting killed.
Oh yeah.
Before the round even starts.
Need a thicker helmet to play up against Donk right now. All you did was jump.
That just looks so crazy. Oh man. 88%
of his CT-sided openers on Mirage. Wow.
88%.
Whoa. I feel like you're lucky if you ever have that stat for one map as a player.
So him just dying in that second round conversion, just a total aberration apparently.
And MOUZ chose to go up against those numbers here by picking Mirage. There will still be questions remaining around Spirit's slower T-sides on this map. Oh, and Spinks, capable of headshots himself.
10-1.
Yes, sir. Gives Spirit something to think about, something that could damn well pull Donk away from middle, which could be the solution when these last two rounds have gone south for them. Zontix walking up the catwalk gets killed. And Donk just saw a player but doesn't pull the trigger. That's going to let a second member of MOUZ move up catwalk, all on Magix in a moment. Trying to spam him out from this corner. Oh, and he can't hold back PR. Tough ask of PR. Donk already ahead of the utility. Two players still to try to get beyond this. Donk's looking to dive in on it, but Zelex gets him. And so across the board, a kill apiece for all the members of MOUZ barring Torji.
Yeah, just kind of a team failure right here. Every 50-50 picked up out of MOUZ, cleaned them. That's 5 alive on the win with the bomb plant there.
That's a healthy response out of a MOUZ that still have many rounds of a T-side to play, and it all hinges on Spinks just walking out ramp for a clean, easy entry.
Already had a fantastic dust too, by the way, into an insane start to Mirage.
That's off a Cyclone timeout, FYI. It's a subtle adjustment to go for the ramp duel first. Big responsibility for Spinks as well to kind of be the opening move of a round.
Yeah, completely. It puts so much pressure on Tanir. If they ever leave him solo in the site, he's got so much that he has to watch for now. That'll be a rare play. We're not going to see Spinks try that every round.
Oh, look at this. Fast 4 players into the apartments out of MOUZ. It's all the money Spirit have on this one round. And seeing a bunch of presence inside of the apps does draw the catwalk player back.
Rotation's going to be a little slow. Has to be the hold.
Zontix hanging onto the arch side, gets the first one easy. PR denied with anything. Now, with the damage dealt by Magix, Zontix meant to have an easier time, but Torji collects it. And Tanir's trying to slip the net to get back into the bench control. This is being watched by the bomb. Zelex, great presence of mind with only a quarter health left to work with. Donk and Shiro versus 3. And Donk finds an early path around that smoke.
And Zelex has not moved a muscle. He's got the bomb. But it's probably to their benefit to wait these smokes out.
Yeah, they're just going to have
can't stay here forever.
An open line once it fades. Donk remains on the dumpster, double up by the bench here for MOUZ, who have gone totally silent.
Actually a good setup. I mean, with the op here, normally Donk would have to worry about his gun sticking out, but he doesn't.
Flash from Zelex to try to cross. Donk kills him. Now that's both players known. Torji, great cover. But that bomb still just spewed out into the open. They've got still another flash to get him off this line, and they've got to grab that bomb right here, right now. Both on this angle. Oh. And he just clipped Sershin. Bomb hits the ground once again. Shiro down to 20 health. Torji on a full bar. Sits and waits, but misses his shot at killing Shiro. Fake plant one time, another missed chance out of Torji, but he will swing out and just finish it with the Glock. A few missed opportunities from both oppers, winds up being MOUZ's 5th round win.
Yeah, Torji gets a 3rd attempt, peeking off of that pillar, and Shiro nearly outplayed him. Gotta say, I mean, this is the big move out of Zelex. He has the bomb on his back. Did not over-reduce the situation, think, oh, I just need to plant right now. My teammates have everything. They had space to work with.
It's a crazy replay, guys.
Yeah,
we're going 0 for 3 on the off shots. All for the Glock kill.
Crazy important clutch, though, for Spirit, man. They're broke.
Kick him while he's down, why don't you? Well, not too down. They win the round.
He's having a fine day overall.
Yep.
Him and Spinks. Wow.
Such a critical clutch, but man, your hands are clammy when you've missed that 3rd shot. You can feel it slipping past you. Odds are you know it's on the other end in this pistol setup, and Spirit are going to go heavy towards the B site. Good bit of conditioning, perhaps, just trying to go for a gamble where MOUZ have no interest, because these last few rounds have been pretty vacant on that ramp, except for the single Spinks walkout. And when Spinks makes moves, he tends to do so alone. Tanir 3 and 7 with a USP and his smoke on ramp about to fade, so he'll just throw himself as well to that B site. Cross your fingers and hope the dealer doesn't hit 21. This is MOUZ up 6-3 on the T side now. Map in their back pocket, showing adjustments, showing different looks with that timeout, and the Spinksler, who is now yet again in the kill feed to MOUZ's favor, 12 and 2. Is there a world somehow, some way,
yeah, I know, it's just
Spinks can become the MVP?
I mean, in a grand finals performance, right? That strong. I mean, it's versus Spirit as well.
As far as the
God,
LAN portion,
rude,
the LAN portion alone, Spinks comes in with a 1.12 rating. Why did HLTV divide these? What's going on, Prof?
What's up? Oh, with the LAN?
Yeah, they separate the online from the LAN.
Yeah, that's fair.
Make me look up 2 numbers.
You know what? Why don't we just do LAN? Yeah, that's a joke.
Spinks 1.14 and 1.12. I can do the math. He's averaging a 1.13.
Okay, and Torji?
God damn it.
That's what we gotta figure out.
1.48, 1.3. So we crunch number and carry the 2, and then subdivide exponentials. Yeah. 1.37.
Okay, it'll be tough, but you know what?
At this rate.
But also it'll be tough because Torji's also playing well.
Yeah, sure.
So.
Sure. And then there's also that whole possibility that Spirit get back in control of this game.
They're showing more flashes now of good rounds in there, but oh man, I mean, there's no trade there from Donk.
Man, you really can't point to a weak link on MOUZ so far in this best of 5.
No.
Which bodes very well for their likelihood of lifting a trophy. Oy. Tanier was a sitting duck for a second, didn't even know it, and he still gets away.
Hey, ignorance is bliss.
Good kills back, though, from the top mid players, and that's the bomb yet again confirmed here in a impossible 1v4 for Magix. Poor guy's getting hunted down from the B side already. So even the save will not be allowed in this one. Surely, right? PR slowly working his way up catwalk. They're going to take over connector. Yeah, Magix is a dead man walking. Well, a dead man standing still. Yeah.
It's really tough to talk about some of these rounds when it is just a failure to launch. You know, like Donk not getting that kill on Zelix when he showed himself. He's taking a couple bullets. This is like, you know, classic instant trade moment normally.
Yep, true. In fact, so many bullets were missed in that second Zelix duel, I didn't even realize it was Donk.
Yeah.
I thought it had to be somebody else. Spinning them, Spinks is 24 and 5 on T side.
Crazy.
Woo.
Crazy numbers.
However, it is a 5v4 opening for Spirit as they get aggressive towards top middle. That has actually worked out pretty nicely for them. Some of these more aggressive starts when MOUZ are home. There's also been times where they show some mid attention and MOUZ had redirected.
I personally think after what we've seen so far, even in the phase game versus Spirit, just you want them to be more aggressive. Everything that's been too slow has looked like their worst stuff, honestly.
Look at this vacancy. After that kill, they just totally let mid go, and now connector is under wraps. There's nobody off catwalk that's going to be able to stop this split. And so MOUZ just keep it moving. Yes, down by a player. They're now kind of hitting the pause button, maybe a bit awkwardly. Shiro with an MP9 tucked in. Magix, it's that 5-7 on Sandwich. That may not get any help now as he's forced to reposition in the site yet again. PR and Spinks with a kill apiece, and Shiro winds up coming up empty-handed. Donk is still alive, though. That could be problematic, always. But the bomb actually getting over to Ticket, doubling back, and they'll figure out where Donk is. Last player's been found. There's an awkward amount of HP here for PR, but now Tanier is even worse off, and a nade is going to seal the deal. 8-round T-side minimum here for MOUZ, as we will go into the final round of this half with Spirit having one more bye.
It's lovely out of MOUZ this entire half. So many good things to say. The trades are all there. As you mentioned earlier, no weak links. PR and Zelix getting all the cleanup kills towards the A site somehow. Spinks is getting opening frags on Donk, on Tanier.
Nice! Woo!
Oof. And Zershin, who we haven't had to talk about too much as he's just been leading this crew, comes in with an entry on Donk, who will finish this half. Donk, the CT side of Mirage.
Yeah.
7 and 10.
It's been a lot of negative KD halves, I can't lie. It's
Tanier trying to claw it back with Zontix next to him. They do get bomb possession off of their push into ramp. Most certainly something to work with. And obviously Zershin, 1 HP. Not the place he'd want to be to try to get this back. Right now Zershin's just hiding up inside of the apartments. Maybe waiting for Magix to have pushed from the B site, but he goes up catwalk instead. Zershin actually starts running forward with, again, 1 HP. Oof, and he's lucky to be alive, but this is going to serve up a real distraction. This could flush Magix back into Torji if he's not careful. Sure enough. I mean, you've got 1 health. You've got nothing to lose if you're Zershin, and now you've got an open route. But again, you still never have the bomb.
But now they think that they get it. They don't have vision on it again. But the CTs haven't moved, so they aren't believing this. This is actually the best thing they could possibly do is sit here.
That Molotov's going to burn a lot of time.
Yes, it is. They've kind of lost the window where they could actually take the bomb back to B as well, so.
Just run this in. Shiro on the line. Easy pickup over Spinks. Bomb hits the ground once again. This round kind of getting away from MOUZ.
Time. They got to get at this.
Tough one to figure out. Zontix yet to make his move. 7 seconds on the clock. And sure enough, that 1 health never going to be enough. Missed the timing on the plant. You've got to go for the wall bang. Oof, and he just got off the line. Okay, an awkward moment that shows once more MOUZ are not perfect, but my God, 8-4 on the T side. I'm no critic.
All right, we're at the Blast Bounty with MOUZ, who made it through the online portion. PR, you played with a lot of different in-game leaders. You played with Snacks recently, you played with ZTR, you even played with Crizin before. How does Xertion compare?
With Xertion, it's not that set, and I would say I have more responsibility, you know, but he's still calling like very well, and I would say it fits me a lot, that I still have my like area, like in my way how I would prefer, so it's a nice balance.
Let me swap that over to Xertion. How is it slotting in PR?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit tough. We definitely had a period now with a lot of new players, a lot of work, to be honest, to integrate all of them to the system that we had. The easiest was Brolan because he knew a lot of the call-outs and stuff, but with him I had to basically every day sit an hour or an hour and a half after prac or before prac and show him the things. So I would say with all that it was a bit easier because he's obviously younger, so he has less of vision than, for example, let's say JL when he joined us for those 2 tournaments. But I think that he's slowly bringing a bit more of his own identity also for the team.
You worked with Ash for a pretty long time. Now you're working with Cyclone. They're 2 coaches that the scene really respects, and we say they're kind of some of the best coaches in the space in general. What has it meant to be able to work with 2 guys like that?
It's a really good experience, obviously. With Ash, I felt like he was the first guy I met in esports that I felt like he really understands me, you know? So it was super easy after a few months to like play my own game, and I really like to work with Cyclone as well. He gave me a lot of different view on things, you know. So yeah, I think so far I'm super happy.
Looking at your team as a whole, I mean, I look at PR and what some of your highs were last year, even Torzy being a top 20, you being a top 20, Spinks as well. The only guy that I'm not quite sure about is Zelix right now, but like, do you think this is the most firepower that MOUZ has ever had?
It's a good question. If it's the most firepower we ever had, if you compare role to role, probably yes. I think that Spinks is not in his prime at the moment. Torzy is not in his prime at the moment. We are yet to see with Alda and Adrian what is their prime, in my opinion at least. But I think in terms of raw skill and individual, like how good we are when we are on fire, I would say yes, yeah.
So what does that make the expectations for the season?
Well, at the moment we don't really have much expectations. We are just trying to build a new MOUZ, trying to build a new mentality, trying to build all the time progressing and having that outlook more for the further future at the moment, because we are still a very young team. So yeah, we are just going to see how it goes this tournament, how goes the next one, and probably try to do our best for the major.
Okay, I guess my last question would just be, what would be doesn't have to be a result or a placing, but what does a successful LAN portion of the bounty look like to you?
Yes, I have no expectations. Like as he said, we have no expectations since the teams like Vitality, Furia, and Falcons are not here. Navi as well. I think we have the best chance maybe to win, but as I said, we take it step by step and game by game. So
Game by game, says PR. That's the approach for MOUZ as they make it in Malta. But, well, this is the last game, and it's going very well. 8-4 T-side for MOUZ on Mirage. Already have Spirit's Dust 2 in their back pocket. And we've got Donk at a negative KD. And Spirit just missed the window smoke to start. Spinks gets the earliest of duels. We get an execute coming over the top of ramp. Yeah, little labored effort. Shiro.
Who's making a meal of that one?
Shiro. When do you see Shiro miss his P250 moments?
Well, he's not dead. Still's got it.
Bomb comes scrambling over. Now, they've already thrown out their utilities, so they won't have that smoke to follow up, but this is still MOUZ without everybody over here on A. Because it really did feel like a fake. One smoke, Shiro misses a magazine, maybe on purpose, and then back into the cover. Could there really be 3 players ramp? But a smoke on Palace at a minute.
That's rough. Opens up lines here for the CT side, and coming out of the A ramp just feels a lot less dangerous now.
See if Tanir tries to sell something at B before they actually walk out ramp, but they're right there now. Torzy spots it. Spinks gets the Tanir kill. Now the bomb has been fully spotted. Zontic's the only player to catch a kill, and Torzy good for it. His second on this bomb site. You've got Magix and Zontics in a 2 versus 3. Good gush into jungle. That's low health Xerxin, but PR just finds the headshot on Magix. And Zontic's now taken down to low health as well as the CTs are looking to just split in on the retake.
Oh, Spinks is just... Oh, he's on the shadow, right?
Yeah,
Ooh.
follows forward, and easy does it. Spinks up to 16 frags. Another pistol for MOUZ. On Dust 2, it was both pistols. Fully converted 3-0 both times. They lose the starting pistol on Mirage, but they had that force buy win instantly as an answer.
Yeah.
The start of these halves have been MOUZ all day long.
They literally saved their best stuff for Sunday and built into it. I mean, they kept folding in some of the issues they had previously. They've just grown and developed so quickly in such a short period of time.
A reminder that you can always live trade the game on Poly Market, where for the first time, MOUZ are predicted to win this match.
It's like hard to not see it that way after you've watched some of these rounds. PR said if this goes to 5 maps, it'll be interesting. It might not even get there.
Ooh. Jumping on the flash, though. Still got Xerxin in risky business, but that Tech 9 of Magix swept under the rug. Donk and Shiro remain, and one will just fly out into this B-side. Shiro, nice kill and an upgrade, as Donk simultaneously gets his on the other side of the map, but the problem is Donk doesn't have the bomb, and now they know exactly where he is. I don't like watching this version of Donk, Mohan.
Yeah. No, same. I mean, it's not
been a good 24 hours.
It's not been a great week.
They're using the Magic's place against him.
Oh.
Saucy. 10-4.
Oof. Just broke the Face It Elo record as well.
Yeah.
Again.
Thought he was back on top.
He's playing a lot. And truly, like, it's crazy to say, but he got carried here yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't expect there to be a world where, you know, he doesn't just get back to it.
That'll help. Or will it? Desert Eagles across the board. Donk wants that M4. Yep, and he's grabbed it, and he's got Kevlar to play with too. It suddenly feels like a real chance. Donk is the only one with Kevlar, and you let him get an M4. And they're going to see that it's gone. Window peek, though. That's going to claw it right back. And you can upgrade the MP9 into that M4. At the same time as the commitment comes out from the ramp, it's a good flash, but Magix doesn't swing out on it. And if he had, Zelex would have just covered off his teammate and gunned them down. Such a quick response here from MOUZ. They don't let this round get away from them. So be it that one death occurs out middle. At least you just kind of quarantined Donk, made sure things couldn't get wild, and now sit pretty 11-4. 2 rounds from being 2 up in this best of 5.
Just sharing the highlights. Moore's another 4K in for Zelex. Donk has had two really good rounds this series. There's that mid kill on Torzi, the 1v3 clutch back on Dust 2. So you get flashes of it, but none of the consistency. I need answers. And that's not even to say that they would simply win if that happened. That would just make it competitive. And you know, famously, MOUZ were the first team to like counter Donk when he was in his prime, and like they beat him and they naded him every round and gave him a bad series. They really haven't done that in this series. They've just outgunned him. A lot of 50-50 duels. It's not utility that they used to kill him, and some super insane game plan. Well, there's a good flash retake on A-Ramp. Oh,
Zelex gonna jump the Opper, find the bomb on top of that one. Creep out through connector. Hello and goodbye. Torji connects with his. And as this game goes on, I can't help but still just be in such awe of Zelex. You know, in his first outing with Xerxin as the IGL, the last time these teams met was at Astana in the playoffs. And obviously just underneath the leadership of Xerxin, very fresh Zelex in that roster. Things fell apart. They didn't get double digits on either of the maps. Here we are, mere months later. And Zelex, a genuine cog of the success so far tonight with MOUZ. This version of MOUZ, where Xerxin isn't the stats leader game after game, is looking genuinely solid. Is the formula for MOUZ finally coming together? Or is this a sign of where it goes moving forward in 2026? Because this isn't even a competition. Spirit are getting embarrassed in this series.
Yeah, completely.
And again, not one weak link. Not because Torji keeps this superhero form he's had throughout the event.
And it would never be like MOUZ to rely on any one guy. What's impressive is just having multiple players having star performances simultaneously.
Eight map points for MOUZ. A buy round that features only 3 smokes at a minute 35. You can already tell from the cameras that Spirit feeling deflated in this second map. It's been mics up, heads in hand. You can sympathize as to why they have simply not been in this game on Mirage.
It's like PR said, he's always been used to being the underdog, which kind of makes him a good fit for MOUZ when they brought a new lineup, and the expectations are lower. And then to contrast that to what Magic said, where anything except first place is a failure, two very different mentalities.
Here we go. Trying to keep the game alive. Donk up catwalk. Some spam through the con smoke. PR is going to have a test coming his way. Trying to tap back to the cat guy in anticipation of the van drop. Reads it well, and he's only taken 40 damage for these 2 duels. Finds Shiro in the backdrop. Damn near gets another. So in a round where things were starting to get away from them, MOUZ have managed to find a strong advantage. An extra player and health on all 3. Zontix forfeiting cover to the bomb plant, tries to push inwards, and now Donk's got a 1v3 clutch queued up, but he's playing with the op. And if he doesn't deliver, this map is done. They're gonna let that Xerxin flank get into position. Donk surely starting to feel the squeeze as if somebody's creeping up on him. And we've got multiple kits for the retake. Xerxin, sure enough, from behind. MOUZ will not leave any doubts on the table. MOUZ will leave Spirit back black and blue. Totally whooped on Mirage. Less so of a competition than Dust 2. And we will be left scratching our heads and wondering what Ancient has in store for us, because this is a map whereby Spirit have a 7-map win streak, have not lost it for the last 3 months. If MOUZ can end this series on that map of all places, they're in business.
It feels like MOUZ are already surmounting the impossible. They win Dust 2. Now they win their map pick of Mirage in an incredibly dominating fashion. 13-4 being our final scoreline there. And everyone from MOUZ showing up, having a round for themselves, and having a showing that you can walk away incredibly proud of your teammates for.
I think I can be nothing but happy for the way that MOUZ have showed up. We were talking maybe Spinks could even have an outside shot at an MVP if this goes long enough and Torji cools off, but everyone from MOUZ showing up at the moment. And Donk, I believe this is 5 maps in a row with under a 1.0 KD.
Whew. Wow. Damn, that is a truth nuke, Vu. The thing that we would have characterized MOUZ for having prior to this series starting was that they do sometimes have better teamwork. Not only do they have better teamwork in this series, but the individuals are also matching that level too. This is every win condition possible going the way of MOUZ, where Spirit coming into this series, they had a lot of the higher rated players. I think the team rating overall for individuals was higher going into this grand final, but they're getting beaten in a lot of 50-50 duels frequently. But when MOUZ are also just pouncing with such great trading procedures, it's very hard for any individual to be a difference difference maker on Spirit.
MOUZ have had great ideas as to the way Spirit are going to play both maps. They've had great plans, strategies coming into the game. You're saying their spacing is better, their players are performing better. Every avenue that you can look down, MOUZ is performing at a top level right now, which is not what we would have necessarily expected coming into this series, given how dominant Spirit has been in this matchup for so long.
And I feel like you have to give them extra credit as well, Vu, because you were saying there is that caveat to how well MOUZ have shown themselves on Mirage before. It was up against a certain playstyle. Spirit didn't adhere to that. They played differently, and yet they still were able to show up.
Spirit do have their playstyle on Mirage. They do play, I mean, they tried to pivot away from it a little bit. Donk played a little more passive than usual, but still, by the end of the half, you're having Donk swing out to peek underpass. You're having the aggressive plays from Donk. And this is a map, more than any other map in the map pool for Spirit. I think when Donk has an off game, their CT side is an absolute shambles because of the way they play this map.
It's also not just the spirit of Spirit, I feel that MOUZ are breaking right now, but it's also stats, records, and what has felt like an unstoppable Spirit at this point. So far for Blast Bounty, Spirit have been 11 out of 11 in converting their pistols, Maui, but something about MOUZ was able to fight back and break that one.
They never gave a fair fight in that second round. The way that MOUZ took middle made it so that anytime any Spirit player wanted to take a bite out of MOUZ, there were two MOUZ players that were holding practically every line. There's a high-low here for Donk that he's swinging into. Even for Shiro, he's basically swinging into 3 players. I mean, that kind of setup and that kind of presence of mind for all of these players to understand just how they need to angle themselves off their teammates. And even though Exertion here could have got caught at ramp, could have allowed Tyr to tuck in, but he just kind of gives that little bit of a jiggle, and you can just see how locked in all of these MOUZ players are to understand they don't want to create losing conditions by taking individual peaks. They want to make sure that they're shoring up every line that Spirit want to take by just being in these double holds, and that happened on their executes too. It happened on that force buy round where they were able to hold every angle that Spirit was trying to throw at them. It was just so impressive on a teamwork level.
Yeah, as much as it requires a mistake to lose an anti-force buy, you still had 3 AKs in the hands of MOUZ, perfect positioning, as you're saying, doubling up on the angles, and I don't think Spirit played that one all that badly. It's more MOUZ having a really good game plan and approach to a round 2 break.
And we've talked about it, a game plan can only go so far. You still need individuals to step up. A name that we've been singing the praises of all week here in Malta for the side of MOUZ is Torzi, and round 8 was no different for him either.
This one required, there was a few whiffs along the way. This is,
no, I don't remember those though.
Torzi's no Zywoo, but this comes from a late round, getting later in the half. You have a really solid B exec where they even lose the first player, but they don't panic, they don't overheat, they still play in the correct positions, they get the second frag, and then the awareness here from Zelex. He knows Tanir's going to come through this smoke. He knows Spirit is going to try and overwhelm that B site, and then in the 3v2, they do lose the bomb outside of the bomb site, but again, they don't panic, they don't overheat, and even with Torzi missing so many op shots, I think he runs out of ammo in the op and has to pull out the Glock. He still closes it out.
But still kept his cool at the end of it. The presence of mind to get the swing. Would have wanted him to close it out earlier for the highlight, but it was effective nonetheless. That also, again, kind of showed some of the, just even though they lose the first pick, it's that they still are able to space their way in. Like you brought up with Zelex, I feel like that's a little bit wise beyond his years because he has the bomb. He's probably thinking, okay, the utility's down. I got to get that bomb planted before all of these smokes evaporate. And he still just knows that they're trying to find a way back into the round. So really, really wise beyond his years.
At this point, do you think there's anything less than a 100% chance that Torzi's going to walk away with MVP?
It would have to go 5 maps, and Torzi would have to really bot it up.
Well, over at Polymarket, we can have a look at what exactly is the percentage here for that prediction of who we think our Blast Bounty Season 2 MVP possibly could be.
Why is Jorko number 2?
I too believe that Jorko is the second most likely MVP candidate.
That's crazy. I mean, it's really just it's kind of a 2-man race. I'd say a third contender has entered the ring in Spinks, but I would say it's too much ground for him to gain in order to try to overtake Torzi, especially given Torzi had a really solid map 1, another great map 2 here. Like you said, Vu, I mean, the only way it doesn't go to Torzi is if it does go all 5 and then Donk just goes absolutely nuclear from this point onward.
I would have to say Torzi's more than 42%.
I was going to say, how is there only a 5% difference in percentage for either Torzi or Spinks?
It's rough.
People haven't been... They're sleeping on this one. That's what's happening. People are sleeping on this one.
Well, I mean, maybe I'll give them credit because Spinks has been popping up a lot in this best of 5. Of course, even towards the tail end of their semi-finals best of 3, he was really warming up for himself. We weren't really sure where the confidence was. And whilst Torzi has been consistent, Spinks right now is playing on another level.
Spinks, he had, just in the finals, if it was finals only as an MVP, you could definitely make the case. He's been lights out. This is the Spinks we were seeing when he first joined this roster. There's several rounds where his team, they slow down in the middle of the map, they slow down, something goes wrong, and he just gets his team a kill back on the map. This one is ridiculous, by the way. that is ridiculous.
Well, that one definitely shouldn't have happened. If Spinks is going to be able to play like this and find these timings as well as he have, then MOUZ are absolutely a force, because that was the other question we had coming into the season. Where did Torzi's form go? Where did Spinks's form go? Because the last couple months prior to Cologne, or even in Cologne, they were weak links at time. It was sometimes like maybe JL or even sometimes Brolin or Exertion were finding a lot of impact, but with Spinks playing like this, it has completely changed the outlook you have to have when you're approaching MOUZ.
My only caveat to this, even though Dust 2 stats look great as well in Mirage 2, is there an overlap in those maps where maybe we're not going to really be seeing him play the same way when it comes down to, map number 3 for sure, maybe a 4 and maybe a map 5 as well?
I think he's in a pretty solid rotator position when you look at Ancient, when you look into the later parts of the series. I don't know. Again, he's no donk, okay? He's not supposed to be performing this well, this long,
the
for this
fact he
many
did
maps.
it for 2 maps in a row, though, Vu, it's making me think. Maybe.
We have to question, we have to start the conversation.
Yeah, we need to have a conversation about how good he's been.
Okay, well, you guys can have that conversation. It's not going to be right now, though. We are going to head to a break, and when we come back, not only will that conversation continue, but so will our grand finals on an Ancient. Our Spirit and MOUZ grand final continues. Right now, MOUZ leading with 2 map wins over on Dust 2 and Mirage. And whilst Spirit might be a little bit broken, they are not out of it by any means. There is still a chance for them in this best of 5. And of course, Ancient could be, well, has to be, that show up for them here, Vu.
Yeah, and this is a map where MOUZ struggled against Astralis on this one as well. They really couldn't show up. They felt their game plan was effective, but they couldn't actually perform on an individual level once they got to Ancient, and this is an even scarier Spirit compared to Astralis.
I feel like this is, I mean, the thing is that looking at MOUZ right now, it just feels like they're so ahead of schedule if they're able to pull this off, though. That's the scary prospect for a lot of the teams in the scene, such as Spirit, who are supposed to just be lapping at this point with having a whole season under the belt with this 5-man lineup.
Yeah, let's take a step back, look. Whoa, let's take a step back and first of all restart that sentence, but also restart your thought there, Vu, about what was that weaker part of MOUZ there when we did see them on Ancient. Was there a moment where you're like, yeah, this is an easy exploit for Spirit?
Yeah, we highlighted PR on Dust 2. Ancient is another map where he plays the anchor. He plays the anchor of the B site. So we've got around here, they're heavily contesting in middle, MOUZ is, and they leave PR on an island on B. And he either has to get one there or stay alive. I think PR so often struggles when he's left on an island. When I looked at him on Gamer Legion, he very often had a second player there. He had the resources that he could take duels and get aggressive. You see him on MOUZ, they rely on him to be self-sufficient, and these are the maps that he struggles most on.
So you're saying Snacks is better than Exertion?
I would not say that.
Okay.
I would say that PR was their best player. And
he was.
Now he's their 3rd, 4th.
Yeah.
But with the way PR is playing today, though, Mal, surely something like this isn't as, you know.
It clicks for him today.
Yeah.
For me, it's clicking for him today. Ancient was one of his best maps when he was on Gamer Legion. He had a 1.15 in that jersey. I think he's going to take some of that experience here on MOUZ, and he's going to at least perform closer to the level that we've been seeing more of on this Grand Final Sunday.
As much as I love hearing you guys talk about these two teams and what they could bring on Ancient, the only thing that could bring me even more joy is just seeing if MOUZ are able to close out this grand final or if Spirit are able to fight back on Ancient.
Oh, we are most certainly still waiting for Spirit to bring fight. We would love to see it here on Ancient. We would have loved to see it on either of the first 2 maps, but it really hasn't happened. And so we enter this 3rd map with the Polymarket prediction favoring MOUZ. Mohan, they have done it. It's a tidal shift, and you can understand why. I mean, coming into this 3rd map, Donk's the highest rated player on Spirit at a 0.98.
There's only 2 teams, I think, that have reverse swept best of 5s. Spirit did it twice.
Oh, boy.
And I think Furia did it at the Thunderpick World Championship versus Na'Vi, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, sounds right.
All 3 sort of like studio small crowd events, okay? It's very similar to this, right? Ancient, very good mapper for Spirit.
Ooh, I like this.
Yeah, it does feel like a game where the stats are sort of irrelevant, though, with the form that we're seeing right now from Spirit. We didn't get 13-11 finishes. Ooh, they got a little unlucky. It was just the pistols that were the problem. No, MOUZ dismantled them. They look better from every angle. And now the question is, like, can they upset one more statistic? More so than are Spirit going to come back into this?
This would be a map-winning streak brought to an end. I like that the desk highlighted PR's ability on this map specifically. I think their MOUZ should be able to extract value from him for that reason. But this defense doesn't wind up finding kills before the bomb is planted. Got a whole lot of bodies here for Spirit and not a whole lot of positions to hide in.
They're going to jump at this.
Yes, they will. Smoke Spade, Spinks, the first blood. Whole lot of CTs on the other side of this block. Donk with one, extending outwards as a Gush connects on Torji. That makes it way easier. Good value here from Tanir. Spinks, though, he's on for the ace. I mean, this is a massacre at Spinks' hands. Oh, but he won't get that 5th one. It is Zontix halfway through the 1v2. Xertion's going to have to just run over to that defuse. He grabs the kit. It's still going to come down to the wire.
I don't know if he's... Oh, my goodness. It's so
feels
close,
like he missed it.
Yep.
Yeah, just a little too much of an ask. Zontix hangs on. Hell of an effort out of Spinks, but it will be Spirit with another pistol win. For their sake, this time, they better convert it.
He's really trying to sneak an MVP right now. A 3rd map start like this, the way that Spinks is playing is unbelievable. Hitting everything, great awareness. He's getting opening kills on Mirage.
A reminder that you can always live trade the game on Polymarket. And MOUZ very much taking over the numbers. But the numbers, Mason, what do they mean? Forced by a moment here from MOUZ. With how they've played today, you just can't help but believe they might still throw a wrench in the works.
Yeah, they're going vertical here. Love this stack, honestly.
Yeah, the 5-7 pressed to the bottom of ramp, supported by this M4. It's a clean setup. And obviously it takes 4 players with Xerxin inside of the cave, so heavy commitment, but it's the correct commitment as Spirit stand.
That's pretty sweet. I mean, they smoked him out of cave, which I think only makes it slightly more appealing to want to try to go here. Magic's, though, as the IGL is starting to lean over towards Donut and clear things out. But it's all just a fake. The bomb is still over towards B. Let's see if they keep this boost going. Oh, they've given it up.
Yep. They bend the knee. When they really should have just kept both feet on the ground.
The smoke buys them enough time to actually change their mind, but they're going for a mid-reclear with that M4. No, they're actually just going out to A entirely. Okay. There we go.
Second guessing it now.
Here's the moment. Here's the gap.
M4 shifts back, but it's not shifting back in a good setup. Not like what they had.
You can boost again in this spot.
Yep. And they're getting it in position in time. Plus, you spot a player because that flashbang landed, so you get the jump. This is going to be Zelex on full alert. Bomb plant goes uninterrupted. Man advantage at the very least. But that's about the only advantage that MOUZ will have in this situation. No kit for the retake, no utility for the retake, and 3 rifles to go up against. They're taking their sweet time to get into position. No flank, no ramp. There's nothing here for MOUZ other than the forward push. And in doing so, they activate Zontix for the mowdown. Very nicely done here for Spirit. Yes, hanging on and making sure that that pistol is not just smoke and mirrors, but actually the first steps to the first strong start in this series.
Clean, converted. They even had that small call to go back into mid to feed into the fear that maybe this B stack was the wrong idea. Maybe it is going to be a donut crawl, and there was nobody inside a donut to confirm or deny that information. So I like that out of Spirit. They got what they wanted from the beginning of the round, but they were willing to work for it.
This wouldn't be the first match at this event where Spirit kick it into gear once they truly feel threatened. You know, for an event that's single elimination the entire time,
it's just that now MOUZ have 3 chances is the big thing.
Almost feels like Spirit like putting their head in the guillotine. Nobody's been able to pull the lever just yet, but...
we're not going to kink shame.
Oh, that was pretty dangerous. Just got to keep your head on straight. And in this round, a very easy task. Here's a question, though. If Spirit do wind up winning a map, at least, in this series, will it be because of Donk?
That's also hard to say because they've kind of gotten here without needing to even get to that gear. I'm just going to be dumbfounded if Donk has 2 bad series back-to-back. I was already dumbfounded when it was 3 bad maps versus FaZe. But that's bled over into today, showing us that it's wasn't just a stroke of luck. We don't exactly know what's going wrong.
Torji wants some. But we'll just
Spirit
die.
in this grand finals because of Shiro and Tanir, and honestly, towards the end of that FaZe game, Magic's calls. They started playing very well as a team.
That's fair.
And that's the only way they could have won, because FaZe actually also put up a really strong fight.
Not able to get out through that smoke. Donk just regains enough vision. He'll straight up deny Zelex, but Spinks tries to pick up that gap, and it's a good push from Torzy and Xerxin to get value out of the round. Magix has got a fight queued up. He doesn't want anything to do with it, because God forbid he loses man advantage.
Yeah, now it looks like they're cooking with gas. We got Torzy on a good line. Actually makes it a 2-on-2. The bomb will sneak into the A site. Shiro wants to come in kind of quietly here. Looks like the right move to make. It doesn't alert anybody. The bomb gets planted, the CTs can walk over, buys time for Magix, and it also makes this smoke more effective.
Crazy ask of MOUZ to actually try to make this retake happen, with PR only now clearing out lane and middle.
They just don't have a kit.
Nah. And there's none to pick up either. So, yeah, this one is already a foregone conclusion. Spirit will keep it up with the 4-0 kickoff. Zelex looking for that first fight out middle, gets his head ripped off. In that little window that Donk had vision, he's able to find impact, and that's Donk up to 4-2 now off of a 2K in mid. So he's found his moment to strike already, 4 rounds into this third map, and Donk is showing us value.
It's all kinds of weird things that kind of go out the window if there's just going to be, you know, an inexplicable dip in form. But, you know, you normally say Donk is the best player in the world at taking mid on A-shift. But so there's no one who's better at navigating these flashes, getting spray transfers, getting kills so quickly that he can do it in between flashes and then still stay alive. But there's an example of it. So we'll just keep contextualizing what we're seeing. But there's a sign of life.
It's good value out of a frag grenade outside B. Oh, wait, you're gonna tease us now?
Wow.
Wrong button.
Shiro had.
Oh, there we go. Some multis. Shiro has already surpassed his multi-kill total from the first 2 maps of the series. 1 on Dust 2 and Mirage.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Guess that doesn't help.
Donk sees this as an invitation to try to clear out Cubby. A lot of bodies, though, when he comes around that smoke. From 0 to 100 real fast. 3 players of MOUZ tasked to go deal with Donk. And Zelex, nice cleanup to deny that lane peek. This is feeling like they were up against pistols with the fact that there's only 1 casualty on the side of MOUZ. Shiro thinking maybe he's got a gap, a window to take it towards B, but as he throws out util, he'll go back.
Yeah, but PR has already seen that he hasn't pushed.
So they'll remain 2 players both sides of the cave. It's going to be a tough job for Shiro to ever fight his way out of this.
Kind of has to try, though, because he will not save now in this position.
25 seconds to make magic happen. Yeah, I was reading that it would be the high-low setup, but can't do anything to stop Zelex, who goes huge this round with the quad kill. Sees Donk's double last round and shows him up in the follow-up.
It was a little tricky the way that Spirit approached it because they don't have a window smoke, and so there's just this fat donut smoke that's sitting there, and Donk is walking around it, but it does mean the CTs, if they wanted to, have really good lines. And so many players they can layer up into that attack. So on the fast rounds, Spirit have had a great time taking mid. Here's one example of a slow one that doesn't go their way.
Give MOUZ a taste of success on the 3rd map, but Torzy, victim of the wall bang, down to 1/3 of his health. And Spirit try to keep that pressure on. Not that MOUZ are shooting back. Oh, now they are. And that's great damage. You got Shiro down to 10, and Donk gets killed empty-handed this round. That lower health Torzy opening angle works out wonderfully. No spam coupled with that Molotov on the fallback, so Torzy gets out of dodge and hangs on to the man advantage. But with a smoke from Spinks on his own position...
He actually doesn't get trapped. He was so low on HP. If he didn't run out that soon, couldn't get to watch mid with this op. Really changes the setup. PR unkilled.
Just confirming they're still back there. And that they're trying to make moves to crack open the bomb site. A boost like that, clear intention here from Spirit.
Wow, we're coming into this late round position with no smokes. Very sparse utility.
Spinks getting active on the flank. Oh, Zelex feeling flushed in. Has to catch a kill first. Pulls forward with one. Xerxin awaiting this cave split.
I mean, the flank coming in.
They're pulling
this round's over.
They're pulling the plug. They do not want and do not believe that they can get through this defense, and so they are hoping to save instead. And Zontix kind of gets stuck in a position where he could die out of time. He's lucky to fall before the clock expires, but regardless, it'll be MOUZ with consecutive round wins, and a Spirit that was poised up for the B commit, but never really pulled the trigger.
I mean, MOUZ did a super subtle job of interrupting them every time they wanted to do something. The Molly long into the peak from Spinks to get the first kill, that shuts down the attack. The Torzi getting the upshot inside a cave, being able to fall back after their Molly, every single thing was responded to. And so for that entire time, MOUZ just had a healthy setup all the way to the end of the round. Spirit have been struggling to put together just a strong T attack. They're much better off when they can get those early kills quickly and go for scrappy fights.
Right. Just that slower pace in general this week from Spirit that I don't think has looked the best on them.
No.
We get another instance of it here in the grand finals.
Man, let's go, boys.
Xerxin getting credit for that setup, and I mean, every part of that countered what Spirit were trying to get out of it.
So double rifle buy here for Spirit. They're going to try to just force their way through middle, and it works for Donk. That's Spinks dead, and Donk quick to try to test the edge of these smokes. Oh, Shiro, great denial of Xerxin trying to explore that lane, but there is a second player doing the same thing. And PR, he's gonna find a back turn. He recovers this.
What a find.
All of a sudden, it becomes all in from A main. The jump up gets caught, but not killed. Torzi's working with minimal cover, but the two casualties are the two rifles on the side of Spirit.
Another smoke, he can't peek.
You're hanging on to the donut play. They're going to try to come clear out donut, but with pistols, they are denied. PR behind Xerxin is everything for MOUZ this round. A 3v5 recovery made possible to stave off what would have been two rifles winning a round for Spirit.
Yeah, just tripling down on that push.
PR goes back into the action, winds up dying. Torzi silent with the execute. Big moment here for the newest piece of MOUZ to really cut into that lead. Only one round the gap now between these squads.
It's crazy to say that PR's had now is having 3 good maps in a row. Torzi's having 3 good maps in a row. Spinks having 3 good maps in a row. Zelex is 7-5. Like, and this is having to come back into this. Now that's a scrappy mid-control that's brought them success previously.
Right. Yep.
They don't have a ton of guns behind it this time.
That's the kind of round that Spirit have been trying to create. You created it, and you weren't ready for a very active flank from PR.
You're like trying to goad your opponent into fighting you. You just want to kind of trick them into taking all these aggressive maneuvers. MOUZ aren't going to be scared. They will still try to go for mid-control. Just because it's Donk doesn't mean you can abandon your game plan, I think. That's what's always historically made them good versus these superstar teams, is they don't treat them as such.
Ooh, nice trade back by Donk. Little to work with this round, so a headshot like that will help. But smoked away from the following engagement. And yes, okay, one player over towards A main, but Spirit are going to just try to play this with a bit of a quicker tempo, and Donk delivers another Desert Eagle headshot. Certainly not his worst map in this series.
Everyone's flanking, flanks on flanks even, and they're holding for Zontix. They hear him now.
Yep, confirmed. So he'll just wait an extra second, pop up and clear it. But ooh, Zontix is going to burn a bit of time, forcing Xerxin to go kill him. We've got a kit on Torzi of the 3. There's also a kit on site, but that would obviously burn a bit to try to grab it. And it's going to be all Donk. And Ace or MOUZ come through with the retake. Kit player easy to the headshot. They'll jump on that bomb, and they've got it.
That's just no problem. They make this 4-4. It just feels like they're, you know, very much winning all of a sudden. It's a with the fashion in which they've picked up these rounds. Damn. Near with the 0-7 start, 1980R.
Yeah, it's quick though. You give Donk a chance, you tell him to unleash, and you've got another test thrown out towards middle. And this time, you'd think they'd keep an eye on that cave flank. But here it comes again. This time, the intended target, just clear out the lane while that door was smoked. Got 2 players back there. PR kills Magic. Now, the bomb is suddenly stuck in that corner, but PR smokes this out. We get the climb up.
This is crazy aggressive.
Oh, they catch Shiro in the back. Oh, insertion, great cover. Donk's starting to get back into the round, but he's far removed from really the pinpoint. Oh, that is it. Tenier to catch the headshot onto PR to put that B site to the test.
They know that Zershin is here inside of cave, but even he's playing extremely active. He's actually going to go re-clear B, which helps out Torzi a ton.
You'd think this lets Torzi just take up angles. Oh, sometimes when he goes for those jumps, Donk punishes, but he switches into the off.
This is buying time also for Zershin. This
base of ramp. Donk didn't see it. Now that bomb works its way forward off cave. Will they anticipate such a move from Zershin?
They're playing with so much information.
They know he was here. They are certain he was here, but back turn to him, and he gets back into the cover, dodging Donk. Oh, Zershin delivers both. MOUZ do it again, and they find themselves in the lead. A triple kill from MOUZ's in-game leader.
That's somehow the craziest round win yet. Ooh, some good game plan rounds, but this took everything and just the right amount of freedom for PR to feel like he could leave his post, which was such a strong spot to just sit in. We wouldn't have seen the impact, though, if he hadn't pushed out to this position. Really trusted his aim, trusted that Zershin would come and help him out.
I love that from Zershin. Trying to run away, but then deciding to just hold his ground. And we know that aim's reliable. Awkward one here for Spirit as they forego the lead and find themselves on a single AK here in Donk's hands. But it's feeling like Donk is doing what he does, keeping rounds alive even when Spirit are working with less. It's not too late for Donk to have an impact on this series, but even just if we have a close first half, this game could wind up getting tight. We were talking about blowouts back at the beginning of this best of 5. And so while we watch Spirit kind of get into gear somewhat, a competitive game doesn't mean they still win this. Finally, just for the first time in this grand finals, testing MOUZ's limits. PR forced into the duel to the Tech9. He'll drop no kill to show for it. Zershin's taking damage, and now Tenier on a Tech9 alone has come up with a 5v3. Zelex keeps the pressure on. A single frag from him. And they have managed to find footing on this B site. What's the retake look like here for Spinks and Torji? They've got utility to make this uncomfortable. They will flush one into the fire. First frag's easy. You could smoke the bomb or cave.
I mean, yeah.
They'll decide not to cover the bomb itself. That's going to bring in the next duel. Donk's dead, and you've got Shiro now, capable of a clutch, but with no vision. He may just bank on wall bangs.
Yeah, just got to.
This could still get scary. Wallbang damage is there. Torji now low, 20 HP with the kit. Gonna force Shiro's hand. Tech9 spam from both sides, and it is just a stuck defuse. The right tools for the job, flushing each of those individuals into fights they didn't really want to take. MOUZ just unravel that post plant.
This is really turning into an incredible CT side out of MOUZ. No matter how disadvantaged they are, they find a series of correct decisions, hit all their shots, make those kills look easy. They bait Magix into the right peak. They bait Donk into the peak out of the smoke. Every trap that they're laying is working out. 6 straight rounds out of MOUZ. And this is officially, the closest Spirit get to winning in those last 6. Ooh, I got PR playing the tall box. Not a bad spot to be versus a fast A play.
Eats the flash though, he's been found.
No, he gets
Still deliver.
Oh, another dink.
Zontic's down to 14. Weird, because those first couple bullets just fly towards PR.
No, they shot him, but he got flashed.
Ah, that's what interrupted it. Zershin, look at this push. Yeah, Zontic's just a sitting duck, but that 2-player push into the A site did open a door for the bomb to go down. And we're at that critical point of what's left in this half where Shiro and Co, they just need to try to hang on to the bomb plant. Man advantage for MOUZ earned and a heavy flank. In fact, not one player retaking from the CT side of this bomb site. They're gonna smoke off the long side. Donk towards the ramp, gets a second kill in this 3v4. Cuts down MOUZ to size. Shiro gets his, and that's what they needed. A chance to just plant the bomb and also breathe. A bit of a late arrival from MOUZ as they were preoccupied with that early A hit, and all of a sudden, Spirit back to winning ways.
Just feel like they just need to trim the fat and get into situations like that where they can post plant. Donk can take fights like this. I mean, this is obviously a fantastic display of aim. In all these previous situations, MOUZ were in a similar spot. Here they had numbers. This would have actually been not that difficult if they went 1-for-1 on Donk. But like you said, it's not too late for him to have an impact on this series.
Molly spread, Spinks forced to use the smoke when the flashes are good. The shots, though, leave a little to be desired. Oh, not on the side of Spirit, though. Great execution here from Donk and Tanir. MOUZ happy to sign up for one more fisticuffs in mid at the start of this round, and it costs them dearly. Tanir and Donk barely survived that clash, but they have got this B site under wraps.
They saw Torji leaving.
It's all eyes on Cave. Finish off PR, and Torji freed up to try to win this, but a deep push in from Tanir is going to put it on ice. Another moment here where Spirit make it slightly more interesting right at the tail end. 2 to close out their T side.
I'm telling you now, I predict Vitality to take this whole thing.
Wow, you're very confident.
Well, I've done my research. What do I do now?
Did you? I mean...
No. There's more to predictions than that. It's not just wins and losses. There's map pool, there's their hunger.
You mean their hunger to win?
No, I do mean their literal hunger. I've been following them around. I'm watching them at dinner. I'm making sure they eat breakfast together, all of that.
You've been what?
I'm making informed predictions, okay? And plus, I know a guy.
You know a guy. Who?
That being said, the next game will be better. I need a strong warm-up. Wait a sec. What's calling me? Hello?
Hey, Kenny, it's me.
Who?
Maui Snake, the analyst. I'm the guy that made the ZywOo lack of cultural impact tweet and all of France blocked me. So who do you have that win the event?
I don't know, Vitality, whatever.
See? I told you. He agrees.
Did you just hang up on Kenny S?
The first 2-0 versus Vitality in quite some time.
It may have taken 2.5 maps to get here, but Spirit suddenly turning this game into a more competitive affair. It was a 4-0 start where MOUZ are able to answer convincingly, and then those last couple of rounds added to the board as Donk is explosive here on Ancient. A 13-8 score, his best half so far this Grand Finals.
Yeah, just looking way better. And right at the tail end, but it's literally correlated to his kills, getting the rounds. Kind of what we've been waiting for so far. He'll be a little surrounded here. They're coming in on both ends.
Donk on the fallback. No, it gets away from him. And from Zontix. Xerxin leading the charge, kills 2 on the approach. And MOUZ picking up a pistol after having given a few away.
We didn't see that.
Tanir can't collect one either, so this has been all of Spirit coming up empty-handed in the pistol round. A moment where MOUZ will put Spirit right back into the pot. Temperature rising here in Malta as MOUZ inch their way closer to that trophy lift.
No kills here for Spirit on this pistol. And Donk had a fair few shots to work with there on the defense outside of the smoke. Kind of played it well considering, you know, how much was coming at him, but he was the only guy on A. So it's another great call here for MOUZ. Pick a vulnerable site overall.
CT's with a bit of a lean on this B site, but Bombs sits outside of it. Feels like Xerxin was just sizing it up. Everybody contributing utility to Xerxin. We've seen MOUZ actually storm into stacks previously to convert their pistols. Kill like that sure as hell helps. Little MAC-10 headshot to get the ball rolling. Zontix traded out. And so numbers strong here to start, but Spirit down to 2. Donk still remains, but on the other half of the map where there is no effort from MOUZ. Magix just kind of looks into the void, accepts his fate, lets that wallbang collect, and sure enough, MOUZ, a slow squeeze into the B bomb site, will convert their pistol.
Get all these best of 5 grand finals, just 3-0s.
Yeah. Yeah. We've had a lot. I remember, you know, Valve finally gave us best of 5 finals. And
we begged on our ends and knees for years, for a decade.
But when a BO5 finals is competitive, there's no better feeling. It's worth the flat ones, I think. And as of the next major, 3rd, 4th place decider games. No, not excited about that.
Which makes a ton of sense for... No, they've always been great.
Yeah.
Some people aren't even a fan of having them more often in events. I actually think they've been pretty good.
I think so. And I think sometimes, you know...
they do matter, so...
They do. Yeah. Every game
matters. If they didn't matter for VRS, then screw them. But they actually do.
Especially at a major. Like, you know, it's hard to feel like a winner when you don't come first. But hey, I came 3rd, not 4th. At the major. Yeah. It's not over yet, but it is getting into that real dangerous territory. Spirit knowing that they're probably going to have to forfeit another round here.
Can Magix argue that humanity lost if they lose this series?
I don't know.
I don't think so. MOUZ are super fresh. They're looking really good.
3 weeks with this new roster. And each individual on MOUZ having moments throughout this best of 5.
And Xerxin's calling is actually just flat out spectacular at this point. I mean, we were wondering if it was predicated on him being able to call around himself. Well, that just hasn't been the case either. in these last few days.
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense for him to start his journey as an IGL with that formula. And then as we've given him more time and more support from Cyclone and Zipex, I mean, MOUZ does have supportive elements that you'd think would shape their leaders walking into a new role. Utility damage racking up here as, again, Spirit had so little to play with and weren't able to stop that bomb plant. Easy cleanup for MOUZ. 4 rounds from victory in Malta.
Another 2 kills in for Donk, but that's kind of it.
May the true test begin. Quick for the op boost. And it is only Magix at this B site. They're going to try to test that smoke. Magix cutting one down to size. Oh, nice spam through, just killing PR as they were looking to disengage a bit. So the first gun round bodes real well here for Spirit in an opening 5v3.
Oh, that's nice. He could sniff out the idea right away.
However,
kill back for Zelix. That's a good guy to take out of the round.
Could this still get away from Spirit? You're looking at some of the score lines of the Spirit players left alive in this situation. Contrast that to how hot Torji's been. Missed shot out of Shiro.
Oh my goodness, that was crazy.
A little awkward between the oppers. They'll both peel back. Now what's the move? Throw the opper on the box, try to give him a line. Tanir gets active to make sure there's map control here for Spirit. They are very aware of what is to come if there's still commitment here from MOUZ. Missed Molotov on the execute won't help, and a smoke grenade on ramp, starting to feel more and more like a save at this point. Final act of desperation with the smoke spam, but no frag means no entry point, and so MOUZ know better.
3 saves with their money and those guns is not too bad. And it'll be Magix to win the round with his 2 kills, running forward into that knowing exactly what was coming.
As the solo defender.
Yeah. It honestly looked like that attack was going to work for a second.
Fresh idea out of MOUZ in the follow-up, considering they're able to buy easily in this one. No attention to that B site. A forward press out of Spirit. Flash good, but it goes both directions. Donk regaining vision. Him and Zontix win the duel.
Actually turned out to be the CT flashes that were just a little bit better.
Dangerous game to play, going for those mid-clashes, but you know what you're signing up for every time. Tanir just tucked in to the sight box. Tall box, rather.
Not gonna see a damn thing.
Dangerously close game for MOUZ. In another moment where you're stuck in an early 3v5. Leg shot on Tanir. MOUZ would have loved for that to be an opening pick. It's going to elicit a peek here from Zontix. Now, you've wounded a 3rd player. There are weak pieces here for Spirit.
Just don't. I mean, if they go A, it's just going to be a nightmare, surely.
Thought maybe if they tried to wrap through CT spawn with Xertion, things could get interesting. For now, they'll take up their position in Donut. And Xertion is inching forward at the 22nd mark. Swing denied. Zontix dead. PR still with 50 HP. We've got this position in sight, though, played by Donk. And Donk's going to draw the line in the sand. Xerxin in that CT spawn misses his shot. No way. And it's all going wrong. Torji dead to Donk as well. It still would have been a Hail Mary moment with so little time left over. Now Xerxin dies after time, and this one becomes incredibly awkward. Spirit have put MOUZ in a tough spot with this hold.
We just caught the tail end of that fight. Don't know exactly what. Probably wouldn't have mattered, though, with the extra 2 guys on and Donk winning his duel.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's great CT utility. Even though the T-flashes, it felt like were going to be the big difference. As soon as they came out, it was the later CT flashes that allowed Donk to get the first fight.
It's one of those milliseconds where your brain thinks you hit the headshot. Yeah. Ooh, here we go. It's actually a light. No, okay. They go all in.
Their money's in a weird spot.
Yeah.
Saving 3.
They were trying to crunch the numbers. I thought maybe Zelex would just try to pick up 1 tool for the job, but we go 2 rifles, 3 pistols, as MOUZ are trying to fight Spirit for this lead, not wanting to tie the game up.
Well, this is where you're looking at the supporting cast of Spirit and saying, just don't drop a situation like this.
Man, they want this mid-fight again, huh?
That's wild.
They've been signing up for this fight. They've been on the receiving end of Donk more often than not, and it's 3 players strong here for MOUZ. Donk to the duel, popped by Zelex.
That's the 1 AK on the round.
And things get interesting. Zontix thinking about testing the smoke as he emerges. 2 sets of eyes on it, but he will get both kills. That is a spray and a half out of Zontix.
It's one player that can use an upgrade here. The second gun they could even grab off of Zontix if they wanted it.
Yeah, there's that Galil down there as well on his teammate's corpse for PR, but okay, they'll just chuck him the AK. Torji grabs the gun so that they can keep a player up on ledge. What's the move here, MOUZ?
It's crazy. They've got so much utility, too. I mean, these 2 smokes after they block window.
I love that.
Oh, they're a 3 smoke still.
Red smoke as the bomb has already worked its way halfway to that B site.
The longer this goes on, the stronger the spot gets for Magix.
PR now tucked into the opposite cave room in anticipation of some kind of a mid play, but it wasn't Tanir to go push out middle. He has just simply hit the back of this B site, instead looks to tuck into the corner. This is a Tanir who's playing from 5 and 12, met by utility. He'll pop open that smoke and try to catch them crossing in, goes for the duel, and will kill Xerxin. Magix's spot, worth it. Torji, 1v3, 10 seconds, and they will just collapse down on the attempt from MOUZ. It's a great opening move from Zelex. He gets that duel picked up over top of Donk, but value from Zontix as he tests the edge of the smoke, and from the 3v3, Spirit thrive.
He's going for headshots now. It's 2K spray down on a Zontix to equalize.
It's a confident push.
That would have been a robbery. With the investment for MOUZ, that'll sting a bit.
And forced to bend the knee. Spirit have either swept or been swept in 4 straight grand finals. Today we could buck the trend. Shot. Certainly
That's
not
the whole
ideal.
site.
Bomb cross is over, but what do they really have to work with here? Not a single set of Kevlar, not 1 nade. So a guy like Donk just gonna make mincemeats of the first couple kills, and Spirit to double digits first.
Like, oh, whoops, once that missed shot came in, I wish we bought some utility for that one, but they had to save up for this attempt. Spirit have done a great job of messing their money up, winning all the right rounds.
Another mid-fight. Oh, Donk makes the jump. Yes, sir. from the top shelf. Spinks though recovers.
Two back.
Kills on ticks. Those flashbangs set him up, but as he tries to extend in for another, Tanir, last piece of this mid-hold, could be going into a duel versus the bomb carrier in a moment. Instead, he will disengage, happy to try to hang on to this 3v3. Torji on the walk-up's got a teammate right behind him. It's him and Zershin operating as a duo here in mid. And not only does Tanir have to hang on to the donut play, but he's also the only A-site defender. It's another trade. PR gets his on B. Magic's activated.
He's missing his spray.
He's confused. Torji starts looking the wrong direction. What an aggressive play. Magic!
Oh my goodness.
2K clutch offered up. Woo. Absolutely frazzles Torji. Doesn't know which way to look.
I don't know what was going on as a J.R. Smith moment there for Torzi. Because if there was more players on the map, maybe you could point to a distraction, but not sure what he was registering in his mind. Either way, and then it's the other attack, the nade as they approach, and Magix gets that kill as well. He would have loved to blow that smoke open himself.
Great adjustment from Spinks. PR point blank on Shiro, but look at, yeah.
Dude, how did Shiro's shot miss? He had an op that I swear you heard it as well. That must have been PR taking up his entire screen.
Another round where MOUZ will be operating with less. Another round where Donk takes over middle to no contest. Early numbers at A main. It's an opless Shiro over towards that A site. Zershin's just chucking a full fake of utility into this B site, but there's already a press down the ramp here for Magix. So he'll kill Zershin. This is gonna put the A site on guard. Shiro from the back turns into two, made easy. Spirit are on the brink of securing a 12th, and with it, 3 map points. Their win streak on Ancient about to be extended as this T side out of MOUZ just simply can't break through. Finally, in this grand finals, we get a showing out of Donk, deserving of a best of 5. He'll be killed in this one as the 2v5 recovery begins, but it's a hell of an ask of PR and Torji. They got little to lose here, so they will fight for it, and Shiro continues to collect kills from inside sight. He's gonna go for the next one, and he has got himself a quad kill for the road, trying to extend this game to Nuke.
Yeah, one of his best rounds so far. Not on the up either. MOUZ have been on 9 rounds for a while now. So Spirit starting to write the story for themselves. And not wasting a good Donk performance either.
This T-side is the pistol and the 3-0 start from MOUZ. That's it. 6-round CT streak. No bomb plants in the last 4. No denying Spirit have come alive. Zershin just hit by flashbangs, takes up a path through lane, almost getting hit by that wallbang damage, but he'll be fine. So coming at mid a little differently, there are a lot of players still here for Spirit. Once that smoke fades in Red Room, they'll be looking for info and potentially duels. That nade just a little bit ahead of the walkout. 3 players from elbow.
Careful, having to reload.
Zershin responding to this spam from Magix that's just been constant since the start of the round. Spirit reading this correctly with the 4-player B setup.
Problem is, sometimes if you play inside cave, like, every position can be smoked or mollied out.
Big activation as PR runs forward, blindsided by Shiro. They're gonna have a hard job getting him out of here with so many players on site.
Sure enough, the defense delivers. Spirit will deliver in this best of 5. A rock-solid defense to extend their streak. They refuse to lose on Ancient, and they refuse to be embarrassed in this best of 5.
Yeah, fair enough. They don't look back when they start winning. Donk scoreline looks good. This is a much healthier looking Spirit as they close this game out. And it wasn't 13-11. I mean, they just looked flawless all the way towards the end. So fantastic job for Spirit to give us a show.
Finally seeing some fight in Spirit here, and finally not only a competitive map, but it feels like some competition has arrived in our grand finals here. MOUZ were looking on track to be able to get a 3-0 for themselves, but there's still plenty more opportunities in the maps to come, and you can't be too disappointed because finally we're also seeing Donk show up, all of Spirit working together.
Let that be a lesson to you. Donk will not have 6 sub 1.0 KD maps in a row. That will simply never happen.
My lesson learned, MOUZ's lesson learned too.
I doubt it has happened. Definitely not while he was wearing a Spirit jersey, at least. This was a much better showing from him. This was a better look from Spirit. It was the first time I actually thought to myself, okay, maybe the MOUZ game plans aren't going to be flawless on every consecutive T side. So back to the drawing board. I think that this is one that was definitely, you needed to see some fight from Spirit. A couple of their players actually showed moments of resilience, even when Donk or when the opening pick goes the way of MOUZ, like Zontix, for example, coming up in the mid-late rounds. Magic's himself too. There were a lot of heroes here for Spirit, but I think that Donk's shown the brightest for sure.
Yeah, you look at the CT side for MOUZ was very solid, but I really think Spirit did get the better of MOUZ in terms of the game plan going into the second half. They overloaded middle, and MOUZ just continually went back to the mid play until they were too far, too late in terms of actually getting themselves into the game. They required some clutches that they just couldn't pick up. They couldn't get the 2v1 on Magix, and at that point, it's just over.
I know the players get a little bit of a longer break between map 3 and 4, but Shira's still sitting at his PC there. I think working away at some of his settings.
Questionable. I mean, not really sure what that's about. I feel like he's fairly meticulous with his setup already. I don't know why he would need to stay for longer. Maybe James Banks can catch him and ask him why.
Maybe, but he's going to have to try and pull him to the side there. But yeah, he's still working on it, and we could talk about more of Ancient here because whilst it was a much stronger start from Spirit, obviously, considering how map 1 and 2 have gone, MOUZ fought back really hard for their CT side, but towards the tail end, that's where my question marks come about of this MOUZ roster because it feels like this half is surmounting to something for you, and then it's just no longer even an option.
Yeah, we saw MOUZ, they had their problems against Astralis, and then we saw Spirit, they ran a couple of the same exact strats, they had the same ideas. MOUZ tried to adjust things, but when you're playing against a Spirit squad that has a solid idea of how you want to be playing, I think they can bring it back as well. And here we're seeing a round where you actually have PR on the A site. This is very rare for MOUZ. They really play off of the A site almost every time, but it's the same strat you saw almost identically from Astralis, the fake A into the walk up on B. Usually PR would be there alone. In this case, they actually have nobody on the B site, so it's a free plant, even though they go 2 for 2 on the other side of the map. And then you have Donk. This is where we saw Donk. I think we all saw this and thought to ourselves, this is Donk activating again. That's what you need if you're a Spirit fan, if you want them to win this series.
It is just ridiculous how Donk is able to shave them off so cleanly, creating 1v1s against the team that has just been, bar none, the best trading roster that we've had at the Bounty. The fact that he can just always get these sliver peaks off, sliding away between the fights, and the time to kill is just ridiculous. Something we were missing from the first couple maps.
Now, not to take away anything from Spirit, because yes, again, everything that they were doing was right. Seeing these openings in MOUZ, being able to make adjustments throughout rounds, as well as throughout this map here for Ancient. But I do have to bring in the question, you're this close on the side of MOUZ to lifting a trophy. You're in the lead when it comes to rounds as well, and then we see a lot of things fall to the wayside, small mistakes that we haven't yet seen in this grand final. How much of that mental aspect is being factored in compared to Spirit also showing up?
It shows up probably in their heads, but also in the server. We had a couple consecutive rounds from MOUZ where they just wanted to throw caution to the wind. They wanted to take early 50-50s, which oftentimes Ancient can be about, but for a team that has been so procedural and methodical with angle clearing and working together, to have 2 consecutive rounds that are just kind of getting spammed through smokes or running gray screened, that didn't feel really like the MOUZ approach from the first couple maps. And so you see it also happen on round 17 where, yeah, they're just kind of flying through, hoping that they get the better of them. This is sometimes the game when you're playing Ancient, that you're just hoping your flashes sort of counter theirs, that your timing is better than theirs. But I was just surprised to see that a bit from MOUZ, because when you stretch the rounds out, when you just get centered and go for these full just bomb site hits or kind of a late control procedure, that's where you've been really strong.
I think the difference you see between 16 and 17, 16, they're expecting the stack up in mid, so they try and go through the top ramp smoke. 17, they're expecting the double up on B, so they go through the mid smoke. And the problem is, as you're saying, you wait until the late round, you can pivot them around the map, you can drag them into the wrong spots. If you just go for the 50-50 at the beginning of the round, you're really just gambling that they're in the setup that you're hoping they're in.
This is something that does kind of fall through MOUZ's fingers when you're seeing these rounds playing out back to back like that. And so a reset towards what is going to be map number 4 for Nuke. We don't have to talk about the map specifically, but more the mental aspect of it for me, where you go, we have lost to this team 7 times in a row if you're MOUZ, and you feel like you've finally gotten something over them when you take out map 1 and 2. And then map 3 falls the way that it does, you start questioning who needs to be that person that steps up and how are our newbies going to handle that pressure too.
To me, this is just perfect for the gentleman's sweep for MOUZ, that they just kind of let Spirit have that one. Then you get the long mental reset, say, okay, remember, we still are 2-1 up in this series, and now we're going to a Nuke that we are way more comfortable creating rounds on the T side. There's so many more options. We'll get into those, of course, later, but I don't think that this should actually have MOUZ lose a step. What I was surprised to see is that Zelix, who's never been at this kind of stage before, had actually performed extremely admirably on that Ancient right there, even taking the fight right to Donk, winning it in 50-50 duels. So I thought he would be flustered by the moment, being on the precipice of victory, but that was not the case.
Yeah, I think in terms of things to look forward to, you have the rookies from MOUZ. I think they've performed pretty admirably in all 3 games so far. Even in the defeat, you still had PR showing up. You still had your rounds from Zelix. I don't think there's anything to be too worried about for MOUZ, but I think you are right. You do have this kind of underdog mentality for MOUZ. I don't think they would have expected to have 2 dominant victories in the first couple maps. Now you're thinking you can win it, but at the same time, that's an Ancient that Spirit is extremely dangerous on compared to a Nuke, where I think MOUZ is the more dangerous team there.
I don't want to give you the time, Vu, because every day we have been bringing this up, and whilst you've been riding that high of Donk, he hasn't necessarily been delivering to the high that you've been putting him on until now. Finally, it feels like he's showing up on Ancient.
I think there's at least some of it comes down to Spirit having some good, or MOUZ rather, having some good game plans, good ideas of how Donk want to play. And this is a map where actually Donk has in the past struggled. Sometimes he takes those mid duels. They used to throw him into the meat grinder quite often. More recently, they've given him more opportunity to actually play his game. But he's still, at times in this game, as much as he did show up and he did have a solid game, there were times where he was still taking an individual duel and losing in ways that I think a Donk at peak form would have done even better in this game.
The pistol round is one that rings out to me, that we're not seeing 100% Donk by any means, where he had a player running at him through Donut, through a smoke, and he used all 12 bullets of his USP magazine and was still unable to come up with the kill. But it's crazy that you can put up 109 ADR versus one of the best teams in the world. For my eyes, you're having a B game maybe for Donk. It's definitely not an A game, absolutely not an S tier game, and yet that's just him at 80% power.
Pretty crazy to see that, though, and of course now it feels like this is just the beginning of what should continue going on. And the flip side, where we were talking about how maybe the pressure is mounting for MOUZ, the inverse has to be said, because Spirit love to talk about their energy levels a lot, and I also like to bring it up because when you see these player cams, it's so hard to read or really know, is this frustration in yourself? Is this frustration in the team? And who is bringing it to the point where, yeah, well, actually, no, this is fine. We're a team that has reverse swept before, and we're a team that isn't going to buckle under the pressure of already being 2 maps down.
I think this is part of the benefit of actually having a coach behind you, whether it's Sotfik, whether it's Halley. You can go between maps. He can rally the troops, make sure you're on the same page. The concern I have is when the players aren't showing any tilt. You know, when I see Donk get a little frustrated, I go, that's just any day that ends with a Y. When I see Donk sit back in his chair as if he doesn't care anymore, that's what I was worried about seeing. We didn't see that at any point.
I would be worried about a lot of teams, and I was thinking on Mirage or after that, was Mirage a must-win map for Spirit? But because they've actually proven before that it doesn't matter who they play against, and it is just more, can they get into the series? That was why I actually wasn't completely worried. I still think it's entirely possible Spirit just close this one out, winning Nuke, winning Cash as well. I think the series is totally still up for grabs. Obviously, lightly MOUZ favored still because of the 2 maps, but it's not that this is by any means an impossible task.
I would say my potential concern is I think if you get the Cash, Spirit have some reps on that. I think they're winning map 5, so MOUZ need to close it out on Nuke.
Ooh.
Oh, that is a lot of pressure there. Not that they weren't already feeling it, so thanks for that one, Vu. But of course, it is so capable in the hands of MOUZ. They just have to want it a little bit more, it feels. But on the other side, we're talking about Spirit. And before we got into this matchup, before we got into our grand finals, Tania gave James Banks some words.
Your individual form, skill in the game right now, it was very good towards the end of last season. It seems like you're keeping it up at the beginning of this season. Have you been satisfied with your performance here?
This season started for us not so good because it was online stage and our performance was not so perfect. But right now we keep it way about our performance as a team and also as individual performance also. And right now I feel like we have a good form, but we can almost better. But we'll see.
In terms of we'll see, a lot of people are thinking that Spirit are just clear favorites to win this tournament, right? This will be your 2nd ever career trophy. Do you feel like you guys are the favorites? Do you feel like it's in your hands?
I think we feel we are favorites, but we respect every team. Don't care which one we are playing against who, and we will try play our best game, and then probably we'll celebrate or not.
Now, yesterday, Magix told me that in that phase game, sometimes the energy in the team was not so good. I think you are one of the people that almost always has good energy. Is there a bit of responsibility on you to keep that energy across a best of 5, across a final for the other members of the team?
Sure, I'm trying always be with good energy, but not always it's happened also for me, because sometimes it's really tough games or my game is not so good because maybe unlucky moments, maybe I don't have good form on this map, and sometimes it's happened. But for sure, everyone in team can support also everyone. And it's helped a lot, because if we have bad games or bad situation, for example, like yesterday on Anubis, we have 10-6 score, lost pistol rounds, but we just trying to control situation and don't care about, oh my god, we will lose soon or something like that. We just trying to play our game, and for us it's helped a lot, and we just won game, and that's it.
Tania is definitely someone that has always delivered on the energy levels. It feels like no matter what time you catch him. However, we're not always catching him after every map. And so it feels like whilst it was high there in the pre-series or our pre-grand finals there, I do wonder, because he himself is having a rough one too. I know we've highlighted Donk is struggling a bit, but that's because he normally stands out so far. This time around, Tania has normally been a great backup for them. But in the grand finals, I am questioning, where has he gone? He's not showing up in the way that he has for Bounty.
Tania's biggest strengths so far prior to this grand final was picking his timings well on extremities, understanding that if Spirit's going, the bulk of Spirit is going one way, that he needs to find that time, just kind of like Spinks has. But I think that he's more or less met his counterpart Hidden Spinks. At times, I think he's been the one that's actually been lurked on. He's lost some of those duels. Kind of actually reminds me of how in Rio, he had a really great tournament up to the grand finals, and then he met Rops. That's kind of the same sort of, I'd say that Spinks is not quite there today with Rops, but Actually, you know what? I take that back. Today, Spinks is insane. He's better
Put him in a
than
vacuum
he's
of
actually
just
better.
today.
He's actually better. It's just that for the last couple of months, it's been a little bit rockier for Spinks, whereas Tanir's kind of felt a high. But yeah, Spinks is just making a lot of great reads in counter to him.
I think Tanir of a bit of an X factor for the Spirit roster. You have the Donk that you know, well, you should know is going to have a great series every time. You have Shiro that's almost always going to show up and perform. But for so long in Spirit's tenure, you've really struggled to find that second rifler star. Tanir has been that guy, but hot and cold at times, and we're seeing he's on the cold side in this series. He's in some positions. I know he traded with Magix in a couple of positions on a few maps because on the rotator positions, he wasn't necessarily performing as consistently as they wanted, and I think if Spirit are going to take this one home, they need Tanir to perform today on this map.
I know every pro player has their ways to try and warm up, to put themselves, whether it's mentally in the mindset or just in the server for themselves. But for you guys at home, one of the best ways for you to warm up and of course also become quite consistent is heading over to Refrag. There's a lot of fun that we've been talking about over the last few days. There's a lot of movement modes here that you can do. We talked about the coaching assist that can happen as well. But one that we haven't mentioned yet is this bootcamp mode where it automatically switches between the modes. So you kind of just keep going, keep grinding through all the different things that you can train.
As soon as I got a refrag code, this is exactly what I went to, especially on Cash, to just get my feet wet with every possible game mode so that I was ready the first time I queued it up. Unfortunately, no one queues it in North America, so I haven't actually been able to do that. But if I were to actually want to practice any map in the pool, it's a great way to just make sure that you know your ins and your outs, the proper routing, the standard angles that you're going to be facing up against that day.
Yeah, they also put you on some angles that actually will happen in a real game. You're going to take these fights in a match, not quite in the same way, but you're going to take these fights in a match. You wouldn't be surprised to see all of these engagements, and this is just going to give you a great way to practice, to warm up, and you can spend lots of time in there if it's changing your game mode consistently to keep you active and aware.
My only thing is if you're doing it on Cash, it's wasted potential because that's all the way to map 5 in our grand final,
right?
5.
Right? It should just do it on Mirage and Dust too. That's what I learned from my Premier games. That's what I learned from this series today. It's the first 2 maps. It's all anybody wants to play is Mirage and Dust.
You gotta sell us on the Cash then. You gotta sell us a little bit more, Maui.
I don't think it's that great. I wish Overpass was in the pool still.
I have a video called "Is Cash Good?"
Yeah,
and the thumbnail
really?
says no.
Did you want to give us a TLDR, a summation of it? Why not?
I think it's the most simple map in the map pool. Everyone thinks they love it. Everyone out there is saying, no,
Nostalgia.
you're wrong. Cash is great. Give it a month.
Nostalgia
Give it a
baiting?
month.
Yeah.
Give it a month. They're going to hate it.
Yeah, no, I mean, FaZe did make it look interesting. I want to see more teams adopt whatever they did, but also I just see CS2 being a game that every cool little play that you crafted, unlike CSGO, you just throw a nade, break the smoke. Oh, you were trying to sneak around? Not today.
We'll see if it's as simple as that. If we get to Cash, if we get to our map number 5, the only thing that we know for sure is that we are going to be able to see Nuke. We are going to get to a map 4, which is happening right after this break.
Zontix, you don't often react to things that happen, whether it's good or bad in the game. And I know for you, it's your personality and how this goes down. But when moments happen in the game, do you have a emotional reaction in some way, like when it's good, or when Hallie comes over to you and says, like, you've done a good job in these crazy moments? Do you feel something at that point?
You cannot choose to feel an emotion, but you can choose the way you express it. You can choose whether you want to express it. And of course I do feel something, but I usually prefer not to express.
Has there been a time where it's hard not to do it, or have you mastered it? Is this just the Zontix way that, okay, I can do these things and I just play it? And do you think that's better for your like internal heart rate, your body, and just your focus?
It's definitely improving my focus, but sometimes there is situations where you're too off, that if you just scream for a little bit, it could be beneficial for you. Yeah. But I'm not doing it anyways. But I don't think it kind of negatively or positively affects my team, for example. But I wouldn't say that I'm holding it inside anyways. I think it's just probably I'm on average just less emotional.
That's just you, it's just your personality. Now, yesterday was a very tough game against FaZe. What do you think made it so close in your opinion? What was lacking from Spirit? Magic said it was like energy, but were you noticing some things in the rounds that was not up to standard or not what you guys prepared and planned for?
Yes, but there was a lot of rounds where we just couldn't kill, to be honest, and it was I kind of could feel it by the energy. Like, you can feel that energy is down and you can't kill because there is not enough concentration, not enough energy. So you just kind of accept it because you see that people are not in their best like physical shape, you know, to play the game. So there is not enough communication, we are not winning duels, and of course it's going to be hard. But then we kind of were able to wake up, and it was enough to win in the end.
It was enough, but I want to come back to what we were talking about your focus. You were stable pretty much across the whole series, right? You were the deciding factor in some moments as well. So do you think that's where your personality is very helpful for the team in that sense, like all the things we just discussed?
I think on average, if we talk about the communication levels and energy levels, I'm the most stable one. Yeah. But on the other hand, I have less ups, but less downs, you know? Exactly. So I'm like more of an average at this point. So when we have these games that I can notice that no one else kind of talking, I can kind of force them talking. So if I see that my teammates don't talk, I can talk more. Yeah, so it will force them to communicate with me at some point. So yeah, it can be helpful.
Zongtek's giving a lot of information in that interview there, but I gotta be real. If the Bounty Bonanza wheel can't get Bro to smile, nothing out there will, okay?
It is the pinnacle of achievement when you're able to hit
joy.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You can feel some emotions, but you can choose whether or not to show them. And he chose not to show them at the Bonanza.
That's, I think, might be his default choice there. But he does talk about what he's giving a lot to the team. And of course, we get to see that time and time again, just how he is stepping up for Spirit here. But now I question, does it pertain to Nuke? Are we going to be seeing more coming out of Spirit like we were able to see there on Ancient? Or is this a map where we're actually wondering maybe MOUZ might have that advantage?
I'm happy with what I see from MOUZ most of the time on the CT side. The T side, I think they have their struggles. They've changed Spinks to lobby, where I think he's a lot more effective than he was as kind of the more roamer player. But you have a really big struggle session from Torji on this map. He's actually incredible once you get the op in his hands on the CT side. T side, he's not that great with the rifle typically. I'd like to see how he performs now when he's having such a good tournament, but in general, usually it's one where Torji struggles and MOUZ can have their problems.
Another concern for me is that MOUZ, their whole T side is usually based off of great trading. It's what works for them on Dust, on Mirage, as we've already seen. Clearly, it wasn't working in their favor for Ancient. Their second worst trading map on T side is Nuke. So that's gonna lead to even more difficulties when individuals aren't just able to find those opening kills. However, the style that MOUZ like to play is actually pretty tricky to follow. 3D Max had a hard time always finding out where Exertion snuck off to. Did he get down the vents? And the thing is that MOUZ will use sometimes 4 smokes outside just to veil what it is that they're trying to accomplish, whether they're trying to wrap into hell or make it down secret. So Spirit, they're just gonna have to make sure that they stay aggressive, that they actually are keeping some info, because if you're flying blind against MOUZ, they're just going to convert.
I'm hoping that we get a similar sort of display when we did see MOUZ going up against 3D Max on Nuke, where we got the triple overtime, so much joy. We had a Torzi essentially 1v4 sort of a clutch up for himself, putting his team in a winning position. That's the MOUZ that I'm hoping shows up today. I'm hoping Spirit hitting that sort of level as well.
I don't think my heart could take that.
Okay.
I don't think my heart could take that in the grand final of Spirit against MOUZ. I'm really excited to see what MOUZ have changed up from then. I think they had some mistakes in that game that they could absolutely remedy. And this is, I want to mention, I've harped on PR for some of his positions. I think this is the one where he shows the most promise. Ramp, he's very tough to deal with, and Spirit often do attack ramp on their T sides.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also switching to the CT side, kind of an objective for me is for MOUZ to probably get 5. I actually like their CT side quite a bit. So as long as they just maybe get it close at halftime, they should feel pretty comfortable. I also think that the A defense between Zelix and Xertion can be pretty strong too. I think that they've actually just really locked down a lot of spots. Actually, Spinks with him on that A side. But either way, the way that Zelix has actually handled executes has been a little bit impressive for me for a guy that just kind of gets slotted in against tier 1 teams. So many flashes in his face. He's been doing a really serviceable job, dodging one, then getting 1 kill himself, staying alive. So he's a guy to watch out for me too.
You stay close in the first half. What's putting you in a position of comfort, though, to be able to see it transition into a map win for MOUZ or vice versa for Spirit?
MOUZ before have created game plans that have made Donk look silly.
Okay.
That has happened on Nuke. So I fully trust Cyclone to be able to at least stump Donk a couple of these times, because as Donk warms up into this series, you don't want him to take 50-50 fair fights.
On the CT side, it's going to be very tough to shut Donk down, but on the T side, this is one of the few maps where you can see Donk go cold without having a bad individual game, but rather by game plans, as you're saying, from the likes of Cyclone.
MOUZ cooled off a little bit towards the end of Ancient there. They've had time to reset. Spirit firing up for themselves, which makes a clash of the Titans here happen on Nuke for map 4 of our grand final.
A clash of the Titans only made possible by the fact that the second Titan has actually stepped into the server. We've now got Donk playing well off of Ancient. The Polymarket prediction remains MOUZ favored, but slightly. Obviously, a little bounce back in this series could be good, but I like that the analysts gave credit to the brains of the operation on MOUZ and the possibility, you know, painting this picture of maybe the game plan shutting down Donk in map 4.
We've officially gotten deep into this best of 5. I would also like to say this legitimizes the win more for MOUZ. If it had ended back on Ancient,
I like that.
I think we'd have to say, man, Spirit just were not good at this event, not good in this final, but they go ahead and win. They have the right guy at the top of the board. They pick up a comeback victory as well. And so even though there's a bit more pressure on MOUZ, I think there's more at stake in making this win feel kind of as big as it should, because this is like the team that they always lose to, the team that they can't even get maps against. But make no mistake, Nuke is up for grabs. And we're all hoping for cash now at this point. Doesn't waterfall.
Donk with the first chance. 2 players in front of that duel. Oh, PR, nice little crouch approach.
Yeah, monster stuff out of PR again.
Stays mobile to get first blood in this pistol.
Why does Zershin know he's going to come back? Oh my goodness.
He just does.
My word, what a read from Zershin.
Couple of beautiful taps out of MOUZ for the 5v3. Shiro's Berettas. Still a part of this A defense. Very much aware that Heaven is going to get wrapped and that this A site could be threatened from above. So they go for the hut push. The second player inside of lobby now trying to clear out one side of this so that they can turn back. Shiro confirms a bunch of numbers. 2 from main, at least 2 out from Heaven, and he is only able to cut 1 player down. Certainly not ideal for those Berettas. As Zontix tries to creep up vents, he'll make some noise to let them know. And that is still bomb planted, no challenge, back site. Magix also reveals himself with that 1 USPS tap, so there's...
Zontix could have got out of the vent.
Could have.
Kind of a few times. And
goes for the long journey.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Not bad at all, but unfortunately here, it is Zontix suddenly alone in a 1v3. No kit for the play, and he took that long road to wrap back around Secret. Now, the fact that 1 player's along this wall could have just given him an easy kill right there. Very ready to swing with Zelex, and we get MOUZ with a nice, slow approach, an eventual squeeze, and another pistol victory.
I would love to know, is this my suspicion based on all the pistols we've seen? I think Donk is actually struggling on pistols. He was kind of like #1 in all stats at some point, but I feel like he's been countered on these pistols a lot, and faced with an opening duel, kind of a duel that he'd normally win. I don't have the numbers to back it up. I just don't have the numbers. I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot with my own eyes.
The old eye test.
I was there.
I'm in the trenches.
Please let the numbers be on my side for this one. I think that's been a reason.
It's okay, Mohan. We're casters, not analysts. We speak from the heart. So these SMGs out there on the field, collecting themselves in ramp. There's a lot of bodies for Spirit in ramp if they want to tiptoe down towards B. But first, Zershin going to give a bit of a test outside, and there's no poke from main. There's no defender except for Shiro here. You've at least gotten the scout away from that ramp room and potential rotate lower. This MP9 from Zontix, it's in front of Magix, and they both go down empty-handed. Donk's Desert Eagle versus a sea of opponents here. And he has slipped the net, so he executes the bomb planter. Still plenty of time to pick that bomb back up, but he'll find damage on Torji as well. But again, replaced by the second player, Backsite. Tough ask of what's left of Spirit.
Yeah, they'll have to step away from this. Scout will be valuable in any round in the future. I really want cash now.
Do you?
Now that we've broken the barrier, it's not a sweep one way or the other for Spirit in all their best of 5 grand finals.
I don't think MOUZ want to get there, though. I don't know. There was that pregame interview with PR. Kind of brought up the map.
If it goes 5
and
maps,
he's like,
it'll be interesting.
It'll, yeah, and like the hesitation in that, it'll be interesting.
20 days of practice to get integrated to every map in the pool, and then cash is the brand new map for everybody.
Yeah. It'll be interesting.
Honestly, though, like, he should be great on a map like cash.
Well,
it's an aim-focused map. He's like, he's a beast on some of these angles.
I can't help but think back to MOUZ versus Vitality at Lisbon, the Lisbon Open event, where at the time, MOUZ were actually contending for a trophy, but it was the first time Train was in the pool. And so Brolin, I remember we get to the 5th map of that series, and he goes, it was my fault, I wasn't ready for this map.
What a deep cut.
What a robbery this could be if we get to another new map and MOUZ somehow finally fall apart.
But you heard him on the desk. It's the simplest map.
It's the simplest map.
Train was literally the hardest, so.
That's fair. Just use nades. Expose them in the smokes.
Yeah, we'll have to see what CS2 does to cash with the smoke. You know, what kind of creativity can be brought to it, but it is really the simplest map.
I'm just grateful that it's the same cache, so we actually get to see the CSGO to CS2 comparison. With Train coming back in so different, it didn't feel like the return of Train. It felt like something new. So I'll remain salty for the time being. And we hit a minute mark. We've had utility to slow down MOUZ's approach in this round that is still just 4 pistols for Spirit. Little hesitation towards the ramp originally. 2 Desert Eagle shots that just don't find their marks. Donk goes back in and will kill PR.
Nade set down.
Good value out of that frag. Lots of bodies dropping
2
lower.
rotators.
Donk's going to be quick to make sure that they have all gone down this ramp. He'll show no hesitation, and they don't control that gun. You just gave Donk an AK.
They're everywhere.
And another moment where he's got Kevlar. He was the one guy to do this. Tagged down low, Zelex at 11, and they pull that off.
That's incredible out of Spirit, man. Those are the rotations that you want to see from this team. They actually played active, so active in all it took was 1 kill, and then all the rotations. MOUZ fully surrounded.
And no hesitation out of Donk. The Deeg kill into clearing that whole ramp. You know, he doesn't let them kind of get down into the B site.
He knows he has a teammate right behind him, too.
Sprints to the AK, gets back in with it, and Shiro, the other one, with that scout. That's an awesome way for Spirit to find their first CT round win. Well, awesome if you ask anybody other than MOUZ.
It's a massive steal.
Put them in a limited space. We've got low utility and a Tech 9 on Xerxin.
It's a steal, but it's not lucky. I like that there's no real massive mistake there from MOUZ. They just got, you know, deeged, and then it was just pure action out of Spirit.
Pure speed as well. I like no hesitation to take over the top of ramp. You heard all 4 players jump over that railing, and they kind of pay the price for not keeping 1 player to watch for that hell ramp. Now it's going to be another test towards the ramp room, and Shiro, wounded but still, delivers the first. Man advantage earned for Spirit. Donk's going to go down empty-handed thanks to Zelex. A duel picked up outside. This returns Shiro to the action in ramp room. Good push here from Tanir to catch Zelex entirely unprepared. That Opper now in an awkward spot as Spinks takes the head off. We go back even 3v3.
That totally changes it. I mean, well, the thing is, it looks like MOUZ are not exactly ready to attack. They could have dropped down the ramp, but Tanir's still alive. They've got 1 in lower already. Late squeaky at 30 seconds. It's a classic maneuver, but they're coming out of hut at the same time.
Yeah, it's Tanir downstairs, and this hut arrival for Magix. He's alone for the moment. Oh, he gets the dink on Torji.
Oh boy.
But a kill picked up by MOUZ, puts that bomb down with a man advantage, albeit slim. Can Tanir really get out through this vent? Tough ask of him, looking to link up with Zontix, who doesn't push through main because of the smoke. He'll wrap around Heaven instead. This is going to buy time for MOUZ.
He has a flash he can throw over top of Squeaky. That's the only way he can really do this with utility. There'll be a bit of a warning, obviously, but...
It's Torsi low HP, straight down beneath this. Oh, but he still delivers the headshot, and that means Tanir's not even given a chance at the retake. 2 key kills there from Torsi to shut this round down. And an even bigger one maybe from Spinks, taking out Shiro. The Shiro stays alive, he has the op. They can't even settle down inside of the ramp. Magic will probably get support towards A, once they know that lower wasn't an option. But because of this kill, they had They had Tanir make that rotation downstairs. Taniro.
Robert Taniro.
Mamma mia. I can't hold the ramp. Sorry, okay, I'm done.
Gorlami.
Oh boy. Tough place for Spirit suddenly. You don't want to get economically reset this early on a CT side of Nuke.
Well, because they won saving, they get another buy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have one.
Yeah, they'd be in that spot already. Magics can make do with the MP9, no doubt.
However this map goes, just don't let it be to dud shots. You know, I don't want to see small flicks getting missed, some bad sprays. That's just not the way you want to go out. And again, it'd be such a legitimate victory for MOUZ to take down a team like this in a best of 5. Everyone's back on land. But only if they play well.
Cold starts. Donk is 5-7 in pistol rounds today. Oof, God, the numbers of his teammates even worse.
Damn, you had to throw them in there?
Yeah, I mean, no, sometimes B-Tram's sassy.
But it's fair. Yeah, the stat for Tanir earlier was that he's more inconsistent than Magic's and Zontix with above 1.0 ratings. I think the time frame was like the last 3 months. But it's just that you see Tanir sometimes, he's having takeover maps. He's finally starting to get really comfortable, it felt like, within this team after getting shuffled around for a lot of spots, but he's still very inconsistent.
There's a lot of smokes outside, but really no action around it. A few spams here, so be it. Zontix, open floor, loses the fight, and no assistance because Shiro's a little further back. He tries to get an angle, but it's already 2 players to drop quickly downstairs. That's the bomb, though. Torji got tagged down to 8 health, and he's still locked into this duel. Finally dips as Donk sits on single door. They may have taken over control, but the secret approach is going to get cut off with damage. Still, Zershin wins these fights just barely. Bomb goes down, the vent player clip only for the 5 damage. Magics will be fine. Retake on. He's trying to queue up Donk, who pushes forward to PR. It's a guillotine from the AK. 2 headshots collected, and a 1v4 from Shiro, now found out to be upstairs.
Man, you see that any point.
They could have lost a lot of these fights, and this round could have been a flop.
Oh, totally. Even up to the point of Tanir's second kill, there's a chance for Spirit to technically try to go for this. But with that 2K, there's obviously no chance. Zershin was asked, like, do you feel that, I think Maui asked him, do you feel like this is a team that has some iteration of MOUZ that has the most firepower? And there's always going to be an element to this where you're sitting with your new teammates, you're talking about your new squad.
Yeah. No, they suck.
The answer is yes, every time. But definitely an argument could be made. Whew. I mean, especially if you got moments like this out of PR.
Damn, PR.
This is versus Donk, by the way.
Ooh, it's starting to feel like it's coming apart because this is the tough earned moment that Spirit actually go invest heavy on Donk. No, excuse me, that's just the save AK given to him. Makes sense. Pass it over, let him be the hero, but he hasn't been in hero mode today.
Throw the molly down to make sure there's no quick rotation that can be taking place, but they still come down. Zershin's already made it out of the vents, but actually was starting to lean back upstairs, so Sometimes you go for the vent drop just to pull some CTs down and make it into a fake. Oh, crazy timing for the wall smokes. No way Spirit are going to be ready for that.
5-7 sent downstairs to the doors, swinging wide. Shiro will win the fight over the MAC-10, but careful, because that AK's here. Shiro's trying to set it up. Donk gets the double. Now it's man advantage. You catch Zelex with a nade out. One saved gun. Bomb sits in front of him. Spinks a late arrival. This was meant to be the open road for MOUZ's T side. Instead, Spirit will bare their teeth, show fight. I love that camera angle, just showing that those were AKs trying to exit, and Donk shuts them down.
Just uses Shiro as bait. He gets that first kill. Torn limb from limb.
That's the value of the save.
The second round they win, it's off of the save. Again, trying to buy themselves a tempo. And with 3 AKs, makes the next buy even cheaper. Not too late to bring the half back. What a moment for Donk.
Man, that leaves MOUZ in such a stressful spot as well. There's going to be pistols on the field in this next one. Donk trying to replicate his impact from Ancient into Nuke. Finally back. Donk broke his streak of 5 straight negative KD maps on Ancient, the longest streak of his career.
Including CSGO.
Jesus. Bounty has been an anomaly for the best rifler in the world.
Maybe it won't be his second or 42nd best tournament in his career.
Nade is negligible, but here comes Shiro on an AK. Burned back from the help. Zontix is under a lot of pressure, will deliver a kill and some damage to boot, but there's no other rotation downstairs, so this timing here from MOUZ is solid.
I feel like he full commits here, but he actually had a better chance of having his teammates rotate over if he played from the ramp and had them fighting with him for a bit.
Magix is stomping. This is going to be Zelex to try to jump him with the Tech 9, but the limited weapon here for MOUZ starts to give man advantage back over to Spirit. Torzy signing up for an AK duel towards what is 3 ramp retakers, and he's going to at least kill Donk. That's a big scalp to take in this moment. Donk has been fueling these retakes, fueling this CT side fighting on. Another attempt to go clear single door, very late from Xerxin. Bomb's still never gone down, remember that. But you've got CTs in the midst of what felt like a retake. Shiro goes wide, gets denied, and MOUZ will win their 5th.
Damn, they hold all that ground, they just wait, and all the duels keep coming to them. They knew the House Spirit were going to try to play it, didn't rush the situation, thought they might regret that. And Torzy, even though it's only 1 kill, it's a very, very important one. Oh, it's a second. Ooh. The MOUZ have had to do this the hard way. The 2-round Spirit one, they won it while saving. But in the follow-up last time, they also won again. Now they'll have to try to do it again here to Spirit, and this will mark sort of their last chance to actually have a decent CT side.
Give me that one tap.
Woo. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. A lot of fantastic rifle highlights from Torzy today.
Adam, my man.
He was actually a monster versus 3D Max on Nuke as well.
It's kind of just been a monster all Bounty. Lovely to see him hitting this level at the start of a season. Just MOUZ in general, that's the story. In all the shortcomings at the first event of this season, not even getting through the opening round, Falcons and Vitality, MOUZ with a new roster have improved outing after outing. And even, our loudest criticisms in that Dust 2B synergy, they worked on that for today's best of 5 grand finals. 3 weeks this team has had to practice.
Feels like he's gonna walk into this.
And they've got Spirit by the scruff of the neck. But Shiro's going to deliver the first blood. They're going to walk 3 players towards this ramp. Zontix to be tested. We've seen him stick around at times.
He's committing, but to a fault.
Spinks has gotten far out. Shiro will find PR, but that close push in. It's a back turn and good cover, but Zontix still gets away with the kill a moment sooner.
It's a great rotation from Donk. I wonder if this was heard earlier.
Molly, that's going to disrupt him, forces him wide. He'll, of course, deliver the headshot and the trade, or rather follow-up onto Zelek. So Donk does his job. They survive with majority, a single point of health, all Donk needs for that last kill.
I certainly would have saw a plant with that frag. Doesn't happen. And because MOUZ, they kind of made their bed here. They gave Spirit a second chance in both of these rounds that they picked up, and now they're the ones who have to save. Spirit really can make this interesting. Mamma mia.
Welcome to a PR Pizzeria. Best pizza in all of Malta.
This is probably really offensive, but he does kind of sound like that.
Okay. An Italian pizza maker?
A PR.
Made with love. Where are you going to put this bomb? You know, my humble advice, if you're going to carry a bomb at any point in your life,
spin it on your finger.
I would advise not to. I'd also advise maybe not carrying bombs, but you can't stop the youth. PR going to try to move that down to the plant. Hey, they'd love the money, but it's going to be on full display to Tanier. Is there a chance they win this now? No, they should never, but the Glock got another. Woof, settle down. Spirit, it's costly. And that op will not be retrieved as it somehow gets onto the other side of that yellow whatever.
Good thing Shiro got all the kills he did.
Freaking sketchy, man.
Yeah.
It's all in the spin. So Spirit closed the gap.
That nade was actually nasty. I wonder if it was meant to hit the ceiling like that, but it was perfect.
If only Zelix had a position to really play from. You're up in the rafters with an op, fully exposed. Certainly made Spirit sweat, I'll tell you that much. And also really makes them reinvest. Still a chance MOUZ can break down the doors. We haven't seen them go for this A attack in some time, so looking to transition back to it with the execute. You've got Spinks out Squeaky already. Donk made awkward. Magic's SMG's the limitation. Shiro from up above gets the trade back, but it does cost them their player in sight. And the trades are fantastic here from MOUZ. They make the difference. 2v1 earned by a headstrong attack into that upper hit.
Damn, so watching that from Shiro's POV, he gets another multi-kill. But, I mean, Zontic's gonna have to win one of these retakes eventually. And you know he plays him slow.
Spinks is the one member to post a multi-kill this round.
Are there any kits for you? The kit's over here.
He gets Donk to start. Zontix, it'd be a long journey to go grab that kit.
And if you're playing versus Zontix, just duck. You know, like he will work it very slowly.
He's got it, but smoke doesn't actually cover the bomb. Oh, this is awkward in the middle of it now, but he still tracks down Zershin.
Ooh, needs that kit.
Hasn't picked it up. 10-second defuse, and he's missed it. Even with these kills, nothing he can do about it. If the kit was a little closer, maybe. But a slow burn means this is MOUZ's 6th T-side win.
And that's all that matters to them.
At this point in the half, yeah.
Yeah. After that, man, it's a costly position. This one's not done. I think Spirit actually know, because of how expensive it was.
It's right there for the taking.
Yeah.
Nice! Nice, Adrian! Nice! Suka!
He had a genuine chance of just grabbing it.
Yep. Kind of got like lost in that smoke though.
Yeah.
Got weird.
Communication's hard in that spot.
So cash limited Spirit, at best, tying this half, but they'd have to do it with less in this one.
Makes sense to go for it right now. With those 5 deaths, and Zontix will peel back.
Yeah, just wants to get out of here. Dropping utility, putting the best weapon they have on the line, but Spinks is swift. Crack of the whip, quick headshot. Op is dead. They'll put that in Torji's hand, so even an upgrade here for MOUZ off of the opening kill.
I think MOUZ just want to let him sweat a little bit. We've got ramp control extremely early. They're also holding for flanks on top of T-Roof.
Lose lobby control, but that doesn't fluster MOUZ by the looks of things. Because they've still got one. Back in lobby to draw everybody back. It is a safe venture. But this SMG, up close like this, he's on the fallback. Peels away from Hut, and doing so opens the door for this MOUZ push through, trying to tether off the 5-7 on Squeaky side. Obviously, Donk would like to get into the mix, but he's still back towards hell.
No one's watching heaven.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, so
just a straight walk out, made easy. Donk a little dispatched from the action, will try to come through and deny the bomb plant, but Zelix has got the cover. And this one's made easy by MOUZ. They'll lose that one player in PR to the lobby push, and then go right back to that death and show no hesitation.
Look at Zelix go in this grand finals. Looking like a very underrated aspect of this lineup.
It's been really impressive to watch him grow individually in this project, when at a time we were talking about how PR's inclusion made chemistry look a little awkward. We weren't sure how long it would take. Sometimes, you know, the not newest but second newest piece also struggles in the addition of a new player. That has not been the case for Zelix. If anything, he's brought consistency in the to the table at a time that MOUZ needed it.
They needed another big round from Shiro to save this half. But that op got fully countered after they took ramp control. Again, that's just been a focus of this T side out of MOUZ.
The T side that's looking to end on a high note with a scrappy buy coming out of Spirit. It's all that they can muster. Scout, MP9, bare bones utility. A lot of frag grenades. We'll see if they can get value out of that. But Donk has returned to looking human. 8 kills on a CT side. Utility to announce the intentions. Spreads. Wow, they totally zoned Donk. Into the AK spam, back into the flames. He's the first to fall in the final round of the defensive half from Spirit. And they really want to get value from these fights outside, but PR is quick to the trigger. And the Scout hasn't had a target to shoot at just yet, and that'll remain the same with the smoke in front of them now. Tanir from inside main.
He's been waiting forever for a duel.
Just wants them to make the mistake. He's got a teammate to play off of in Magix with the 5-7. Sure enough, they'll run that off through. Shiro got his, no way!
Whoa.
The 5-7, triple for the road. More kills in this one round from Magix than the entire half combined. Okay.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures. Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion, we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. Firstly, we have the so-called A anchor. This fellow is often seen fighting for his life without a lick of support. The window player, an arrogant and egotistical creature. They can often be seen in the pre-game chat, claiming their position in the blink of an eye. Not all are so lucky as to get their desired position. The B anchor, oftentimes the runt of the litter, designated to hold this empty site and ward off predators. Forced to survive on scraps, he can often be found at the bottom of the scoreboard. Here we see the signature characteristic of this oft-forgotten fellow, a key adaptation over millennia. This creature's legs propel them tirelessly and repeatedly to spot any potential foe. As this defensive tribe scramble to defend their territory, they realize they are not alone. Mirage can hold up to as many as 9 foes at a single time. As we move across its deserted expanse, we arrive at another group of remarkable characters. However, these bloodthirsty devils do not look as amicable as our aforementioned defenders, their eyes locked on the objective. These players scurry from their spawn with the exception of one. Without moving a muscle, we observe one of the players launching a gray metallic canister skyward. The desired outcome seems not to have been achieved. A regrettable mistake. With a new weapon acquired, our CT favors a more aggressive approach. Meanwhile, with the anticipation in the air, a coordinated attack is incoming. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A-anchor is flash-banged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's one shot, one kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly.
No doubt MOUZ content with the way the first 12 rounds went down, a 7-round T-side here on Nuke. And barring Ancient, it has not been a formula for Spirit that looks like you can believe in. An uphill battle from here on out if Spirit have anything left to say in this best-of-5 grand finals.
Here comes the ultimate test for Team Spirit. They have T-side and a comeback to prove that they can take this to a 5th. Otherwise, there's not going to be much to say for them in this grand finals.
Able to cross the secret, but it gets spotted. Ooh, that'll help. 2 headshots come out from Spirit in an opening 5v3 for this pistol. Could PR possibly shut it down? No. Labored effort gets his damage in, but all 5 members of Spirit still stand. Xerxin only the one. And so Zelex, he's gonna have to catch this free kill in lobby, which could help, but you still have a huge ask ahead of you. And Tanir hears him running towards the ramp. This is interesting.
Magic's 3K into 2K. And a critical 2K at that.
Yeah. Oh, Tanir's gonna hunt you down, close that gap instantly. A 1-round game made possible by the pistol.
Yeah, this is where you rub your hands together. Now you can have the most exciting finish possible. Spirit have really given themselves a chance.
And Spirit have a great track record at this event in converting these pistols. One time they make that mistake so far this grand finals, but otherwise, very clean conversion rate. And they may
Dog
need
still
it.
wants it.
Scout quick to reveal itself outside. And the cross will meet no resistance.
kind of trip over their own shoelaces in some of these spots. See a lot of follow through.
Hang on. Ugh, awkward jump there for Zershin.
They got to get that bomb back.
That brings the man advantage into their hands, and they'll extend it. Good on Shiro. Mac-10 just chews through that bomb site, and it'll just be that one casualty for Tanir to have to stomach as Spirit tie this game at 7 rounds apiece.
They kind of get stuck in setup sometimes, and they're missing some of the follow-through. Just simply getting 2 players out to trade 3 players out in a row, and if they lose a kill, they can get jumbled up. Spirit there, they even make a mistake of leaving the bomb. I mean, it doesn't matter right now, but if any of the kills had gone back and forth, it totally ruins your structure. If someone has to now leave, everybody gets distracted. Those are the things that need to be neat and tidy.
Last round, the force buy, this time the save. They do still come into this with 3.57s and a dig. I'm not saying the odds are anywhere close to MOUZ's favor, but they could make it interesting. Really just hoping to make it expensive.
It's honestly like, you know you've just got through the armor. Do yourself a favor, don't overthink this spot. Such a big gun advantage, the players you have, you know, that sort of energy. Looking like just the right amount of utility here. Like I see ramp is totally open. Magix is here calling rotations.
Just a USP though, so what the hell do you expect Torji to do about it? Smoke all over the site to guarantee the bomb plant goes down smooth. MOUZ are going to have to hope that that first gun round on the other side of this one can stop Spirit's momentum, because Spirit with momentum is a very scary thing. We haven't had the scariest version of Spirit today in this grand finals. But after that Ancient showing, you are allowing them to grow in confidence. You're giving Donk more and more runway to turn it up for this game. On the exit, no real price tags added to the tally. Tanir could still die potentially to the lobby player, so it's all about Zershin and what he can rack up. That's your teammate. And he's down. Nicely done, Spirit. 8-7.
Lead for Spirit.
Lots of guns in hand.
We'll see if it matters.
It's the early makings of a T side.
Just the jump start the engine, and now we're going to see about MOUZ, because, you know, a little bit at the end of Ancient, they kind of just kept letting them go. I mean, they had 9 rounds, they had a big lead, and it kind of just vanished. I didn't think too much about it, being up 2 maps, having so many good rounds in there to make that lead happen in the first place. And MOUZ come into this one with no kits. And they got half armor. But we're talking 2 Galils, a Mac-10 here. That could absolutely make a difference. They were very greedy about getting good guns. Sacked a lot of other things. Now they're down to very little utility.
Nades fly through. Zontix can't see Jack. But Spinks, blind, is covered off by Zelex. Big coverage from the back of that bomb site to keep all 5 players on MOUZ up. PR trying to just slip into the back site. Good off ankle. Delivers the double kill. Drops the bomb. And suddenly puts what's left of Spirit in a tight squeeze. 2 versus 5. They find their first. And as they shuffle downstairs with 35 to the clock, this is a very separated Team Spirit. Magix remains outside.
So quite a risky buy here for MOUZ, but it looks like they were correct about everything. They have all the good guns. That helped them get their multi-kills. And it looks like they might win this one with 4 up. As they're setting up that upper hit, you see that upper would have actually been a bad spot to go. They sacked a player to try to get into secret, but MOUZ are already wary about the thought that it might be a fake.
Totally denied entry.
I saw the 6 kills, bro. Let's fucking go.
Big investment out of Spirit to be expected. Mac-10 at the helm towards the ramp room. And what's that ramp defense look like? It is PR, smoke in front of him, frag on his belt, AK in hand.
It's all eyes on PR, but him on ramp, he's put up some very, very good holds.
Oof, utility makes it uncomfortable. He's stuck into this wall. That's fine. He'll regain vision, and he's got Torji to tether off of. But Torji doesn't go back in for the second shot. Zelex will just crank the dial, kills Donk
again
inside of the lobby, and will send Spirit into a tailspin downstairs where MOUZ have comfortably rotated already. But Spinks gets whittled down to a quarter health. Zontic's on the brink of finding that duel. Off, though, in front of the window is just simply Xertion's victim. And no chance for Zontix. It's majority alive out of MOUZ. It's a bottomed-out economy, and it's a chance to sprint to this trophy.
Yeah, it was 2 full buys there for Spirit. They both fail. MOUZ coming up huge on trades, opening kills. Very good rotations. PR does just enough here with Torzi getting there in time. At his kills for free.
Zelex, the only CT that has to take a fight alone, and it's on his terms.
Yeah, he's won quite a few duels versus Donk, actually. Surprising amount.
Cohesion on MOUZ's camp right now is stellar. And this is Spirit's final timeout.
Feels like they don't have the firepower to keep up with MOUZ right now, which is an absolutely insane thing to say.
I think what helps...
I don't think there's any other point in history where you could have said that.
Oh, it certainly helps is that you're dealing with all of MOUZ's firepower. Look at the kill differential here. From 13 to 11, or 10, all 5 players. And it's kind of felt like that all best of 5 long.
Yeah.
And if you're already lacking in firepower, then pistols sure as hell won't help in this one. Spirit trying to get back to the guns, but it's gonna cost them rounds unless they have something up their sleeve. Very light on the utility here, single smoke. A second out for Magix. Okay, there's a cache of them. Single smoke turns into 3. They try to play behind that wall, but it gets spotted by this garage position. But it's not a casualty yet for Spirit to have to stomach. So they do get dangerously close to these smokes.
Just barely missing that gap. Xertion's going to hear this.
Tanir's pushed through. He's waiting for this duel. Oh, and he lands the headshot. Tanir surrounded, so can't get more value out of that.
Too spotted, go for that plant.
Great distraction to put that bomb down on B. Inside of Hut, they win another. Zontix has found his. This was meant to be a smooth sailing moment for MOUZ, and instead they have a difficult question. Do they even want to chance this retake now?
They're going to come find Zontix. That's kind of the first step. They know Zontix needs to, well, he could be dropping down the vent, though.
They're saving.
I mean, yeah, I don't even know if they're, it makes sense to try it. What a steal. Another
Game
one.
on.
3 rounds in this game. Spirit have won while saving.
A sequence of errors that make MOUZ's jobs so much harder than they have to be here on Nuke. They will not give up the guns they decided to save, but they do let Spirit tie this game at 9 rounds.
They're literally making this as hard as possible. The most free round so far for MOUZ. They've given them up.
I mean, Tanir knew this fight was coming his way, sat here patiently waiting for it. Delivers his. Tough round losses to stomach, but at least MOUZ can just try to bounce right back into it. Full guns, full nades, everything they need. Their opponent, though, obviously just a kickstart to the economy that's going to make the rest of this half all that much harder. Huge sea of util chucked out through that squeaky door. And now the execute with the molly, interrupted by a smoke into Squeaky. Again, this is Spinks to try to press up against his opposition. He's gonna go for this. He's trying to make a move happen, and he's gonna find that perfect timing.
What a great call out.
Right before they're able to walk into the trophy room, it is Spinks for the 5v4.
As this walk takes place outside, they do it without Tanir. They don't know what's going on inside the lobby. Looking to swing heavy outside as Torzy repositions.
They don't pop open the smoke.
No,
they don't go
have
for the
any nades.
spam. Yeah. Nothing they can do to really interrupt this other than just dump ammo. And they decide not to, so it's Spirit with the silent 3-player secret cross.
And they're playing back big garage, so the rotations are a little bit hampered here, even though they have 5 players.
There's nobody downstairs.
Yeah, doubled up on ramp, so they have a chance to get down there if they want to, but to be honest, they just kind of look frozen in place. There's no one here inside of the vent. No warning system for MOUZ. Are they really going to allow Spirit to simply take lower?
This swing is going to confirm it. They put a smoke on Squeaky to try to maybe get Spinks into play. This is going to remove Zontix for the time being.
It's got to be weird communication. Look how many nades they hold on to. Let's see if that matters.
Heavy towards the ramp room, 3 players to gear up for this retake. The T's, they would love a smoke to try to block off one of these avenues of the retake, but Shiro burning down will still kill Torzy. We've got 1 back, 2 back now. Spinks gets the lobby lurker dead. Donk's got nothing. Magix, it's all on him. He's got 2 more players to kill, and look at the health. They are that close, but it is Xertion to come up big with a triple kill moment.
Oh, that would have been easy for Magix if he got that first frag. Both players 1 bullet away from death.
That one, such a razor's edge. Either way, so low health for both teams, and it starts with this push from Spinks, but I like the way you described it. It felt like MOUZ was frozen.
Yeah, they were not responding to the smoke they saw on the outside cross. Maybe off the 5v4, they thought we know we'll be able to retake if they come up, or we have them for sure. That's a crazy win for MOUZ. I mean, win on an eco as much as you want, but only 1 of those rounds. There's 3 rounds that they won while saving. And we'll find out about this one. But in the follow-up, Spirit only won once on their second buy. This one's the weakest of all.
Just can't be afraid of winning these rounds. You know it's a recent wound with as many times as it's happened in this map. The guns like these still allow Spirit to prevail.
I was looking very close now to bringing this home.
Donk's going headhunting outside. He knows his potential victims are right there for the taking, and he will track Xertion down. Heaven player whittles him low. 7 HP is all that's left for Donk, and we've got this main player who's just not making a move. Tucked into the corner remains Spinks.
There's been so much noise. See if they come clear of this. Tanir's going to take his time.
Heaven player's not ready. Oh, no, just turned back, caught with a nade. Spinks finishes off what he started towards Donk. Magix has gotten out through the hut. He sees the barrel towards main. Zelex's position catches him off. And now it's both these 2 Ts remaining known. Torzy jumping Glock shot, but he's going to slow the round down. This is Shiro with a bomb at a health advantage 1v1.
Has to be the clutch.
What's the play, Torzy? A lot of grenades. Shiro's got the time.
That 1 HE won't be enough.
No fake. And Torzy doesn't throw utility, so the potential for him to have repositioned is real, and Shiro knows it, but he still seems worried about Heaven. Goes to lock into the lobby instead. This is Torzy already with a kit. It's Torzy with a smoke as well.
He's got a plan. He has that smoke. He knows that Shiro is going to move with that much space.
It's information offered over. He is sitting on top of the hut.
Is that door closed?
Flashbang not thrown. Torji still hanging onto that smoke. He's going to drop it on the bomb. Flash out from Shiro to confirm his position. Torji fake defuse. Tries to spam through it. Nade to expose him. And Torji's out of here. Never given a chance. Shiro simply dodges the duel. And that is going to clean both players out of the round. By God, we are tied again.
Yes, and off the clutch that goes Spirit's way. Torsi looked like he was moving really confident, but as soon as he gave Shiro all that space, I feel like he actually didn't know how to deal with that situation. Not even sure what he shot off of after he did his first tap. And so we have a map now where it's Shiro top of the board here for Spirit. He had a great first half.
Man,
he's clutch in the second. Yeah, it's like his own smoke, and he's like shooting at
What's
it.
crazy is the flash comes out from Squeaky,
Yeah,
and he's
that
still
too.
watching the hut smoke.
Another J.R. Smith moment.
There's a couple of weird ones, right?
Maybe his headphones are on backwards.
Man, I'd hope not. At this point, he'd just be getting used to it. But man, props to Tanir to be able to find that gap, that space to close the distance into heaven.
Yeah, he probably won it with that play.
Spirit keep this within the realm of possibility. This isn't Spirit just banking on Donk. It's Shiro who, again, in a critical moment, while Spirit face elimination, is getting his impact, winning his clutches, and remaining at the top of the scoreboard for Spirit.
With this one goes the money, MOUZ. Did you give up too many easy rounds this game is going to be the question.
Oh, this is the first time we've had a player down towards Secret, and it almost kills Donk straight up.
And can he afford to die again?
Oh, it confirms 3. PR on the fallback. As they try to chase him downstairs. 3 players coming. Great pre-fire to finish off Donk. Can Spirit do it without him? Spinks from the vent play gets the headshot. It is Tanir again in these late moments finding his chance to strike. Very passive garage angle, and with 3 players making it downstairs, why would Magix ever consider that Xertion was still back there?
Yeah, just never moving from that spot, even after hearing everybody run down Secret after PR.
But with that passive hold, meant a gap towards the ramp room that Zontix slips through.
This is where the hard reads and the creativity come out. And Zontix is getting flanked slowly, whether he realizes it or not.
Oh, Zelex kills him from the site. Contact found towards Secret, but he doesn't win the duel.
Tanir has to ace to win this round.
20 seconds as he scrambles back down towards the B site. We've already got Torji here playing in the cover of the ramp doors.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he sneaks away across the site. I would have to get lucky to do so. Not much time remaining. Torji just hit this.
And he does. 11th secured out of MOUZ. Money is gone here for Spirit. It was both teams up against the economy playing for this 11.
Yeah, that's bone dry in the pocketbooks. That's Spirit who came into that round with 2 MAC 10s after the Shiro clutch because he even died.
First time we get a different look with that challenge up through Secret. PR peaks Secret with an MP9.
And Donk didn't kill him on the first swing. Didn't kill him on his second chance either. Full investment here for Spirit to defend against championship point. Not a rifle in sight, but also where they've done some of their best work.
Cool, Zelex awkward, turned in behind cover. Spinks though, instant with the triple. And yeah, he had support inbound from Heaven. MOUZ throwing themselves at that fight, but did he even need assistance? Spinks slays.
He crushed that with one hand. That was no sweat out of Spinks. 18 frags, a fantastic final.
In a map where there have been so many rounds that Spirit are able to pick up with pistols, you'd think that that sudden attack onto the A site could have caught him slipping, but he delivers. Pulling ahead of the rest for MOUZ, looking to lock in their 12th. 2 championship points on the other side of this ramp hold. But they do get Torji to miss 1 shot, and that opens the door for the lower play. There's very little to lose here for Spirit. 2 pistols, a push down as bomb gets chucked over for Magic's responsibility, but it's awkward as he goes and scoops that up. Single swings, P250 challenge denied, and now no bomb plant for Shiro to try to play off of. This is a confident round out of Spinks, a quad kill in the end. 2 chances to shut it down in Malta.
And they win the easy one. They get the filthy multi-kill. It's such crisp rifle work out of Spinks. Oh my goodness. I mean, you can't tell if it's Spinks, Zelix, PR who are getting multi-kills like that. They're all so sharp. And because Spirit invested like that, didn't get a bomb plant, 2 back-to-back rounds. This time for all the marbles. Again, not a single rifle.
MOUZ in a grand finals that starts with 2 stomps. Come out swinging in this best of 5. Show us evolution in a question mark that was Dust 2. 3 weeks of practice as a 5. And we are watching their evolution before our very eyes. It's an opening kill from Xerxin, an off angle, just different looks outer to try and solve this problem. Whether that's the challenge out of PR out through Secret, whether that's this time Xerxin's new spot, it puts Spirit in such a daunting position. Pistols in hand, nades to play with, but a grueling man disadvantage.
4v5. And this one might come towards PR. We'll see. Donk making headway outside, looking to wrap into Mini.
This is going to force a hand from the M4, but he just leaves, and it's not held by Zontix. Top hut player dealt with.
Oh, what in the world?
Beautiful shot to try to kick it off into that A site, but the ramp play goes south. Leave it to PR, newest piece of MOUZ, to get his hands on the final round that MOUZ will need. This team took a step back at the start of 2026. Such a mainstay throughout 2025. But they have done it now with Xerxin at the helm of this new project. Blown out of the water every time they go up against Spirit so far this year. But the second season begins different. 1 step forward, this time now in Malta. Such a promising look for this new MOUZ.
You have to be so proud of yourselves if you're MOUZ taking down Spirit in this fashion with the calls that we saw out of Xerxin, with the debut out of PR, went above and beyond. And the fact that they could keep their same energy of having different people show up in different rounds, except for some reason they all look like star players in their own right, not just contributors as the rounds rolled on. It's so impressive that Xerxin's found a way to make space for everybody to succeed while he still plays well, and you can still give him so much credit as the IGL.
Getting so much value out of so much talent. MOUZ looking to return to the top at an event that did not feature the top dogs because they couldn't keep up their end of the bargain. Your Blast Bounty 2026 Season 2 champions. Lo and behold, it's MOUZ.
And with that, MOUZ stand here as champions of the Blast Bounty. Please, everyone in the studio, make some noise! Cyclone, just a couple of weeks of practice. Obviously, you were able to play from the HQ, feel each other out in person, get the job done. But some very close games, a lot of back and forth, but you showed improvement each and every time. Just tell me what it took from you, from Zipnix, the rest of the team to make this possible, because normally Spirit has your number.
They do, yeah, and the improvement you talk about, that's what it's all about, right? Especially with this new group, gotta take it a day at a time. I think the guys put in a ton of work over the last few weeks, also the last few years, to be honest, and I'm happy we finally get a little bit of that fruit, because it's more fuel to keep going.
More fuel to keep coming. I love that, mate. Torzy, you're putting the heavy trophy down. I understand why. Now, you had an MVP level performance the whole way through. You didn't stop from online to LAN. You told me before, right, it felt like you were in a slump before this. But right here, you dominated, things changed around. Is it just because of the way Xertion's using you? Is this confidence in yourself again? Talk me through it.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. I think Xertion is a really good IGL and he knows how to use his pieces, but at the same time I put a lot of work into it to get back into my form, and yeah, but I have to give credit to Cyclone, to all the players, to Xertion. I think he's using his pieces very good, and also to my sports psychologist.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, he helped me a lot, so yeah.
It worked out for you. And Zelex, over here, first grand final, first trophy, and I'll say this, when I was watching you play, it didn't seem like you were feeling the pressure or the effects of it. I spoke to you earlier in the tournament, you were staying so positive, remaining really calm throughout these situations, but what does it mean to you to be lifting this trophy so early on in your career?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fucking happy, to be honest. You know, I'm really happy, and like I said yesterday in the interview, that I just try to stay present as much as I can every round. You know, don't think about the future or the past. Whatever happened, happened. You cannot do much about it. And yeah, I'm absolutely happy that we beat Spirit, because, you know, I don't think anybody expected it. And it's insane performance from the guys, I think. It was a really tough game around the last 2 rounds where I was fried on it. I was so happy that Lotan killed 3 on the tape-off. So yeah, I'm just absolutely happy, and yeah, thanks for the fans and the support from everybody.
Xertion, you've had a few trophies in your career, but this time it's as an IGL. We've spoke many times about the way you wanted to lead the team and what it happens to go through this, but just tell me, these first couple of maps in there, how did that feel for you, where obviously you may have not had as much pressure? We spoke about it in the pre-match interview, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think today they felt the pressure a lot more than us. They also had a lot more to lose. We are a new team, and yeah, I mean, we think we did an amazing job today. We made it really hard for them, and yeah, I'm just really happy we came up on top.
And in terms of you guys being able to come out on top on this one, how much did it take from you in terms of planning, preparing, getting ready for Spirit? Because they were they had your number mentally as well.
Yeah, definitely. They won 7 times, but nobody meets MOUZ 8 times in a row, so I guess that works out for us. But jokes aside, I think Zipnix and Cyclone did a great job preparing us for the game. Obviously, yesterday we didn't have much time to prepare as players, and they made sure that we have a lot of good things, so thanks to them.
And I just want to ask you, did the mentality switch a bit once you were up 2-0? Did you start to think about, okay, look, we can close it out, we can actually lift this trophy? Did that change at all, maybe why you lost Ancient?
Well, I think the first 2 months were really good, so maybe we kind of got ahead of ourselves a little bit. Yeah. Also, the Ancient start was amazing, so I think on this side we maybe could have felt it a little bit. We lost some key rounds and we lost a bit of trust in each other, but I think that coming into Nuke here, we bounced back, and 3 really good maps and a really good half in Ancient, so I'm really proud of the guys.
You should be proud of it all, mate. Well done. Spinks, this was a crazy grand final from you. You go back to some passive positions. You spoke about it being maybe less fun, I heard you say on the HLTV interview. But it looked like you were having more than a lot of fun in this map. What changed for you within this series? Was this just like the game plan following that? Were you just feeling it? Talk me through it.
Yeah, I would say it was a good grand final for me. I enjoyed it, and thank you for my teammates to helping me play this good, and I couldn't do it without them. And I just want to say, 1 month ago I lost my grandfather, so this win and everything, I just send love to my family, that's all.
Love, man. Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, PR, you've had about 1.5 years in the Tier 1 level. You come into MOUZ, you have to take some new positions on. You told me, this was not on camera, this is behind the stage, you told me, I'm gonna watch POVs, I'm gonna put that extra work in. You were being very hard on yourself. But you're putting that work in, and now you lift your first Tier 1 trophy. So what do you want to say now, mate?
I don't know, it feels really good. I wasn't feeling the best yesterday evening because I got punished again on some of my new positions, and now I feel reborn. It's really nice. I'm very happy.
I would be very happy too. And you were coming in sharp, man. Your T-sides were looking great the whole way. Once these maps started to go your way, you're getting these kills. Did that confidence start building as to why you were able to deliver the way you did across the grand final?
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so.
I guess so too. Well, with that, guys, your Blast Premier Bounty champions, it's MOUZ!
A monstrous effort here for MOUZ to overcome the mountain that is Spirit in a grand final. An immeasurable amount of effort, dedication, hard work put in from all of these guys, right? Not just the 5 that we see in the server, but their coach, their support staff as well. So much goes into this one for MOUZ to be able to lift their first Blast trophy.
This was an act of vengeance coming out from MOUZ to lose 7 times in a row, to win on the 8th. And I would also say that it's a testament to great coaching. Going to continue to sing the praises of Cyclone and what he's been able to accomplish in such a short amount of time with a brand new IGL. Yes, Exertion has great ideas, and yes, there's some great players, but I felt like it was clear, it was night and day different who was coming out better for the game plans that they'd put together the night before.
Yeah, the important thing is this is a best of 5. You see a team that's had a change up in the IGL, a change up in a player. You go into a best of 3, you can prepare 3 maps or 2 maps for a best of 3. Going into a best of 5 and taking it 4 maps and still being clearly prepared with a great game plan for all of them, incredibly impressive.
I think the biggest one just being Dust 2, like just how phenomenal they looked, because PR was asked about it and he talked about it. He felt bad yesterday because he got punished again, and he's sort of walking away maybe with his head a little low, but with the help of everyone around him, you see him show up and he did feel like a different beast in the grand final too.
He was great for the first couple of maps for sure, that he can walk away with his head held high. PR last year was constantly being talked about in that Rookie of the Year race. By the end of the year, he fell out of a podium finish. He was not in that top 3. There were people that ended up passing him like Molodoy, Makaze, and Kyosuke, but now you can see some of that potential that was so revered in the previous year for Gamer Legion. And even though the previous season for him, it was a bit rocky on Gamer Legion, you knew that the potential was there, and I'm so glad that he was able to show it in this grand final.
You come into this MOUZ roster not only having to change positions, but change playstyle. Have to play more passive, be a rock on a B bomb site on Dust 2 without much help. Have to play ramp where you have to stay alive constantly. He did that incredibly effectively on the last map of Nuke there as well. Just a great performance to see him bounce back from, as you're saying, very tough performances in the quarters and the semis. But as they say, you do learn more from a loss. I think he learned a lot from the struggles that he had in those games. So coming into the grand final, just a great performance from him.
It's been a great journey for MOUZ. I'm just like running back through what was those last few rounds on Nuke, and my heart was racing for them, because you have to wonder when you get ecoed a couple times, when you have to save a couple times, when it feels like easy to win rounds are no longer easy, you start question marking and putting doubt into it, and they persevered through that as well.
It almost felt like they were going to throw it away at the end. They were having some struggles. Torji in the 1v1 looked like the pressure got to them, but then they come into the final few rounds, and that's where Spinks, I mean, Spinks in this series has been so incredible, and he was instrumental to helping them close it out.
He was excellent, but so much of this game I felt like was won in just kind of the ideas behind the plays. I think that there wasn't as much sort of sexy highlights that you're going to walk away from if you're MOUZ on this one. It just goes to show that sometimes it's just about the little things. I think MOUZ is a kind of team that they just do what you're supposed to, and they do it right. Oftentimes when we have this broad overview of what we see are team strengths and team's weaknesses, it's weird that when we watch a game play out that sometimes the tier 1 teams don't always have that same beat on them like Spirit today didn't on MOUZ. But Cyclone, he's got his he's got his ear to the ground. He knows exactly what strings to pull against almost every single team, and thankfully his players pulled through for him today too on it.
Yeah, and one of the mid-map segments, Cyclone even mentioned, I think our Dust 2, we have a really good tactical idea on the map. We understand the map strategically. It's the specifics, it's the confidence that we're struggling with, and that's what MOUZ brings. In terms of strategy, in terms of macro tactics, I think they've been up there as one of the best teams for a very long time. They just haven't had the players come together in this way at the right time to actually find this type of victory.
One of the most enjoyable things I will say about Blast Bounty isn't necessarily seeing MOUZ finally win a Blast trophy, seeing them come together as this new 5-man and do so well, but it's the Bounty Bonanza, right? The fun that we've had along the way that everyone kind of walks away as a bit of a giver. Winner, because there's so many givers here for us, and there is an extra one going on right now for you guys in chat. !Poly Market if you want to join it. It is going to be a Huntsman Knife Doppler, so a big skin giveaway for you all. As, like I said, there's so many winners. Look at them all smiling up there on stage with their Blast Premier Bounty Trophy.
Big winner for me. Again, I'm just going to say, I mean, I think the MVP race comes down to Spinks, comes down to Torzy, but one guy that I know is actually...
Just in case anyone out there could be slayed.
Yeah, we do have one fan here. I'm a fan also, I can't lie, but I think that someone that's now entering his name in the conversation and should be considered in the top coaches of the year has to be Cyclone. Even for just winning a trophy like this, the fact that it is Spirit in the grand final that you overcome, again, I don't think anybody coming into this series is going to say the pieces are better on MOUZ, but it was very apparent that the team that anti-stratted a little better and also just really had the better idea of what the opponents were going to do was Cyclone's
I am
MOUZ.
also curious. Sorry, I got a little distracted because I know PR kind of hit himself with the trophy and he does have a mark on his face. So I'm just making sure he's okay there.
Red mark,
yeah, right there. That trophy was heavy. Yeah, heavier than he thought. First time lifting one. Unfortunately, also hopefully not the last time lifting one there, as he did get a little bit of a dink on the side of his head. But I just want to know how many hours of sleep their coaching staff has had over the last 2 days, because I know they've been up at least until 2:30, 3 a.m. and then waking up again at about like 8:30 to be able to prep even more before they go into it and be present with the boys as much as possible.
Well, you can go without a little bit of sleep if you have game plans prepared that effectively, and if you're not having to play in the server. I think it was the Foot guys that were talking about 5 hours sleep between games. When you have to shoot them, it matters more, but the dedication from a Cyclone, especially after the year last year where they struggled to get into the grand finals and actually overcome their demons, to come into this one, as mentioned many times, 7 losses in a row, winning on the 8th, not giving up after so much heartbreak and defeat, just incredible.
It's going to be a little bit of a sting for Spirit here, feeling like they're the favorites all the way throughout Blast Bounty, feeling like they're the favorites here in the grand final, having that big win streak against them broken here. And before we say goodbye to them, we wanted to know a couple of final thoughts about how this grand final went for them.
Spirit certainly came in as predicted favorites for this event with how they're playing, but in the grand final they fall short to MOUZ. I've got Magix with me here, the leader of the team. And Magix, I want to just start looking at what you feel went wrong in the server, what was missing from your team in this opening couple of maps.
I feel like that some of us played like a plumbers in the early beginning of the match, because we had all the chances to to open up the series with Dust 2 being our comfort pick, and they're not that super comfortable map throughout a lot of the times.
Can I ask about this Dust 2 when it comes to them not being comfortable on it? A lot of teams did try and abuse their B. I know you went on pistol and eco rounds, but you didn't go to it on a gun round until round 10. Was that part of the game plan? Was it a mistake? Can you just tell me why you went for that? Because you certainly know better than me.
But it was kind of a bit of planned and a bit of freestyle, during the game you change these things up, and you should be adapting, and you can do different things.
After you lost the opening 2 maps, you go on to Ancient, you still start from behind, but you fight back within it. Did you then believe that, okay, you got your team back to where they can compete for this trophy? Was there still some worries from you that we're not at our best?
I mean, we just had to fire up for Ancient, yeah, and we did it better than the 2 previous maps, because the difference between Mirage I played. Like I was playing Biancher and I was just remaining in a clutch multiple times, you know. It felt kind of weird.
Yeah.
And, you know, going into the Ancient, we like finally felt some like opening duels going our way. And yeah, that was easier kinda. And, you know, going into the nuke, it was extremely shaky. Yeah, it'd been force buys against force buys. Yeah.
You were winning some of them.
Yeah, it was kind of a roller coaster half. And, you know, if we managed like to, you know, to play it calmer and play it better, we would have won more rounds on CT side.
Now, away from this, obviously, losing is never fun, but you've got to keep on the grind. You've got to keep going. So I know EWC is coming up next. What's Spirit doing to get ready for that?
Play Counter-Strike.
Play Counter-Strike? Boot camp?
Yeah.
Boot camp and chill? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time, Magic. Sad to see you go, but I'll see you at EWC.
A hungry Spirit, no doubt, when we do see them at the next event. Unfortunately, they are going to be walking away empty-handed, and all of MOUZ having not only the supporting staff from the org, but of course all their supporting loved ones there joining them up on stage. It's so wholesome to get to share a moment like this with those people close to you. And us.
And the fans. And the fans. Of course, it's a great moment for all of them. I feel like this victory is just even sweeter given the fact that, reminder, this is the 1-year anniversary, minus 1 day of them losing in the Cologne Grand Finals to this same Spirit. So it's going to feel just the revenge has been a work in progress for them. I know they would have wanted to win earlier, but maybe now can mark the time of something new, a new dawn for this MOUZ squad.
This has been a long time coming for the likes of a Torji, a Cyclone, Zershin, the players that have been on this roster for quite a while. They've been waiting for this sort of win to finally overcome the final hurdle. Even in the Cologne you're mentioning, they can get over the Vitality. They can't get over the Grand Final and actually win an event. They've had a couple wins in the past, but it feels like ages ago at this point for them. So certainly this must be one of the sweetest wins they've had.
And to do it in the way that they did, right? Like we've said, it's been Spirit favored all the way through since the beginning of when we did see some pretty phenomenal upsets coming out of this Blast Bounty format here to say goodbye to some of the other heavy favorites of Falcons, Vitality, Furia, Aurora as well. And to just kind of question mark, how is this team going to transition as a 5-man roster, transition into offline as well?
It was maybe day 2, day 3 that we started talking about Spirit being the favorite of this event. As soon as you saw Vitality and Falcons out of it, we talked about Spirit and how important it was for Donk to pick this one up for his #1 race as well. But MOUZ dethroning that, and I think throwing a wrench in the works there.
Definitely. If you told MOUZ at the beginning of the season that they could win a tournament over the likes of Vitality, Falcons, Furia, Spirit, I'd say every elite team other than Navi in attendance, they would probably say that's crazy. But even though they didn't have to actually match up against them all, in a way, this is still vindication that the roster that they decided in the offseason to go with, to pick up Zelix and PR, to not stick with JL or Brolin, or even maybe stick around with Yimpat, all of that has already netted them a trophy, which the teams that have picked up those other players can't attest to.
Some teams have to wait a long time to see a roster change pay off for themselves. For MOUZ, it's immediate, this instant gratification for what they've put in so many hours for as individuals, for it to click together as a 5. But guys, it's been so much fun over the last 2 weeks with you all. I want to get one final thought, one of your favorite moments of Blast Bounty?
Torji losing that 1v1 was...
No!
Was that the nail in the coffin on the
That's the last thing you're going to say on a podcast. That's the last thing. You're going to say that.
Oh.
Unfortunately, if he won that, we might see him as the MVP.
Maybe.
Maui, end me on a high. Come on, bro. Set me up here.
Okay, I will say it was great to see Spinks play at that level for this grand final. I feel like he kind of robbed that MVP trophy from Torzi, who, by the way, really helped them get it over the line in the quarterfinals. If I'm just gonna say this, they can't hear me. If there were 5 Sphinxes in that 3D Max game, they're not even walking into the semifinal or grand final. So I take that into account. Torzy was my MVP, that's for sure.
I think he's the desk MVP for sure.
Yeah, we just have it out for him. You know, like hearts. We have hearts out.
Sphinx played great. Sphinx played great.
Oh, fantastic.
No,
But
you don't get to make this comeback.
was my MVP, the people's MVP.
Okay,
The
all
people's
right.
MVP.
He's the people's MVP, but he's still the Blast Bounty champion here. MOUZ, our winners. Of course, thank you guys so much for joining us along this journey. A big thank you as well to everyone behind the cameras that make this event what it is. It has been so much fun to have Banks join us here too. But that's going to be it for now. Our Blast Bounty Season 2 presented by Polymarket comes to a close. We'll see you guys all in Porto.